Us?
Us?
Are you playing an intro first, or are we talking? All right. We are live from Chicago. That answers my question. I thought we had a video playing before us. Wow, apparently my second cup of coffee is not kicking in yet.
Yeah, maybe get a third one in there.
Coming to you live from Chicago or thereabouts in some town I can't remember. There's actually technically two. We have a hyphenated town on our hotel name. It's Jesse Matthews here with Evans Clinchy, bringing you round one coverage of the Word Cup. So for our matchup, we have Chris Lipe and Moise Allah on table one. Pretty good one here.
Yeah.
The future of Scrabble in Pakistan on one end of the table and our WESPA president on the other. Pretty solid matchup, I would say, to go. What are your thoughts early on? What should we expect?
Well, it's a wide open field with a lot of great players here. I mean, we've got somewhere around 75 or 80 of the best players in not only North America, but the entire world, all converging on, I believe it's Naperville and Lisle, Illinois, if I remember correctly. And it's going to be a wide open field with, I mean, literally dozens of people who could win this thing. So it's going to be a lot of fun to watch the action unfold. We're going to be here for about 4.5 days overall, starting on Saturday morning, going through Wednesday at about 1 o'clock. And it's going to be a whole lot of fun from start to finish. Looking forward to watching Chris Lipe and Moise Olabeg in the first round, like you said. I'm kind of pulling double duty here. I'm both commentating and doing a little bit of directing. So I'm going to be looking over at this laptop from time to time and fielding some questions about pairings and whatnot.
You mean I don't have your love and affection the entire time? What's going
I'm
on?
going to give you as much of my love and affection as I possibly can, Jesse. You know that. But we're going to do what we can.
Fair enough. All right. Ooh, I'm seeing in the chat, it's okay, Boomer. I am liking this handle. Hello, it's okay, Boomer. I'm not sure if I know who you are, but I am liking the username. Solid.
Absolutely. So yeah, we're just kind of wrapping up some opening announcements and stuff like that. So Jesse and I are kind of down the hallway from the main Collins playing room. So we're not going to have the best visibility into what's going on in the playing room. But my understanding is they're going to do some pre-tournament announcements and stuff.
And we can be loud.
Yeah, you and I can just kind of vamp until they start playing Scrabble. But yeah, I mean, it's going to be a lot of fun to watch this tournament all weekend long. We're going to have 31 rounds, 7 today, and then 7 each day on Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, followed by 3 games on Wednesday morning to crown our champion.
Amazing.
And it's an incredible field. A lot of former U.S. national champions and world champions in the house.
Mm-hmm.
We're going to have a world champion runner-up in Chris Leip in the first round. And we're going to have all sorts of talented players throughout the weekend. It's going to be a lot of fun. As I understand it, we're still kind of finalizing the field and seeing, who shows up, who shows their, proof of vaccination and all of that.
Mm-hmm.
And we will eventually get a finalized field sorted out and pairings and everything. And it's going to be good.
Excellent. I'm going to do a quick refresh here.
And we're still trying to make sure that we have internet on our end here in the the conference room where we're doing the broadcast. So we're going to try to keep a good tab on all what's going on in the chat here on Twitch, and as well as keeping connected with our producers back in the studio. But I think we're going to get all our technical difficulties sorted out, and we're going to be good. So everything should be good to go in a little while. I want to thank everybody who's joining us from all over the world. Hope you guys are having a good weekend, enjoying yourselves, and looking forward to a whole lot of high-quality Scrabble. It's going to be great. I'm going to get a sip of water here. I've already had my morning coffee. I'm feeling energized. In case you can't notice, I'm good to go.
Energizer Bunny. Very good.
Just going to keep going and going and going.
Mr. Brain 2 says, "This is Scrabble." Who are you kicking into a well of tiles at this point in time? I have the Sparta image in my head from 300 right here.
There's so many people I want to kick. I don't even know where to begin, Jesse. I don't even know where to begin.
Well, there will be many asses kicked this weekend.
That's right. In Division 1, we've got 20 of them. We're gonna have 20 winners and 19 losers. I guess there's a bye.
There's a bye.
Yeah, we got 39 players in Division 1. I'm just looking over the pairings now, and we've got Division 2 is a different spreadsheet, and I can't find it. So we'll talk about that later.
Okay.
But yeah, we got 39 players in Division 1. A lot of great matchups coming up in the first round. We're going to have Chris Leip and Moizola Beg for you guys live. Other matchups include Dave Wiegand against Mohammed Suleiman, Adam Logan against David Brown, Jesse Day against Mark Francelon, John O'Loughlin against Puneet Sharma. That's going to be fun.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of great matchups, and we're going to have one feature table for you on table 1. That's Chris and Moise, and we're going to have other games for you in the rounds after that. We're going to keep you posted on that. But for now, we're going to have Chris and Moise coming up soon.
All right, let's check a couple of our questions in the chat. Are there any words you hope to pop up during this tournament? There's so many words we love in general, right? Like, I think it's not really any specific words that we look to come up. I think it's situational, to be honest. Like when you see different racks that players have, when you see the setup of a particular board, because as you know, the boards are different every game, just seeing specific words that are lower probability, perhaps, given the situation. I think that's more what's exciting that we hope to see pop up. I wouldn't say like, oh, I want this word to pop up. Like, it's not usually just one specific word in the dictionary for me personally. It's all situational. Bismuth Leader says, I assume that's Ganesh. Ganesh is not at this event. Ganesh typically would go to more of the formal world championships or perhaps some of the bigger events in Southeast Asia, given his location. So he is not here in Chicago or Naperville, Lyle, pardon me.
Yeah, that's right. Get it right.
Yo Bro podcast says Quern. Yeah, that one shows up every once in a while. Thethar says Chi will pop up every 2 to 3 games. Yeah, that's fair. Chat pause due to scroll. There we go. That's fixed. All right.
So we're going to try to keep you posted on when games are starting, but I'm not entirely sure. We're trying to kind of get announcements finished up, is my understanding, and have get players to check their pairings and take their seats and all of that. But hopefully, we're just a few minutes away from actual Scrabble being played. It is 9:33 local time here in Naperville, Lisle, Illinois, and so we are a few minutes late getting started. But I imagine we're going to be playing Scrabble pretty soon.
One would hope, although your phone says your driver is ready for lift. So I'm assuming that's a notification from last night.
Oh, yeah, look at that.
When we were beering.
It's time for me to get home from dinner last night. Yeah, everything went well. Eventually, we were able to find lifts here in the Naperville, Lisle area. It took a minute. But,
ride sharing is a bit of a challenge. So
yeah, we're getting it sorted out. It's all good. Yeah, so just looking forward to a whole lot of fun matchups. Just looking at these pairing. I mean, it's just up and down the standings. You just see all these great names. A lot of the best players in North America and the world are here. We got Jeff Teveno versus Winter. We've got Will Anderson versus James Curley. Ooh, that's going to be a fun one. Yeah, just a lot of great. Evan Borowski and Marquinhos. Yeah, the list goes on. Looks like there was a slight board shortage. I hope that was figured out.
Board shortage. Well, I mean, like it is extra carry-on baggage for anyone who is flying on a plane. And for those of you who don't know, my full-time gig is being a flight attendant. So fitting Scrabble boards and overhead bins is a bit of a challenge. And also under seats, because seat underneath spaces, it's at a premium.
I noticed a lot of people had those like portable fold-up boards rather than the like the full-blown things that don't fold up, and that's understandable given so many people.
Yeah, the fold-up boards are definitely more conducive to being in carry-on luggage. But someone's got like their nice massive round board probably that they insist on having with them at all times. Like if you were a James Leong, for example, with your Players Champion board, of course you'd want to take it with you everywhere.
Of course. I mean, if you were the Players Champion, you got to do what you got to do.
Although James tries to give that board away to me at least once every couple of months. Like, James, you are the Players Champion, not me. I refuse to take this board. Let's see the chat. Is Josh playing? Josh Sokol? Yes, he will be playing. Marlon Prudencio is indeed playing.
Yeah, Marlon Prudencio is playing David Webb in the first round. That's a nice international matchup. One of the best players in Singapore against one of the best players in the UK. Lots of great matchups up and down the list. We got David Eldar versus Bai. Maybe that's one he can win. We'll see.
Yeah, that's very possible.
He's got a shot in that one.
All right, Geeky Lever says, I hope you had a wonderful flight to Chicago. Wonderful to see you out there. Hi, Dana. Nice to see you. A little crossover from another world.
Nice.
I had a wonderful flight to Chicago, indeed. It was, actually, I can't say it was uneventful this time because I actually had to fly in the jump seat to even get here.
Can you guys hear us? Okay.
Okay, let us know when we can go chatty again.
Oh, I like the Will emote. That's nice. I assume that's Will. I can't see very well.
Let's see. So we got Thethar. Dana's still there. We also have Mr. Brain. Excellent. Okay. All right. Apparently, we have audio again, says our director of coverage. So we're going to go back and chat again. Yeah, so I maybe shouldn't interrupt Jennifer until she's done.
Yeah, I'm kind of enjoying listening to her announcements.
Well, you're a little bit biased. Given she's your wife and all.
Fair enough.
But I agree. It's nice to hear Jennifer. I miss you guys.
I think we're still on the air, but there's a little issue with us watching the stream on Twitch.
Yeah. We'll be
Oh,
refreshing
internet.
this.
Oh, hotel internet. What would we do without you?
We are in semi-small town Illinois, and the quality of the interwebs is reflecting that.
Yeah, something like that. Oh, we get to watch an ad for McDonald's frozen Coca-Cola stuff. Okay, cool.
Fanta sludge.
Thank you for that, Twitch. Anyway, we're going to just keep on yapping here. Sounds like they are wrapping up announcements pretty soon in the playing room, and they're going to have actual Scrabble being played in just a little bit. So looking forward to getting Chris and Moise at table one and getting started in what should be just mere moments from now. I see Puneet walking around the playing room. Get in your chair, Puneet. We got Scrabble to play here.
Aya. Big aya. Wabin has subscribed with Prime. Yes. Cesar says, I legitimately have money on Eldar, so he better do well. Ooh, over under. We're gonna have to figure that one out when we have some time.
Yeah, somebody asked me about a week ago, like to set some odds on who's going to win this thing, and I was just like, I don't know what to tell you. It's so wide open. There's so many people that could win. I think a lot of people were saying that, David Eldar, Adam Logan, and Dave Wiegand, like those three guys are kind of like a cut above the rest of the field. I'm not so sure about that. I mean, you look at Conrad Bouchard, Austin Shin, Jesse Day, Will Anderson. I mean, it's just such a stacked group.
Yeah.
Like, how are you supposed to pick a winner in this thing? There's just too many people that have a shot. We just have to see what happens. Looking forward to day one. Looking forward to seeing who has a good start and who's starting a little bit behind. It's going to be interesting. I hear somebody talking in our ear. I'm not sure what's going on.
RIP to my ears and to those of the rest of you.
I think Christian doesn't realize that he's not muted.
Yeah. Sad day.
Okay, I think now he's muted. There we go.
There we go.
Yeah, so it's going to be really interesting to see who wins this thing. Somebody asked me earlier whether I would put like 8-1 or 10-1 odds on somebody like a Weekend or an Eldar, and I was just like, I'm not so sure. I would probably put nobody at better than 10-1 to win this thing. And there's just so many players who are going to have a shot. But yeah, like I said, we're going to see what happens on day one and just go from there. So I still see Chris Lipe milling around. Oh, it looks like he's walking toward the camera. So that means he's coming closer to table one, hopefully taking his seat shortly. That's a good sign. And we will just kind of stay tuned for any updates from Christian K and Andrew K, our producers, who are going to let us know whether we have Okay, so I'm hearing that we're going to be cutting to a view of the board shortly. So we're going to have a view of our beautiful cocoa purple tiles and the board in just a moment. And
in the meantime, just a couple of things from the chat. First time chat from viewer Joho5. Hello, Joho. Basically, in a 31 game tournament, what we typically see is in the low to at the very most mid-20s for wins. On occasion, you will see someone who gets on the high end of the 20s and they've just dominated the field at that point in time. But usually we would expect in the low to mid-20s is a pretty solid record for wins.
Yeah, I think that's about right. There was one national championship that David Eldar just dominated. And even that, I think he was like 25-6, 26-5. And that's pretty rare. It's pretty common for somebody with like 21 or 22 wins, I think, to win one of these things.
Yeah, it's ultimately variance plays a role. As long as you have anything involving drawing tiles or cards, there's always going to be games where you lose, and that's it.
All right, so we're cutting to a view of the board, it sounds like, which means enough of our ugly mugs. You're welcome.
Sounds good.
And so we're awaiting word on whether players are ready to start playing, which I hope will be fairly soon. And we are getting word that there could possibly be a surprise third commentator joining us during this round one game. We will let you know the status of that when we can, but it'll be a pretty fun surprise if it'll happen. Oh, I see Chris and I see Moyes at the board. That is excellent.
Very good.
Good to see y'all. Welcome to table one.
For anyone who's not familiar, because I know we have some non-tournament Scrabblers in here, you'll notice that there are tiles and nice little sets in the corner of the boards. And we call that squaring the tiles. Basically, we verify that there are 100 tiles in a bag of tiles before we start drawing every game. Typically, we don't check the distribution of the tiles unless we don't have 100. At that point, we try and figure out what's missing. But as long as they make, traditionally, we do 5x5 grids in the corners. So 25 times 4 to 100. So in this case, they have a full set of tiles.
I believe it was Adam Logan who once discovered that you could also cube tiles, because 1 cubed plus 2 cubed plus 3 cubed plus 4 cubed is 1 plus 8 plus 27 plus 64, which is 100.
Yes.
So if you make 4 different cubes of 4 different sizes, that's also 100. But
we would trust Adam to be that person.
Yeah,
given
leave that to Adam,
his
right?
professions. You're welcome, Joe. Let's see. Cesar says Moyes is sick. Good. I love watching. I agree. He's an excellent player. Okay.
All right,
so we will let you know who our surprise third commentator is, but I think y'all are going to have a great time with this gentleman joining us, a giant of the game.
absolutely. I'm not sure if we've got a third headset for him, but he'll just have to make do.
I don't think he'll have any issue with volume, given what
That
we know
is
about
not my
him.
concern. No.
He's got this game in very nice. We're getting the puns already. It wasn't even me.
He's got this game in the bag. Oh, that's wonderful.
We had a Moyes Ola bag, not a tile bag.
Oh my God.
Let's see. In some tournaments, they have special challenges to play the best themed word. Does anyone know if that is present in this tournament? I'm not sure, but I do know that they were trying to do various categorical prizes, I'll put it. So it's very possible, but I'm not aware of any word-related.
Yeah, nor am I.
Prizes.
But we're just going to have regular old Scrabble where people try to win games. I hear a knock at the door. Our special guest has arrived.
Commentator number 3 is entering the room.
Hey, thanks for letting me gate crash, guys.
Yeah,
Hey.
welcome to David Eldar.
Welcome to share,
Welcome.
Nice to see you, Jesse. Nice
It's
to see
been
you,
some
Evans,
time.
as well.
Good to see you.
Nice to see anyone who's watching this.
So it's picking up from here, so you don't actually have to be wired. This is just us getting sound from.
Oh, yeah,
the
sure.
So they'll hear you.
Cool. Well, yeah, thanks for. I've drawn a bye in my first round.
Finally,
So,
an opponent you can beat.
Yeah, exactly. Well, yeah, I went 0-6 yesterday, so
Oof.
yeah.
So on a scale of 1 to 10, how many beers did you have last night?
That's 0. I'm teetotal.
Okay, fair enough.
Anyway, so who's playing?
We have Moyes and Chris Light.
Okay,
on
cool.
table
That
one.
should be interesting.
Yeah,
Yeah.
we thought it would be a solid first round matchup
Okay,
to show
so
some
you
of
guys
our
are like
future of
the-
Scrabble, our president. So
Yeah, cool.
yeah.
All right, so it looks like they're starting.
Oh, and the clock has started. All right, so we got Chris Light going first, and he is drawing his tiles.
Let's have a look. We got a formal welcome for Eldar. Very good.
Oh, nice. Waving in chat.
Hey.
Okay, so I do see our question from It's Okay Boomer. We will definitely get into that because there are multiple facets to answering that question regarding good advice for a newbie. We will get into that between turns here. Let's have a look at some of the other.
All right, looks like an opening rack. CEE LPST.
Yeah, okay, that's pretty interesting. What do you guys think about that?
I mean, I'm thinking like Sep and Peck or something involving those immediately, but I'll
Yeah.
wait longer.
Would you guys be so? I guess the options here are between like a short play and a long play. So he could either play Cleep, CLEEP, CLEPT, or he could play Sep or Peck. And I imagine those are really close together.
Yeah, so we're looking at it in Quackle right now.
Yeah.
It is quite close. If you run a sim, it looks like
Yeah.
Cleep is just no, it's extremely close. Yeah, they're all viable options.
Yeah, it doesn't matter too much. It's like a point or something in it, I would guess. But yeah, I would instinctively think that playing longer is better here. Clep seems better to me, says Mr. Brain. That's think you might be right. Does anyone know if ES is better than ST, or what's the?
Yeah, probably pretty close, right? I wouldn't
Yeah.
imagine there's much difference.
I think the static gives ST a slight edge. I can't
Yeah,
remember.
that actually sounds right to me.
It looks like in Quackle they're exactly identical.
Yeah, right.
It looks like they're about 12 points
Yeah, I think
evaluation
like this
each.
is the kind of situation where you don't want to spend more than 1 minute, I think, which is
Interesting.
kind of what Lipe is doing. Like, because there's a point in it, if you evaluate all your time, like time has a value as well, obviously. Each minute is worth like at least a couple of points. So if you can identify that all the moves are really close together, you just need to play something really quickly.
Oh, and he's gone with Pell. Interesting.
Whoa, all right.
Not among the choices I was
Yeah,
considering.
that's definitely going to be a few off in the simulation. LEST, I understand where he's coming from. Like Chris is thinking there that C is a really strong bingo tile, especially with EST, and it is. And intuitively, he might recognize that LT is not that powerful, but LEST is still, I think, more powerful than CEST, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, and then there's 4 points as well. And actually, one thing that people tend to get a bit confused in these situations is they forget that even a small amount of points can make a big difference at the end of the game.
Let's see. From Matthew Tunnicliffe. Can the commentators each please give their best pronunciations of... That's mine.
How are we spelling that?
I think this is PHPHT. We're talking
Oh,
about.
right. Well, that's easy. It's just...
Nice and long. Just because it involves the PH twice.
Yeah.
Looks like Moyes is considering HID. You can play HID underneath Pell for 8 or for 16 rather.
Yeah, this is not such a simple situation, but HID looks like the pretty... I mean, there's not that many options, right? I guess you could play HIP as well. And HIP takes a T, right? HIP
Yeah,
or
hips.
Pith.
Yeah.
Yeah, so Pith and Pelt, I mean, that's actually, yeah, I'm just seeing that on the simulator. I couldn't find that myself, but like, that seems...
Hard work to find.
Now that the computer is coming up with that, it seems kind of obvious.
Yeah, so Pith is 21 points, hooking the T onto Pell to make Pelt. It's a pretty
yeah.
strong option.
The valid feedback is pithy as a hook in response.
Yeah.
Definitely an issue if there was a line.
I think, yeah, that's a good thought, and he could score 40 easy points. But the thing you have to remember about that is that an average score is 40 points anyway, so it doesn't really matter. And having a Y is not that common. It's actually not something I would worry too much about in Moyes' shoes. I wonder if that's what he was worried about, because he played hip.
Yeah. But then the H is right next to the double word score, so it's
Yeah,
like
so
such
I mean,
easy
your
points back.
opponent with a Y and Pithy scores an average of what, 45 points or something,
Yeah.
24 for the Y alone. But now they're already going to score an average of like, you could run it through Quackle, but at least 35 points on average on this board, I would guess.
Mm.
Yeah, so you don't need to worry. I think you don't need to worry about this stuff too much. I wonder what Chris is going to do.
Let's
Do
see.
you guys have any thoughts?
I'm having a look to see what balancey would make sense.
Oh, we're not on camera, are we?
We are. It's just,
Oh, okay.
just so you know, this is...
Okay.
That's the shot of us.
Yep, cool.
We're giving Eldar a brief tour of the studio.
Yeah, well, I'm enjoying this by more than I thought. Yeah, thanks again for letting me here.
Yeah, happy to have you.
Covet votes. Where? Yeah, votes is
Alongside DH,
votes
probably.
is looking real strong.
Oh, yeah, very nice. Yeah, Votes is 39 points.
Yeah, good find.
Looking good.
That seems actually extremely straightforward.
Votes is a lovely parallel on the right, I would agree.
Yeah, again, I'm surprised that Chris is taking so long on this. He may be searching for a bingo or some obscure double-double.
Yeah, it's easy for us to sit here and be like, oh, there's no bingo because we have computers
Yeah.
to tell us that, but
Yeah,
he's got to use his brain, and that's a little slower.
Yeah, he may not be sure costive is a word, and he may be thinking if that takes S.
Ooh, yeah, Kosov's
Which
not
I
valid,
don't-
but plausible.
Yeah, but if you have like clear vision, then votes is extremely straightforward here.
Yeah, looks like on Quackle, Votes is about 6 points better than any other
Yeah.
option,
Yeah, and 6 is definitive in most situations.
for sure.
He's thinking about Costives for sure, says Muffin with Tentacle. Yeah, that seems quite possible.
Looks like Moyes has Hiload lined up on his rack, but that's going to make IP, which is a phony 2.
Sad.
Hope he doesn't do that.
Super sad.
Of course, if Chris plays votes, it'll make IPs, which is a different phony 3.
You guys have any ideas for Moyes after votes comes down?
I was
Which
just looking.
Yeah.
Great question, yeah.
I think he will play votes. Leip is a pretty good player. What's his rating? Like 1900s?
Somewhere in that
Yeah.
range.
In,
Yeah.
well, does he have a Wigbo rating before this?
But
Somewhere I have a table with everybody's
well,
Wigbo
it
and
doesn't,
Coco
yeah, it
and
doesn't
Westwood
matter which
ratings.
rating system you're part of, but a 1900s level player is like a very strong player by any account.
Yeah.
For sure.
Yeah.
Chris is definitely in that range of 1900 to 2000,
Yes,
and sometimes even higher
yeah,
than that.
Not
Alright.
a difficult.
Here
not a
comes
difficult
votes.
choice for him.
Very good.
Yeah.
So that effectively locks up that quadrant
So,
for now.
Yeah, this is interesting now. Like you wonder what Moyes is going to do because there's not really many places to play. And ideally, he'll be looking to play 2 vowels and probably the H. So probably just Halo and Ape and Hit will come down.
Yeah, Halo
Um,
looks very nice.
Yeah.
Computer's 2 favorites here are Halo and then Haloid in the same spot. But
Yeah, but the computer,
Probably better to
yeah,
keep the
as,
D in the
as
I.
you're aware, the computer isn't aware that Haloid gives away all like the triple, the double, and all sorts of other crazy stuff.
Yep.
Yeah. So I think Moyes will find Halo here as well. That's I guess what you'd call a pretty standard play. Keeping 4 balanced letters that make lots of long words and scoring about as many points as you can without blowing everything open.
So I'm working on pairings for round 2, and I think we're going to put Austin Shin and Wasim Khatri on the stream for round 2.
Sounds good.
That should be a
Cool.
lot of fun. And then David's going to have to play Scrabble in round 2, unfortunately. Yeah.
Sad day.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm like, wow, racking up the easy wins.
See if you
here.
can get 2 wins in a row. Let's see.
So does everyone in the field get a bye?
I believe so.
Well, it can't be everyone because there's 39 players in 31
Right.
rounds. Yeah.
Wow. All right.
Motivation to
how
do
was it
well.
selected?
There is a script that kind of pairs people at random. Or it's not entirely random. I think somebody from the top quarter of the field is going to get a bye, and then somebody
Okay.
from the second quarter or something like that.
Right.
But
All right.
it's
So
it's fairly
somewhat
random at the beginning.
random but control.
Yeah. All right, so we're gonna have Austin and Wasim here in round 2, and then I'm still looking at the options for round 3. Ooh, David Eldar himself is playing Peter Armstrong. That's an option.
Okay, cool.
Okay. Ooh, Jesse Day and Thomas Reinke. Ooh, David Wiegand and Jeff Teveno. All
Oh,
sorts
that
of
sounds
fun.
interesting. Yeah.
Will Anderson and Ben Schoenbrunn. Ooh,
Juicy mashup.
All
Yeah.
sorts of fun
Does
stuff.
anyone in the chat know the 9-letter word that Chris Leip has plus 2 letters is quite difficult. But if there's any experts in the chat, ACC and STX plus 2 blanks makes 1 word.
Did you look this up on your phone?
No,
or
no, I
you
just know it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Fancy.
I've seen it. I think I've seen it recently.
Presumably 2 vowels.
Yeah, that's right. 2 vowels. But it's really difficult. Just something to keep you guys busy. At least I think that's a word. Better double check.
Check these things.
Yeah, I'm just checking. Yes, it is valid.
Nice. I got nothing. All you,
Yeah,
Jesse. Have
it's-
fun.
It's difficult. Thanks for Yeah, that's the one. Thanks
Ooh,
for
very nice.
putting that. I was thinking excitance, but that's not right. It is a word, but it's almost right, but you're 1 letter off.
Once in a while, I can find words. I found this one in 2 seconds.
Very nice.
So it's actually quite awkward CCX, and yeah, it's going to be a bit hard once he plays Halo, which I think he will. Yep.
All right.
He spent a very long
Let's
time
come
on that
down.
as well. This is actually quite tricky now. Yeah, what, like he'd love to do some sort of, if only Cape X and C. Yeah, that doesn't quite fit. So he has to ideally he has to get rid of the X. Oh, accent, someone found in chat. Oh, wow, that's beautiful. Yeah, accent is really good, actually. The thing is, like, it's for a start, it's hard to see. But you've been hanging on to like bingo letters for 2 turns, and you're thinking, wow, when am I going to get a bingo? And then you keep XS. And once you keep XS, you're probably not going to get a bingo for another 2 to 3 turns because X is a terrible letter.
Yeah, looking like not a fun board to play an X on. There's going to be no spots open for a while.
But Chris should realize that the main place to play involves making the word chit, CHIT, and then playing downwards. So I imagine he'll see that.
Look at that. You're on LD terms with Cesar now.
You're
LD.
LD. All right. X is a terrible bingo letter. All right. Well, cool.
Mr. Brain says, I give up on the 2 blank word. Maybe I don't know it. It's possible. I think I wouldn't call it common, but it's one that makes sense.
Oh, really? Does it? I'm not aware of what it might mean at all.
There's 2 related words. One would be something that you would put inside of something to keep it dry, and there's another one you would put inside to keep it wet. They're the same family of words.
Okay. Do you think they're related?
I believe so.
Okay,
if you think of the root
all right.
Oh, the other one's more common. I know the
I know the common one
with the D. Yeah.
I believe they're all related.
Okay, I don't know what the other.
There you go.
Yeah, there you go.
Very good.
Okay,
Shout
so
out Lord
what were
Lefkow.
the other 2? Desiccant
And humectant is the other one.
Oh, I do know
Humectant. Oh, I know humect, but I don't know.
I believe they're all related, but I think of them in the same language.
But
family.
you're aware of that word in a common setting, is that right?
Well, I don't know if I call it common, but to me it's like they're all related.
Yeah, you know it exists.
So Chris has the letters ANCT lined up on his rack, and the
I
letters
think,
CSX.
I think he's probably not seen accent yet. He also has sax and spelt, by the way, which is, well, it might be better, honestly. It depends what the point differential is.
Yeah, sax is 34.
And accent is
29.
Oh, okay, yeah, that's going to have a much better raw and total evaluation, isn't it? But sax is not that bad. CCNT looks bad, but it's not as bad as it looks.
It's possible that he's not seeing accent and he's lined up CNT to play just cent.
Oh, wow, yeah. Well, if he plays cent, that would be a horrendous mistake. Now he has seen it.
Okay, there you go.
Yeah.
Now that he's seen accent, he's probably going to play it.
Yeah, it does seem clear just because it gives away so little. The only way you can play on this board after accent is if you have an S, really.
And he does.
So it's a really good play.
And I think Moises' next play to me is pretty standard. UE has got to be the one on the top right or something.
It's actually quite hard to make from the V to access both of those doubles, but Moise can very effectively, and I imagine he'll play UE very quickly. But these guys have actually been taking a lot of time. It could be just like opening game nerves. First game, you want to make sure, and you're on stream, you want to make sure you get everything right, blah, 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 blah. But in this spot, if you see accent, you should be playing accent straight away. There is really no time to waste, in my opinion. Like time management is important. And you're going to see if this game gets close later, these guys are going to be in trouble.
Yeah, so Chris had accent lined up on his rack, and then he
has accent lined up on his rack now.
Well, that's just worse.
Why. Yeah, I know. I'm just thinking, like, why?
Yeah, I'm not sure what's his.
There would be no reason to play accent if you see accent.
He could be unsure of chit, potentially.
Yeah. Oh, he just plays cent.
Oh,
wait, what? Oh, no.
He must be not 100% sure of chit.
Maybe
I don't know
he's
why
not
else.
sure of chit, or he has some idea that the C is very powerful in this situation. But cent is a huge mistake. It gives away, for a start, cent takes a lot of letters on the end of it. It takes a U, an S, and maybe an A. Can you tell me?
Centa?
Does anyone know? Does cent take a letter after it that isn't a U or an S?
No
Centa.
Centa takes the S. It's a sticky S for
SU,
Centa.
and what else we got? I'll just look it up.
Yeah.
Wow, he's a genius. He drew a bingo. It takes an O. That's the other letter I was thinking of. Yeah, so that's actually like, it could be like a 20-point mistake. Well, no, not 20, like 10, 15-point mistake. It's really strange. He might not have been sure of chit, or he might not have seen it, but it looked like he had it lined up.
And as pointed out in the chat by Hubert, just because you've lined it up doesn't necessarily mean, where is it? Yeah, it doesn't mean you've seen the word. That's unlikely, but it's possible.
It doesn't necessarily mean that. That's true, but I feel like it does a very large percentage of the time. Oh, wow, and he's playing Coxie instead. Do you think he is doing that intentionally, or do you think he missed Klaxons? Because I'm pretty sure Klaxons is slightly better.
Klaxons is 87 points. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh, it's actually extremely close in Quackle.
Coxie has a better raw evaluation.
Feedback in the chat is I felt like I wasted too much time. I need to play faster turn. I was thinking something similar where it's like, it is a lot of points. You're recovering time. That is a potential reasoning behind the fast play, because that was, compared to the last couple of moves, on characteristically very fast.
So Coxie and Klaxons are basically neck and neck in the same. Yeah, they're both solid options.
Good stuff by Chris, like speeding up there and not wasting time looking for some crazy bingo. So yeah, that is a spot where you would have probably wanted to spend a bit of time looking for like 100+ bingo. I'm not sure Chris would know automatically that there's no double available there, for instance.
Yeah.
Moise is not drawn super well after that last turn.
I imagine Moise will play Dizen here.
Yeah.
There is like the concern that he sets up that Z space X hotspot where an E or an A can be inserted for 24 points or whatever. So that can be quite problematic for him. But because I space O only makes one word, and that's ISO, it's not that big a danger. Is that right? Is ISO the only thing that goes in there? I think that's right.
Where were you looking? Sorry.
Well, if he plays Dizen.
Oh, you're saying I blank O?
Yeah.
So just ISO?
Yeah, I think that's right.
Yeah. There's no IPO.
Yeah, not yet.
Let's see. Search on our phones here. Yep, just an S. Okay.
Yeah. I think Dizen was his only real option, right?
So he's playing that, and there
He
will
does
be
play
a
Dizen? Okay.
double at minimum coming.
Yeah. Well,
30 points, and it's a 113-104 game.
yeah,
Pretty
Chris
close.
says
Outside.
in brackets straightforward bingo to the D, or a straightforward double. So that's, but you can see like from that ZX hotspot, even if he had some other good tiles, he could play Saw and ISO and Zax for like 35 points.
There we go. He's going double.
Going without saying.
No.
The stylish bingo would have been Taguans and Sentu.
Oh wow, yeah, cool.
Without saying it's the same. They're both 85.
Yeah, it's essentially the same thing. And Moise has jellied on his rack.
Nice.
Ooh.
But it actually doesn't appear to go down, right?
Saddest of days.
Yeah, but he'll probably just play it to the D anyway on the top.
Yep, 48 points for that. Looks pretty
Yeah,
solid.
that's quite a lot.
We'll get a score update here for y'all shortly, since I had a couple of quick plays.
Should be 198 to 104. I just updated it. We got a little bit of internet lag here in our conference room, but eventually you'll see numbers on your screen that match the ones I'm typing.
Very good. The question for the chat, NWO CSW. This is CSW. We are doing a CSW broadcast for this.
So if anyone's watching, do you guys know the I think there's 4 or 5 different words that come after jelly, and they're 4 letters or more?
Ooh, this is a good question.
1, 2.
I
think I can think of one.
I only know the obvious one because I've been stung by one.
Yeah. Yeah, so I'll spoil that. That's a jellyfish. Yeah.
I believe jelly graph.
That's right.
What is a jelly graph?
Wow,
What?
yeah, good one.
What?
All right, Stan knows his words.
A few.
Yeah, what else do you know?
Do you
The
graph
meaning
jelly?
of life.
Yeah.
No, I don't.
Okay.
Let's see. Jelly roll, jelly bean.
Jelly roll, that's right. Yeah, well done. I don't know what jelly roll is. Jelly grass is not a word. So there's only actually 1 or 2 left. Oh, you guys. Yeah,
Wait, did you say grass or graph?
Graph.
Graph.
What?
Jelly graph.
Why? What is that?
It's a word.
Yeah, so the one that's missing, by the way, jelly like. Yep, someone got it.
Oh,
well
nice.
done. Oh, well done,
Good
guys.
job,
You got
chat.
that very quickly. All right. You guys want another quiz?
Quizzes are good.
Yeah,
I'm liking
if
this.
you guys want more, tell me. I've got plenty. While we wait for him to play jelly, I don't know why it's taking so long. These guys are going to run out of time in the end. I mean, he's 100 behind, I guess.
I think Moise is thinking he's literally not ready for this jelly.
Yeah. give you guys one more. Jelly bean, but make the Y an O.
Jelly bean, make the Y. And
So
O.
Jello bean.
Jello bean.
This word can be spelled in 2 ways.
Oh man, it is too early in the morning. I need more coffee.
Yeah, that's why I took this game off. I'm just checking this is a word.
We see a guest in chat of Banjolele.
Yeah, that's right. Well
Oh
done.
my lord!
Yep. And Banju.
Shout out Sonic Rick.
And that can be spelled with a U as well.
Banjolele.
Which one take back S? If this was my time to shine, I would start spoiling this from the commentary booth, but I do know this one, I think.
Ooh.
What's Life going to do in response to Jelly? Because he's actually got a super terrible rack.
Yeah.
He'll be looking to get rid of 2 U's, and most people should know that U is one of the worst letters in the game. So he'll probably play UNAU. And TAIL is not great, but it's actually relatively workable leave.
Yeah, there's a great points versus leave dilemma. You can play Unal for 6, keeping AALT, or you can play wait for 31, keeping
Yeah.
LUU. So do you want the terrible score or the terrible leave?
I guess 33 is too many to turn down. So that Zach's hotspot actually did come into play.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's probably too many points to turn away. What's the evaluation's higher, right?
Yeah.
Like
About 6 points
significantly.
better to play
Yeah.
away. I haven't simmed it, but
Yeah, it was very hard to turn down 6 points. I guess it opens up like a soul triple though. It could actually be close. It looks like kind of close situation. I'd be interested to see a sim result between those two.
yeah. We're assuming that Moyes plays Jellied, which he hasn't done
Yeah,
yet.
he might not be sure of it. I don't know. Is Moyes a native English speaker?
His English is quite good, but
I know
if
his
he's
English
native.
is very good and beyond functional, but is it his first language?
I don't believe so.
Because
no.
I know jellied is a common word in America, but like even in Australia, I don't feel like I'd know what I'd be
I don't
sure of
think it's
jellied.
that common
Oh,
here
okay.
either.
Maybe
Yeah.
it's a UK thing because jellied eels is very common food in the UK.
Oh, okay. I think we would
Yeah.
just call them like barbecued eels or
Oh,
something.
okay. Yeah.
Yeah, not
Yeah,
a common
sorry.
word, not easy.
The
Yeah.
reason I'm thinking that is because in America, I know back in the day, many foods used to be encased in jelly. I believe they were called aspics. Is that?
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So that's what I'm thinking of when I say that. WTF, jellied eels. Yeah. Yeah, it's I never tried them, but that was my response as well.
Let's see.
Well, if you
Kayla-
don't know jelly, there's not going to be a better, not going to be a good
How do you
alternative.
play
jelly.
gelled?
Oh, yeah, we're gelled, yeah.
J-E-L-L-E-D? Yeah, he might not be sure that. Oh, yeah, see, it looks like he's not sure jellied. That's why it's taking so long. Okay. Yeah, that's definitely valid, I would say. Yeah, but yeah, you could make a case for it not being nearly as common.
It's pretty close between jellied and gelled. They're both
Really?
both viable options.
I would think that
Not
gelled
like-
is a few off, right?
It's a few, like 3 points.
Okay, yeah.
He's going with
Preference.
gelled at the end of the day, so going
Yeah,
for the one he
so
knows.
I suspect he wasn't sure of jellied. That would be my guess. Moyes should, he's quite a high level player. He should know that you should never keep an eye for 3 points. Or unless it's kind of unusual circumstance. I'd be curious to see if Light plays you now or away, or you just try something completely different.
So the moderate, mediocre points and leave option would be A2, AITU for 13.
Oh,
Yeah, I mean,
yuck.
it's all
Yeah.
yuck though. What are you going to do?
Yeah. What Sims best here? This is actually a really tough one to call.
It's just barely a wait.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
So one might be a bit paranoid because Chris has like a 50, 60 point lead. So he might be a bit scared to play a wait and open the triple. Which, yeah, I don't know. You don't really need to worry about that. But he may. And we'll see if he does that or if he even spots it because it's not that easy to see. Or if he just plays it safe with Unao or some sort of middling play. But yeah, it's simming a few points clear. I'm seeing this in the corner of my eye, and to me, it seems like the clear choice.
I think when you see a Z and an X in that position, like Zach's kind of jumps out at you a little
Yeah,
bit.
for sure.
So he's
But
going
yeah,
for
All right, he goes
Unao.
with Uno.
So balance.
Yeah, so that's a few points off, but it's not the end of the world. But it ended up working for him. Not that that's a valid argument one way or the other, but it did end up working for him. And now Moyes will be short an extra 10 or 20 points that he would have scored with Dorized or whatever along there. So actually, what's he going to do now?
Yeah,
Yeah.
not obvious. Let's see here.
Oh, this is one of those moves where it's like, oh, why do I have to spend time on this? Can't I not have a blank and just have a bingo?
Oh, it looks like he didn't have a bingo until Light gave him a spot for Dorais and Unaus.
Oh, is that the only one that fits?
Dorais is the only bingo.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, now he has 10
He would have
minutes.
had nothing.
See, but he's paying now because like now he only has 10 minutes. He has a rack that requires at least 3 minutes to fully parse
Yeah.
to see if you don't have a bingo under JO or to see if you don't have a bingo through U. It's quite difficult. You have to scroll through most of the letters in the alphabet, and then you have to pull the trigger on Dorized, and it's a whole process.
And you
And
know
then
what?
Yeah.
Sorry to interrupt you.
Yeah.
The play from light back will be insanely high because the I will be underneath the double letter spot, and it'll be a Q like quail or something will be
Oh, yeah,
coming
it's
back.
cute. Oh, okay. Oh, yeah, wow. Okay,
It's going to be negated, assuming Dorized comes down. So
Yeah, oh, yeah, someone
Yeah.
said.
Ooh,
sets up
Quoad
that.
is 76.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, okay.
that's going to be brutal.
Yeah, that's a lot.
So Moise is still going to be down by a bingo after this, assuming Light
Yeah.
sees Quoad.
we're getting juicy. It's
gonna
going to
be
be only round one.
Well, yeah, it's not. I mean, yeah, but then after he plays quad, then Moyes will score an average 45 points, and then he'll be like 40, 50 back. So this game
Yeah.
is still live, especially.
Oh, for sure, yeah. It's going to be a close end game, and you're going to be low on time, so it's going to be tough. Like,
Yeah.
This is, yeah.
No, this is live, and this could end up being very interesting.
Yeah, it's not easy to know that Dorais is the only bingo
No,
there.
yeah,
You got to look for eights through that U.
Yeah, there's
You got to
a lot
look
of-
for like sevens that underlap gel, possibly. I mean, yeah, there's a lot of things you got to look for.
That's right.
Even that W in Vue, there could be some sort of W word. There isn't, but there
No.
could be from his perspective.
Yeah. Is it correct that Moyes lives in America currently?
I think he lives in
Germany.
Germany. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Oh,
He's
yeah,
going to
all right.
school in
Yeah.
Berlin. Yeah.
Yeah, because I was thinking this is pretty far away from his native Pakistan. Is that right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I believe he is from Karachi, if I recall correctly.
Yeah, right.
I believe. Yeah. He and Wasim are both.
And what state is Chris Ladd from? Is he from New York?
He lives in Missouri currently.
He lives in Missouri.
Yeah.
Missouri?
Yeah.
Missouri?
Missouri.
I'll be deep down in the ground before I ever accept Missouri.
I'm not getting that reference.
All right,
sadly.
that's Simpsons.
Oh,
Simpsons for
I'm
any-
very sad.
right away.
Yeah, for any fans.
Oh, I guess I haven't seen that one. I feel
You
ashamed.
might have just begun it. Yeah.
Abe says it in Missouri.
Yeah.
That's why I said
Yeah,
that.
I think
exactly.
that's what I said. That's what I said.
All right. So waiting on Moise here to find Dorized, but he's really taking his time. Under 8 minutes to go in his clock now.
Do I have an onion on my belt? That is the style of the time.
Oh my God, you guys.
I can see some Simpsons fans in the chat.
All right, Dorized is coming down.
Yeah, very good.
You love to see it. He finds the bingo.
So
So
yeah,
he's going to take the lead now, 215 to 204.
Ever so briefly.
yeah, I've been talking about time a lot. This is one spot where like really just play like straight away. Play Quoad right now. 'Cause
Yeah.
there is no universe where that's not the best play.
Yeah.
And if he spends more than like a minute on this, he's making a big mistake. And yeah, time management is super important. Not that I'm sort of turning this into a lesson.
You've managed your time. You've managed your time super well. You have a whole hour
Yeah,
left on
exactly.
your clock.
All right, Quoad does come down quickly.
Yeah, good stuff. Good stuff. I like.
All right, he's going to go up by 65 now. It's 280 to 215. So Moise is down by a bingo, and he's drawn B-E-R-S-A. Oh, this looks good.
Oh, looks good. Yeah, that makes a few words,
Don't
right?
think he's.
Arboris.
Oh
Yeah.
yeah, those are words. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
And he should spot that pretty quickly. And that scores like over 100, right?
Quoad is no
Underlapping.
good, right?
Underlapping here.
Ooh, underlapping there. Very nice.
Yeah, and Brasero is the other word there. I imagine he'll spot Arboris very
Yeah.
quickly.
Arboris is 103 and
Yeah,
the
so
lead.
yeah, as you can see, the game is indeed
Big swing.
It's gonna be pretty close now. And yeah,
Here it goes.
He definitely knows his high prob stuff pretty well.
Oh yeah. This should come down quickly, and he'll have himself a lead here.
So here's a question: is ARBORE a word?
I would guess no.
I would guess
the
no
plural
too,
of
but
arbor?
Yeah,
Yeah.
what do you guys think?
I would say it should not be. The only way it would be in my mind is if somehow they decided to take an Italian version with the E at the end and make it work.
Arbore.
Yeah, but
Not valid. Not valid.
Not valid, says the computer.
I was thinking more Spanish, Cesar, as you know.
So does anyone in the chat know what it is? Because I got no idea.
Well, I would be thinking if it was literally like more
a-
Spanish, it'd be like a tree.
A fancy word for tree.
Fancy Spanish. All right, he's got it lined up. He should see the spot, I hope.
Oh my god, play the word.
Play the word.
Wow.
This is another situation where there's no universe where it's not the best play.
Yeah.
So definitely want to play it fast. He's got under 6 minutes now.
Yeah, it's interesting to watch other players and their time management, actually.
Yeah.
Cesar asks, have you ever had a toston? Yeah, it's toston, exactly. With that E at the end, it should not be working that way.
Good fight.
I have had it.
Moise.
All right, here it comes. He's going to be ahead now, 318 to 280.
Moise has played very well this game. He's made
Yeah.
only one small mistake of not being sure of jelly.
All right, no bingo for Chris here. A lot of his
Yeah,
best plays are
this is not such an easy rack. He's behind now, right? Yeah, by 40. Okay.
Yeah, down by
It's
38,
actually
yeah.
super interesting now. This is going to be a very close game. Both blanks are gone, so getting bingo is not going to be so easy anymore. The main hotspot is that bottom right corner, right?
yeah.
And he'll be looking there, but that also gives away a huge hotspot in return. And then after that, there's actually not many hotspots left on the board. So that's when it could get interesting.
Looks like Moise is drawn terribly. I see FFGRRY-T. Ooh, yeah, that's pretty ugly. A lot of Chris's best plays here for Mad
He-
above AD and
He
Quad
could
Dorized.
use the triple letter above U,
Yeah, I was
making
thinking
MU.
NIM.
He could go both ways there as well
Mhm.
by playing NIM, NIM, and IO, potentially for 20-something points.
Yeah.
That's one other option for him as well. It's pretty valid. This is actually a super difficult situation. I don't know. What does anyone else think?
I feel like covering that spot above ad is important. I mean, there's so many letters that could hit you there, whether it's WAD
That's
or
definitely
YAD.
true. It's very easy for your opponent to score an easy 40 there.
Yeah.
But on the flip
The F's
side,
out for fat as well,
it gives the triple back. So it's kind of and the triple will score average of 30 to 40. So I think it might actually end up in like an even-ish exchange.
That's
So-
interesting. Yeah.
So I don't know how important you'd have to run it through a simulator. This is the kind of stuff that humans can't really figure out on their own. But it's interesting to think about, and whether that's something that needs to be played through or whether it's easier just to leave it. But generally, like he can, what can he play there? Just milt? It's kind of difficult, or mien, or some 4-letter word.
Yeah, the Simlex Mini, M-I-N-I.
Mini. Yeah, sorry. Yeah, that I didn't see that, which is why I didn't say it. But yeah,
No reason.
that seems quite clear. He could also, if he wants to be that guy, he could play MI.
Yeah,
Um,
I kind of
I
like
was thinking
MI.
short, I would probably prefer, in me personally, but
yeah, so MI is a real option here, and that has the benefit of playing less tiles, which when you're behind, it's good to play less tiles because you want the game to go longer, obviously.
oh, interesting. So Chris is considering limit with using that same spot.
That's actually very nice. That's very
Yeah.
nice find. Yeah.
That's above outsang.
Yeah, okay.
That's a nice play.
That's pretty good. Yeah, and he's got IO, and TION is a thing that happens pretty often. So there might be 9-letter words that go through TION because he's actually in a little bit of trouble.
I think when I look at, I mean, you can't see it on the screen, but when I look at the remaining pool, I saw there was a number of eyes besides the one he had, and
Yeah.
having double or triple the eyes would be pretty bad when you're behind near the end of the game. So I think that's possibly the human
Yeah.
factor coming in to get rid of those eyes. And
Yeah,
feature more.
definitely. Yeah, and especially when it can be scary. Although I don't know how much the computer cares about that kind of stuff.
People do.
Yeah, that's exactly right. So interesting here. He can play Fady, which like jumps out, but he can also play Fry in the bottom left. And Fry in the bottom left has the benefit of setting up words that end in FF, which will score like 40 plus points the next turn, and Leip will not always play there because F is not that easy to use. And yeah, I think Fry might win a sim, right?
Pretty close, I think,
That
yeah.
would be my guess.
There's Fry and
And
Fady, and there's
especially-
also Figo in the top right corner.
Yeah,
Those are the three best.
Yeah, right. Especially Fry puts two hotspots on the board. So puts one on the left and one on the right with that double spot there, double word, double letter. So it's pretty easy to score 40 in either, and Chris might just leave the triple alone. And yeah, you can see even on his rack now, he would have Weft for 42, which he would probably play. But on the other side, he could also play Wen or Wena or Wayne or whatever, and that would also score quite handsomely. I'm surprised Moyes isn't speeding up. So yeah, me too.
Yeah, we're headed for a close end game, and he's going to have no time.
Yeah, I mean, this is Pacorn style. You got to respect that. It's just,
There's
no
still
worries.
20 tiles in the bag.
No worries.
If
Yeah,
they wanted to go truly Pacorn style, it would have been like the hold the tiles over the board,
Yeah.
back for the first 10 minutes of the game.
yeah,
So
he just plays Fady.
All right.
I think Fady's probably fine. I'd be very interested to see what Asim says about that one.
It's pretty
But
close.
yeah, it's probably pretty close. And yeah, you just need to play a word when it's close, and you have 3 minutes to play a lot of a game still.
Yeah, so the updated score is going to be 348-306, a 42-point lead for Moyes here, and Chris on turn.
42 points for Moyes.
Yep.
Okay, that's significant. Yeah, I guess for Leip, just WEAN on the top, scores handsomely, keeps some good letters, and it actually develops that section in the top left quadrant of the board a bit, which is a good thing for him, because right now that quadrant of the board is not really accessible due to J only taking an O or an A after it. I plays Yawn.
Yeah, Jan looks pretty solid.
Yeah.
30 points. Very close
Okay,
game.
okay.
Only up by 12 now is Moyes.
Yeah, I guess, yeah, EETN. Yeah, I guess that's fine, actually. That's an interesting one. I didn't really consider that myself. Grav, where's that going? Nice.
So he plays Grav, keeping FRT. Got it. All right, so 26.
Yeah, okay. So, yeah, now keeping this EE is not going so well.
he's going old McDonald, basically, minus one of the eyes.
Yeah, it's actually, this is going to end up very close. What? Oh, he just plays Zex, finally. Zex and EWE. Or OWE. Oh, no, sorry, Zox is not a word.
But Zex is.
EWE is actually, I would imagine, very straightforward here. I'll be interested to see if he spots it, if he remembers that's available. Because you can't forget, it's been sitting there for a long time, it's not being used, and it's in a hidden corner of the board.
If you do see it, from my point of view anyway, especially because you're conscious that Moyes is low on time,
Yeah,
you would
good
play it fast and try to put the pressure back on him to
Yeah,
possibly make a mistake.
yeah. It's pretty straightforward. So, yeah, and he did the right thing of playing it straight away. And actually, Moyes has pretty workable rack here. This he kind of got out of trouble in 2 quick turns there.
All right, so we've got 9 tiles in the bag. The unseen tile pool is fairly balanced. We've got 8 consonants and 8 vowels of the 16 unseen. Lots of reasonably bingo-prone stuff.
Got 2.5 minutes left.
And he's got 2.5 minutes left, yes.
Oh, this is
Only ahead by
this is
11.
so complicated.
Yeah, boy, this is brutal.
Yeah, there's no is there some sort of straightforward play, do you guys think?
I was looking for something that would clear like Mufti, anything longer to
Yeah,
try and
but
end the
it's
game.
not so simple
Yeah.
because the board is quite
It's tough.
booked up.
You can play Fume or Fum in the bottom left
In the bottom left,
above
making
Arboreus.
GER. Yeah, that might not immediately occur to him because it doesn't use any hotspot twice. So typically that would take a lot longer to find. And
Yeah, no S for Fremitis, as the chat points out.
Yeah. yeah, if you don't, that is not something that would typically occur unless you did a bit of a longer search, I reckon. So I'm interested to see what he comes up with and if he finds it. Yeah, good stuff. Maybe he notices straight away.
There's Fum, yeah.
All right, Fum does
Yeah.
come down. All right.
Okay, he didn't play the E. Interesting. Yeah, that's a hard spot. You know, you kind of part of me thinks like I wonder if he was thinking about holding on to FUL going forward, ending in FUL. Although obviously FU is super terrible letters,
Mhm.
but yeah, he probably correctly realized that it's not really worth anything.
All right, 6 in the bag. We've got the unseen tile
6
pool.
in the bag.
Oh, actually, we don't have the pool on the screen, but we should get it up there if we can.
So this is, yeah, I wonder what Leip's going to go for because he needs a bingo, right? He's 30 behind.
Well, I feel like OE underneath Geld is kind of straightforward. He's got another E to hook the bottom.
Yeah, that's definitely a real good option. But the thing I wonder about that is how easy is it to just give Moyes like a long play across?
Normally, I would say absolutely, but he's also at 1.5 minutes, so I'm figuring time.
Yes,
if he puts on the
that's a
pressure.
good point as well. Are there any S's left? Is a good question.
There's one. Yeah,
he could play FOE, and that takes an N, and
Yeah,
that makes a real problem because now he has very effective hotspots on both sides of the board, and Moyes, if he blocks it, he has to play FOES. But then he has to empty the bag, which gives Leip the opportunity to bingo out and win the game. So that's personally what I'd be looking at to make a real dangerous opening where you can score a very high bingo score, because I think outrunning here is probably off the table.
Moyes would look for an E for tiebreak if it were there, but it is, of course, not
Yeah, okay,
available.
but he is going for like, so yeah, what Leip went for is like a sort of half outrun, half try and make a bingo strategy, which is fine. You don't need to pick one way or the other. I just struggle to see though how this is gonna win without a bingo, and OATE is not a rack that makes a bingo unless you draw RS.
It looks like he's drawn Oderine.
Yeah, or yeah. Oh well, easy
Or
game.
Notaire, yeah.
Easy game in that case. So yeah, now he's, well, hang on, where does that fit? On apart
knife,
from
he just
on
made
the
it.
knife spot. Does it go anywhere else?
Let's just see. Notaire. Yeah, Notaire fits underneath Geld. Wait, no, hang on. No, it doesn't.
No.
Oriental. There we
Yeah,
go.
right.
Yeah.
Yeah, now that's super difficult spot again, and no time at all. All right, well, just play a K and a B or something and hope for the best. Oh, what are you supposed to do here? These are such a gross spot. Yeah, I mean, I wonder if Knife is a super good player or what, or if he was better off just setting up something. Because I think it would have been very hard to outrun.
I'm thinking something like Bake and L on limit would be my really fast play to try and take away as many options.
Maybe, yeah. The thing is, we know.
We do.
We know what he has.
Yeah, we do.
So,
Exactly.
yeah. I would think you wouldn't want to empty the bag here, and you would want to leave options open for a counter bingo.
Yeah.
So
So it looks like he's going to empty the bag with Brat,
Yeah,
and
and
Chris
lose.
has Oriental for the win.
Tough break. K-bar.
Yeah, looks like he's double checking the bag that it's
Yeah.
empty, and it indeed is empty.
Good find.
And down
You're
comes
late.
Oriental.
K-bar could have been a thing for sure.
It's a nice first game. Pretty solid play here.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was interesting.
So it looks like Chris Lepp's going to get the win by a 477 to 417 final. Sorry about the lag on the scoreboard. Our internet is not great in this room, but it is going to be 477, 417 the final. Lepp gets the win.
So would you point to a particular play or particular part of the game that you think maybe swung it either way or something
Well,
key? Let's get
I-
some insight
when
before
I-
you go back to the ring.
Yeah, when I think of this game looking back, I think it was very well played from both sides. But the big mistake that stuck out to me was Leip's play of CENT, which is probably the only play that I would describe as a blunder, because it would score at least 10 off what Quackle would think is the
Accent,
best play,
yeah,
right? Yeah. And it was a really strange mistake to make. I wonder if he just wasn't sure of Chit.
Maybe he was thinking offensive words, like perhaps he thought
Yeah.
for some reason chit was offensive.
Yeah, could be
That's possible.
Could be completely possible. But other than that, like these guys played really well, right? There's
Yeah.
almost no big mistakes anywhere, just like some minor misjudgments here or there.
Yeah, it's just a shame Moyes didn't have more time for the end game.
Yeah.
It would have been more interesting if he had time to think about
that's
it.
one
but-
thing I would think watching this game back. It's like, wow, you guys are a bit slow.
Yeah. And Sonic Rick mentions, I don't understand Brat. I think I would just
Brat.
chalk that one.
What else?
Brat.
Oh, Brat.
I think I would just chalk that up to time,
Yeah, you
honestly.
just ran out of time.
It was just time.
Yeah,
Ricky mentions Batik as an option.
yeah, but where's that go?
On quad, but it doesn't block anything is the
Oh,
counter.
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, so Odoron is still going to, Oriental's still going to come down. Yeah, you're still going to lose the same way.
Yeah, I think you would just need to play like 2 letters and then hope through Chris Lipes bingo that you get a bingo back, and that would win you the game. That's kind of what you have to do there. But you expose yourself to the danger of a 1-tile counterfish. That's one thing you have to remember. But then you win against the 1-tile counterfish because you know your opponent's rack.
Yep.
And they have to have a bingo in 2 places to win. So these end games often come down, like when you look at an end game, it comes down to sometimes a bingo no bingo spot or an outrun situation. And I think this was a bingo no bingo situation, but it ended up that way. But
The hardest end games are the ones where it's unclear which of those two
yeah,
things
exactly.
it is.
That's
Yeah.
right, yeah.
Yeah.
And Leib actually went for like an in-between
Yeah.
play, which
Yeah.
can be okay. Like there's nothing wrong with that theoretically.
Well, it was a pretty good unseen tile pool, so he was fairly
Yeah.
lucky to get a bingo either
Yeah,
way.
but
So
OATE, like he was lucky.
it was lucky
Like,
for sure. Yeah.
OATE is not good letter.
No synergy.
It's not good letter indeed.
Tenchi asks, what happens if a player plays an invalid word? That's a good question for those who are not familiar. There's actually several different ways that we work with challenge rules, but the common thread that we have is we do use, there is an official dictionary that we use we have it loaded on laptops with a program. Is it Ziziba that we're using for everything here?
Yeah.
Okay. So there's a program that was made some time ago called Ziziba, where players go over, they type in 1 or more words, and then they hit a button to have it judge whether a word is valid or not. And in this particular division, when a word is challenged and it's valid, for each word, you would have a 5-point penalty. Or you would get 5 points added, I guess, not penalty, to the person's score who played the words. But if at least one word is invalid when there is a challenge, then the play would come off the board and it would go to the person challenging for their turn, if that makes sense.
I just thought, I don't know how relevant to commentary it is, but is the Coco Scrabble site down for everyone else? 'Cause-
It shouldn't be.
oh, no, it's working.
Okay.
sorry.
It's the internet.
All right.
Yeah, I'm going to blame the hotel internet and not our fantastic
I'll be
website. Thank you very
quiet.
much.
This is the time to put in your plug for your website, Evans. What is that website? Tell them
Yeah.
now.
That would be cocoscrabble.org/word-cup-live.
Wow, that's a
Cup
great
Live.
website.
Yeah, I know, right?
You should do it one more time, just in case you get it the first time.
cocoscrabble.org/word-cup-live.
Yeah, it loads 99% of the time.
Thank you very much, David. 99.
Yeah.
I'll take 99.
I think that was on purpose for the marketing.
Yeah.
That's right. That's right. He's an experienced.
Yeah.
It was a dramatic pause for effect. That was intentional on the website's part. Yeah.
Hey, thank you very much for having me. in
Yeah,
the
thanks so much for
commentary,
joining
guys.
us. It's been
For the
fun.
buy.
Anytime. Hopefully, you don't get a buy again, but
No,
He does
I mean,
not.
I wouldn't mind getting another buy. I had a good time here. This is, you don't have to think here. You just get to criticize people.
my favorite thing to do.
Yeah, I mean, it's super easy.
Well, come by anytime.
Yeah.
Good luck in your games.
Thank you very much.
Yeah,
All
enjoy.
right. We had the treat of having David Eldar in the room with us to provide commentary for the first round here. Made our lives a little bit easier here, certainly.
Absolutely. Absolutely. So it looks like I see Moises' buddy Wasim Khatri hovering over him, and we're going to have Wasim right here on table 1 for the next round.
Yes. So Wasim is also from Pakistan. He is from Karachi as well.
Yep.
There's kind of this passing of the baton, if you will, because it's been Wasim for a long time, being the most competitive results-wise coming from Pakistan. But Moise is considered next generation from there. There is a really active, thriving, younger Scrabble scene in Pakistan. A lot of excellent players are coming out from youth Scrabble there onto the scene. Moise is just the latest of those.
And Wasim has been
yeah.
a mentor to that whole generation of younger scholars in Pakistan. There are many, many great, like teenage and even younger than that, players in that country, and he's really been a great teacher for a lot of those guys, including Moyes. So pretty cool to see both Moyes and Wasim here in person in Naperville. Happy that they made the trip.
So they're going over possible end game things here. I see Bra has gone down over limit. They're discussing possibilities there. I don't know if he kept the Quackle file. I didn't see the options.
Yeah.
You did? Okay.
Oh, I can see that Bra gives back anterior, so that's still going to
Yeah.
lose. I mean, against Chris's actual rack, you're just out of luck. Not much you can do. But Bra might. Actually, I'm not sure what Bra blocks that.
With perfect knowledge, I'm just trying to think, because I was thinking something like bike or whatever before on top of that, if that gives anything back.
So I'm seeing a suggestion that we switch Wi-Fi and go on Jennifer's hotspot. That's interesting. Yeah, that's not a bad idea. Although we'll need the password for that, and I'm not sure if you have it. We'll get that sorted out. I believe we're going to have another guest join us on commentary for round 2. I believe it's going to be Weibin's turn to jump in here.
Excellent. Is it my turn to leave? I can't
You can
remember.
stay on the air if you'd like.
Okay. If they don't want me, I'll leave. That's
it might be
fine.
wise for me to leave and go, like, I don't know, direct or something. I would certainly be happy to have you and Weibin do round 2. We need to figure out some production issues, such as like how to switch networks without going off the air and how to get Weibin to dial in. That. Okay, so Christian says we can just call to a break. That sounds good.
So on that note then, we're going to very briefly go on a pause here in the commentary booth, and we'll be back for round 2 very shortly. Signing out just temporarily from Chicago's Jesse and Evans. We'll see you back here again very, very soon.
See you all soon.
Welcome back to Lisle/Naperville here in Illinois at the 2022 World Cup. This is Jesse Matthews here with Evans Clinchy and a new guest commentator coming to us from the other side of the world. It's Weibin. Hello.
Hello. Hello from Singapore. Hi.
All right, so we have Austin Shin and Wasim Khatri at table 1 for round 2 here. Two excellent players going head to head. What are your initial thoughts on this matchup, Weibin?
Oh, it's gonna be it's gonna be kind of both players I know are pretty big on scoring. For Austin, scoring never stops.
Yes.
Wasim makes he does spot a lot of power plays. So I expect this match to be really pretty explosive. Yeah.
It's going to start out with an explosive play, I think, assuming
so
Austin
as well.
doesn't block it.
Yeah. It's looks pretty likely that Wasim's word will go down. Adoptee. Yeah. And what about you? Have you played against both of these players before?
I've played Austin. I don't think I've actually ever played Wasim. I could be wrong. It's definitely been lots of tournaments and games. I have definitely played Austin, but Wasim, I'm not sure. They are both excellent players.
Yeah, I know both of these players have also had quite a good deal of success in online competitions during the pandemic. Yeah, I remember there were, Austin, everyone, I think most people know, has been winning quite a few games, quite a few tournaments, even the ones on Scrabble Go as well. He's achieved some fame on Scrabble Go, I think. Yeah. And Wasim, I think he won quite a few of the tournaments back in 2020 or 2021. Yeah, and he hasn't been playing that much recently online, but I think his name is pretty well known in the scene.
Let's see what we've got in the chat. We'll try and catch up here. Good day, esteemed commentators. Good day, right back to you. Welcome to the feed. Let's see. MW Arc gives us a nice little smile there. Hello.
Welcome. Hello, Colin, and hello, Noah. Yes, that's Nibiu.
Weibin. It's a very deep question. Who is Weibin?
Oh,
wait.
He places it almost.
Don't play out. Don't play out.
We like valid words.
Does he only have that one spot to play it, or he can? Oh, he can put it kind of on top of the H as well, or below the H, but that's worse.
I think there's one clear spot here. Yeah.
The only one that doesn't open a 9-timer is
that
one.
Yeah.
And it does come down. So a 77-18 lead right out of the gate for Wasim.
Good afternoon, Sidewinder. We are looking forward to an excellent tournament indeed. Now that is Lewis McKay, right? Am I remembering correctly?
That is right.
I do try to keep track of all the usernames, but it's a full-time job. And it's been a few years. Excellent. It is indeed. Yay. Sometimes I say things correctly once in a while.
Yeah. Oh, it's helpful if people use the same username that when they use online, like on ISC or. Yeah, I actually don't. So on online, I'm actually TWQ, which.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So, but I think most of the people I know use the same kind of user name.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So Fado is 47 for Austin, making this a close game again, and it looks like Wasim has drawn a fairly poor rack post bingo.
Yes. What do you think he can do with this rack? I'm not seeing very much at all.
You can turn add into
Azure. I was thinking the same thing.
7 points.
7 solid points.
Yeah.
7 points.
Make that nice and font-sized.
You can play EUOI through the O and Fado for 4 points.
4 points.
That's too many points. Too many points.
Yeah.
4 points.
His highest scoring option is EAU underneath the dot T, making PE and TA and FIA.
Yeah, that's possible. EAU, I think.
Yeah, the leave of CEII is not the worst leave of all time, only kind of bad. So yeah, got to choose from
Yeah.
the best of a bad menu of options here if you're Wasim.
I think the thing that you might want to think about in this kind of position is what you are opening up for your opponent when you play something like EUOI. Even EAU also opens up something, potentially a double. That's kind of the worst case, but that spot, the double word score beneath EAU is going to be, net your opponent probably 30 points or so.
Yeah, it's an
Yeah,
extremely
compared-
easy spot to hit. Like literally any word practically can
Yeah.
go there. It's just gotta
Compared to
underline
like if
PE
you
and TA.
if you exchange, then maybe your opponent doesn't have that much score on the board.
Yeah, and Lewis is saying in the chat he thinks exchange is better than EAU because of giving away easy points with EAU. I would be inclined to agree personally. I am a fan of exchanging.
Yeah.
Yeah, Quackle is saying the best move here is to exchange 6, keeping only the E.
Interesting.
Yeah, it's pretty close.
Oh.
I mean, keeping CE and keeping ACE even are all pretty good options.
Oh, Wasim seems to be thinking like Quackle.
Probably wouldn't want to keep AE. That's a little bit too vowel heavy.
Yeah. Oh, right. I am looking at the stream, so I actually had a bit of delay myself. But yeah, he was thinking of changing E initially, then AE.
King of Lettuce points out playing peace keeps a nice lead for USTD through the O. Yes.
Dare to dream.
It's always nice to have peace on the board.
Yes.
Peace over the board.
If we can't have peace on Earth, at least on a Scrabble board, it's a good start. Lewis would
So
keep
he is
ace.
thinking of playing. Oh, he is thinking of playing IEU.
Yeah, he's
I do.
holding those letters for adieu in his hand there.
I mean, if I were to play something as opposed to exchanging, I'd probably lean towards that, even though I'm not sure how much Quackle would like it, but I'd personally exchange it in this situation.
Well, we were just
Yeah.
talking last round about time management with David Eldar, and Wasim, I mean, his first move was the obvious bingo, and his second move is this, and he's already used 5.5 minutes. So definitely a time management issue already for Wasim here.
All right, and he decides to play Ado.
Does he?
Adieu. He does, yes.
Oh, there we
Yeah.
go. Thanks,
You
Internet.
guys,
Finally
for you
showing.
guys in like 3 seconds.
So adieu for 7, and it's 84.65.
We've got Hubert commenting he doesn't like adieu very much, and that's valid. I think I'd prefer exchanging over that, but I would play that if I were to play something.
Yeah, I mean, if I had to play something, I would probably play EAU, but because I don't know, this just scores very, very, very little. But I do see that this doesn't open up that many scoring hotspots, but does open bingo lines, and that's kind of risky as well.
I mean, the problem is with a leave like ACEI, you need floating consonants for bingos, and all you're putting out is floating vowels. So it's
that as well.
not great.
Yeah.
He has
And I
shown
think
things like Acquire, but,
Or
or
Acequia.
Kaik, yeah, or Acequia. Yeah, he's got stuff.
Yeah, Austin he lined up Vag initially on top of I believe on top of Fado, but he might still play that. I haven't really seen that Wasim's play opened up much for Austin at all, so he might still take the points for that.
So I think the important thing here is to spot the PAV hook, the V underneath PA, because
Okay, that as well.
Vig
Yes,
and Viga are very, very strong options here.
yes.
making
A lot of
Pav
points
log.
for the P and the P's and the H.
Yeah, Viga is 31, which is the best score available here. Well, I guess Vitae, but that's not as good a play.
I think I prefer playing the vowel, Viga,
Oh,
just
nice
because
job,
everything
Austin. You
is
find
all the vowels are basically what's open to you. So I'm in favor of playing the vowel there as well.
Yeah.
Because Vig and Viga, I think on this board, Viga definitely.
Viga's the best play, and Austin finds it. Nice job.
Yeah. I mean, Vega, especially since it hits the triple letter score, it's just a lot more points.
Yep.
Yeah. If there were no bonus square there, maybe I would think about it again. Yeah. But too many points to pass up.
So Wasim is lining up cake at the moment. Cake. I don't think that's what it means, but I'm just thinking about cake now. And Verbilobe, you were thinking the same thing. I was thinking Austin thirsty. I am as well. We are in the Midwest. Lots of reasons for thirst. We'll get into that another time.
All right, calm down. This is a family-friendly show.
It is. I did not elaborate. Thank you very much.
Oh, a cake is a parrot. I did not know that.
That's not the kind of cake we're going to be eating today. We're going to be going for like an ice cream cake or
Yeah, I don't
something
think
like
we
that.
eat parrots here in Naperville. That's not local cuisine.
And Austin almost immediately spots Stretchy.
Yes.
Oh, very nice, Austin. Look at that. All right, so cake for 34 comes down. It's 118 to 96.
And Stretchy's going to be points.
Yeah, but Wasim may have a reply, not what he's lined up on his rack, but
He's got Crotella. Is that his rack?
yeah. But he's also spotted card load,
Oh, cartload. Very nice. Yeah.
so that's going to play for sure. Assuming Austin plays Stretchy, and he does. He plays Stretchy. That's a very good find.
Yeah, very nice. So that's going to give Wasim a spot for Crotella. So he's got an interesting choice between Crotella and Cartload. They're both pretty good options.
Yeah. I think coal tar used to be a word, but no longer.
Really? Coal tar. Huh, okay.
Yeah.
Didn't know that one.
It's good not to know that.
My brain just automatically deletes the phonies.
We like valid words. So between the two options, what are you leaning towards, both of you guys?
It's interesting. I mean, points-wise, they're similar. Crotella is 73 and Cartload is 76. They both put a C in the triple lane, so they're pretty similar plays.
Well, I like the score. I would just.
Cartload is down on the board in this case.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Cartload is played right away. Sounds good.
Yeah. I like the points. I think card load is slightly less open, but
Yeah, I think so.
very slightly. Yeah. But I think it should be pretty close.
All right, so Austin's got a bingo. Who spots it?
Yeah, there we go. Of course you would spot that. Yes, very good. Link Brats. Welcome to, this is Peter Andronowski, I believe.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, Linkrot through T is the only bingo, and I anticipate Austin will find that. Austin's played a pretty perfect game so far. I think Opa, Fado, Vega, and Stretchy were all the best play, so I would expect him to keep that up. He is one of the best in the world at finding his bingo. Well, really, he's one of the best in the world at every Scrabble skill, but finding his bingos included.
And the scoring never stops, so we would expect more scoring here. Yes. Hello, Peter. It has been quite some time. Nice to see you in the chat with us. Looks like you're also on Team Jacked. Hashtag. I've seen those pictures. You're working out, man. Let's see.
And Wasim will also have a reply after Linkrot goes down.
Oh, yeah.
We like points. All the points.
So, yeah. Well, I think we expected an explosive game, and I think that's what we're getting.
Absolutely.
Yeah, bingo, bango,
When they
bongo.
just draw bingos every turn.
It does.
It doesn't help when you miss it. Oh, he's placed lock.
Oh, he's doing it.
Oh, you hate it.
Oh,
And
didn't see it.
Lewis pointed that out. It's very easy just to play lock here. And it's like, well,
yeah.
a little bit of foreshadowing here.
I'll probably lock in lock. I don't know, something like that.
There's only one playable bingo here for Wasim.
Yeah,
Somebody in chat's going to spot it.
Brain lock. Nice.
brain lock.
Very nice.
Playable now.
Yeah, Barani is indeed the answer. Yeah, through the O and Fed O.
Yes. And he spots it. So he goes. He's going to go ahead.
All right, so Baronius comes down, and it's a 259 to 196 lead for Wasim. He's up by 63.
Excellent play from Wasim here so far.
Yeah. It actually blocks Rondino's.
Oh yeah, look
yeah,
at
yeah.
that. So no bingo here for Austin. Not really very many great options at all.
Yeah. So just in the nick of time by Wasim.
Scrabble needs a Peter return, says Colin. I agree. Bring back the Andronowski. Speaking of which, high intensity cardio and pull-ups. Yes, my good man. This is a variation of what I am doing at the moment as well. This week we don't have many options in the hotel, so it's probably going to be a lot of body weight workouts and maybe some dumbbell things. But, you make do.
Interesting rack here for Austin. I wonder
Yes.
how good it is just to fish the N. You can play NAB for 10, which is a pretty good score for just fishing an N. And I think that DINORS might actually hit pretty often. Like an E for endorse, an I for Sordini, things like that. I haven't simmed it yet, but I bet you it's competitive.
I'm actually thinking of like just maybe playing the S somewhere and just getting some points.
Well, I mean, because like cakes and something up with the PA. I mean, like if you're going for just points, then you could do that in, I don't know, hands or something.
Yeah. Or below cake.
Oh, QI and adjus and like
Yeah, something like that.
NIS.
Yeah.
Quackle points out Pans and Parson are both options.
Parson
there.
I thought about too. Yeah,
Yeah.
that seemed decent.
Oh, Parson. Interesting.
It opens an S hook. There's one S and both blanks still unseen, so a little bit of a risk there. That S spot is 6 spaces ahead of Stretchy, so you can't fit a bingo ending in S after Parson.
Yeah, the thing about this board is that the S is, well, it's always useful, but it's not as useful as it usually is.
True.
It's not many hooks available. And I think for me, like I'll be looking at, for example, the S of Baronius, trying to get some score there. Maybe if I pick up a big tau, or maybe the O of Baronius as well, the open O. Those are kind of the hotspots that I think I would be looking to score at, or hopefully if I pick up the right letters. So I wouldn't be too worried about the S. About keeping the S in this turn.
Yeah, that's fair. An interesting choice the sim brings up is playing on, just ON to the left of Stretchy, because you're making NY and you're setting up a spot for SNI for the S that you have.
Oh, that's very nice. That's very nice.
It's actually simming best by far. It's like 4 or 5 points better than anything else, which I'm actually kind of surprised it's that good.
That's a very quackily play, I would say.
It's a creative. It's
Yeah.
the kind of thing that like a Nigel would spot. Like it's a creative play that kind of benefits you and benefits the rack you're holding.
Yeah, I think that the interesting thing is that humans may react slightly differently to that kind of play.
That's fair.
That's why I was saying it's a quackily play, because I think if you're thinking like a
Oh, you
computer,
meant that as a pejorative. I see how it
Yeah.
is.
No, it's not a bad thing. It's just not considering the human factor.
Yeah.
That's all. But I think it's definitely a good play to consider. I don't know if I'd pull the trigger on it, but it's definitely a good one.
I see that Wasim has webinar.
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
And anything with block and playing straight down is going to be points for sure. So like there's no shortage of options. The quackily play, Jeremy, is ON, OH, and NY in the bottom left quadrant of the board. And Lewis, I would agree. Probably not something in general we do enough is thinking about how opponents react to things that are potentially setups. And I would say, yeah, Nigel definitely, of course, would be the one who considers it. There are specific players, I'm biased because I know some of them, players like Conrad. Conrad very heavily considers things like this in the plays that he makes. But you're right. In general, I would say it's not something we do enough collectively.
and he
It's
plays
ironic
not.
that play inferable is on the board possibly because we're talking about things that are inferable. And
Yeah,
you can literally play inferable through FE. So,
Okay, so Nod has come down at the end of the day.
okay.
They are now both holding blanks and bingos. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, no, I was gonna say that not looks like the kind of play that you make when you think that your opponent might have a very high scoring letter there, like the Z or the J. So he might be thinking about that, like trying to not to go too far behind, but fish a little at the same time.
So I'm kind of wondering why Wasim has played Brainier and not something down to make block in anything. I'm not sure if I would agree with going with this option, but what are your thoughts as to why maybe he would go with that instead of anything block and down?
I mean, points wise, they're similar. They're both like 78, 79-ish. Brainier's 76, so it's a little bit less, but not too much less. Huh.
Yeah, but does it score more than like webinars or something? I
Webinars
don't know.
is
Just like saying my name quite a few times, but yeah, webinar scores quite a bit.
I think webinars is 80 and Brainier's 76, so not a huge difference.
Someone has pointed out we should have webinars.
I think this broadcast is a webinar.
It is. This round is a webinar.
Yeah, I actually prefer that taking the 4 points there, but I'm not sure. Block is, I mean, playing something with block is all right as well, I guess. Is it about the same score, 76 as well?
Block options down, I think 79 was the highest.
I think so.
Okay, 79.
It's like one less than the very best options, which I think were all 80.
Yeah,
Right.
anything in row 14 that doubles the B. So Zebrina's is the cool one with the Z blank. And webinar,
Okay.
breaks and Emburies. Those are the 4 points. 4 places score 80 points.
I think
Yeah.
solidly on team block and anything down just because of what it does board control wise, but that is just my personal opinion.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. I mean, you're going to be up by 100 no matter what you do, and so you want to kind of limit your opponent's potential to bingo twice, basically. And I think brain, like that makes it a little harder.
Jeremy points out in the chat, Brainier even randomly sets up the X. Yeah, that's part of the issue I have with Brainier is just the really easy points that are given back by leaving the I underneath the triple letter score. That's not something I want to do personally when I'm bingoing, if there are choices. And in this case, there were definitely choices. Austin has got, I assume, Liern's lined up and not Viernes, Cesar. It is no longer Friday. It is Saturday.
Yeah. Liern's is a 6-tile overlap, so it's a very nice play, and he just puts it on the board right now, underneath Brainier. Is that the highest scoring play? Looks like it's going to be really one of the top choices available.
Yeah, that is the highest scoring play. Very nicely found by Austin. Beautiful.
Very nice. And Wasim has Umu lined up on his rack, not Uwu.
Woo.
Umu Wiggy.
I think Uwu came up in anagrams last night as well because it was in that horrible pool we had near the end of the game.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, this is not the kind of rack that you want to have when like Austin catches up to you.
I mean, on the other hand, I don't know if I'd actually would exchange. Maybe if I were to exchange, it would be now before it gets level. But I'm just looking to see if I would because there's still scoring options even with the terrible.
Yeah, Umu on the far left making and my is totally fine. It's 27 points and clears out some of the junk. No need to exchange here.
Wasim mega punished.
Nah, he's fine. He's still up by 45 and he's got scoreable tiles.
Ooh, and Austin's going to have a really nice play on top of Brainier because of what happened with Liern's. G will play very nicely there.
Oh, maybe and Lays. Oh yeah, look at that.
Yeah, that's a little bit of. I mean, I guess when you play Brainier, you kind of lose control of what goes on. Sometimes, a bit unlucky for this to happen to Wasim, but it does happen sometimes.
Yeah, I mean, he made IN with the J and the Z both unseen, so Jin and Zin are both things he's got to be worried about.
Yeah, I mean before that it was the X, so now it's the J and the Z. So and his rack was so bad that he couldn't really do anything. Maybe he could have thought of some kind of extension for lock, but I don't think he had any.
Yeah, so G has come down.
Yeah, G comes down quickly as you'd expect, and we got ourselves a close game again. 348,
Yeah.
362. Wasim's up by 14.
Rasuara and Damas, could Wasim have played brainier because he wanted to block the double W with FB, especially the blank out? I don't think so. And then as pointed out further down in the chat, any plays involving block will block that lane as well. Yeah, so I think it was just, personally, in my opinion, a mistake based on the options available.
And Wasim draws Wiggier.
Oh,
Oh, it's
Wiggier.
Wiggier, more like
Wiggy. More wiggy.
Abounding in Wiegand.
we could all stand to be a little bit Wiggier
Yeah,
in our lives.
That's true.
Wiggeries.
By the way, table one's going to be Wiggier next round. We're going to have Dave Wiegand against Jeff Teveno coming up.
Oh,
so
yes,
looking
very
forward
good.
to that for sure. Speaking of explosive players who can play a lot of bingos, Dave and
Yes.
Jeff definitely qualify.
Yes. I'm having trouble finding a good play for Wasim actually. I mean this game, in this move.
So his best option is really pretty. It's Wigeon, Wigeon, into the ON on the far right there, making paw.
Ooh, that's
Not easy to
not
spot,
an easy spot. Yeah, not an easy spot.
but it's the
I
best
might-
play by far, so he really should
That's-
find it.
Board vision required here, definitely.
Yeah. I saw Wig there, but I didn't see the extension.
Oh, yeah. Put the E on there.
All right, so
Yeah.
wires
I
going
might
down.
have seen it in the real game, but it's not easy.
Yeah, if you don't see Wigeon, Wire is
Wires
one
a
of the next
reasonable
best
option,
options,
for sure.
So Wasim goes ahead by 35, and Austin's on turn. This is going to be a close game.
We like these, I'm sure they're sweating, but we like having close games. Full of all TED dramas. We
And-
love TED dramas.
Wow.
Austin plays Wifty very, very quickly.
He's in an interesting spot. He had Wifty making EW on the far right for 45, but he plays this Wifty for 38 instead.
And it seems to be held and maybe challenged.
Oh, good call. Yeah, they're going to challenge it. It is good. So
Yeah,
5 is coming Austin's way.
he did have Wifty below.
Yeah, it was 7 points more.
I think he probably played it pretty quickly, a bit too quickly maybe. But maybe he likes the volatile situation.
Perhaps.
This opens up a triple word score. The S of Boronius is still open for a bingo. Personally, I would have taken the points. Yeah, but
Yeah, me too. But Wifty is 43 when you include the +5 for the challenge, and Austin now
Yeah.
leads by 12.
Nice.
No, by 8. I can't. Numbers are hard, man.
And that's
Austin leads
why
by
we're
8.
here.
I only got 1 coffee. Okay, you got 2. I'm jealous.
That's true. Double or nothing. Can you infer anything after wire? I was just thinking that.
It does look a little bit fishy, I guess, to only play 2 tiles, but
I think all you can infer is that you don't have a D when you're playing wire, because otherwise
and
do that.
Wasim plays which I think is not a word.
right? Yeah.
And Austin, and he seems to have drawn his letters already, or yeah, I think so. So Austin hasn't. I don't think he's held play.
Oh my. Flash draw.
Well, I think he could have held it. But
So Austin's clock is running. He's definitely committed Widge to the board.
yeah,
Perhaps that was also to try and take out the X plays, given that we now see Wasim has. Hang on, no, I'm thinking the wrong player. I'm sorry. I'm thinking the wrong.
Wasim now has Nitroxes.
Oh yes, yes. Ooh.
Well, I'm just wondering which word Wasim confused it with.
Well, there's Waj with an O. There's
Sorry, no, you missed my pun.
oh, Widge. Oh, I got it. Okay, thank you. I gotta stay on my toes. You guys pun so much. It's hard. Oh, jeez.
Yeah, he played that really quite quickly as well. So I don't know. It's like this is a 5-point challenge game, so technically you shouldn't be afraid of.
All right, 3 tiles in the bag.
Sure.
We got our pool of EIO and 7 consonants. Interesting spot here. Austin is now down by, what is that, 25? 25 points. And he's
Oh, this is these unseen letters are.
Oh, these are the wrong letters. I'm sorry. I got the wrong letters on Austin's
Okay.
rack. I'm still getting used to this interface. All right, here we go. It is still EIO and 7 consonants, but it's a different 7 consonants than I said. Okay.
Right.
So this is
Interesting.
a pretty brutal spot for Austin. Bingoing looks extremely unlikely, and he's down by 25. How are you going to make that up?
Yeah, it looks like I don't know. It feels like he might have to leave. Like,
What about
This one
Volgo?
open?
Like I'm thinking,
Yeah.
even if I not sim the highest, something like Volgo on the O and cartload to like jump some of the awkward stuff.
yeah, no, I think something like that makes sense. But
We have
Yeah,
omnipotence here, but I mean, or omniscience, pardon me. But yeah, Pavs. So he's going for points. Okay.
Yeah, people in chat are pointing out that he's doomed because there's no vowels he can draw, and I think that's correct. We see Wasim's rack. We know that he has EIO, and so Austin has
Yeah.
going to all consonants, and he's going to be very sad.
Sad.
So what does he play? He plays
He played
Pavs.
Pavs and cakes, and here
Got
comes
it.
Nitroxes pretty much instantly.
yeah, GG.
yeah, the thing about Valgo is that you have to draw at least 2 vowels, I think, to actually and I think what you're trying to get is also, I mean, either hope that your opponent has no bingo or you draw a response, which I think is not very likely. But yeah, you never know. I mean, the 3 vowels could have been in the bag as well. The unseen letter looks
wrong. I'm sorry. It's an L, not a Z.
Yeah.
So nothing much Austin can do here. He's going to lose by a
Zlug,
solid bingo
zlug.
size margin.
Zlug, zlug, zlug.
Slug, indeed.
He got zlugged right at the end there.
Yeah, you got slugged right in the face. Painful.
Yeah, I think what Austin did was decent. I mean, playing the 2
Yeah, Pabs is nice.
consonants all. Yeah, but
You just got to hope to draw vowels, and he
Yeah.
didn't.
Oh, and there's Muntz on Austin's rack. I'm thinking Simpsons again.
Nice.
Nelson Muntz.
Nelson. Speaking of getting slugged in the face, he's
Yeah.
the bully, right? Yeah.
Yes. Smell you later.
yeah, I'm not seeing very much other than like playing the Z at on top of with the.
Mitsurugi says, "Hi folks, are you doing Quackle files of each game? If so, could you share them with me? It would be great for material for my times column."
Yes, absolutely. So what we're going to do is publish a blog on cocoscobble.org every evening after games are over, and I'm going to link all 7 games each day in that blog, so you can check that out tonight.
Excellent. And Evans, just one more time for
That
our lovely
website
viewers.
is cocoscobble.org.
All right. We'll type that in the chat as well.
Yeah, so cocoscobble.org/wordcuplive is where we got all the pairings and standings. That's word-cup-live. And then /news is the blog where we're going to have posts each day, like kind of summarizing all the action.
So he's lined up Zit. I think that's something like about what I see as well. Just 34 points to close out the game.
And I think worth pointing out here, Yes, the game is decided. Something Austin's doing that we can talk about that's not really like, it's not quackily, it's just more like tournament metrics, is you want to try and minimize spread, right? Like when you know you're going to lose, every little point comes in to make a difference if you have close standings at the end where spread is a tiebreaker.
Yep.
So I think part of what Austin's doing, like we can see Zit very likely is going to be the best choice, but he's probably making sure he's not giving up any unnecessary points because even just a few could make a difference later on in the tournament. So it's always good when you have the time like he does with 5 minutes on the clock to make sure it is the best choice.
For sure. With our omniscience, we know that the best play is indeed Zit, and there is not much to think about. But for Austin, he can't know that. He's got to actually look.
Yeah.
Computers are very helpful for us, but he can't use them. That'd be cheating.
And this is where having enough time comes in handy. We have a different situation this game than last round, where
Yeah.
time was a massive factor in the end game. But here they both have more than enough time to figure out their optimal moves at the end.
Yeah.
The reality with these two games is they're both decided by a late bingo. So
Yes.
we saw Oriental get the win for Chris Lipe in round 1, and now Nitrox is for Wasim here in round 2. Decisive bingos at the end both times.
And Wasim plays LO to go out, so that's second game decided.
All right.
All right, so for a final score here,
Oh, I'm failing. Hold on. Zit, and then he's
Just
got
an L.
There
LO.
we go. He plays L. Which LO? Does it matter?
On top
Not
of
really.
Nitrox's.
Okay. Final score is going to be Wasim 518 and Austin 452. So a nice win here for Wasim Khatri in round 2.
yes, and I would normally ask you what you think the swing play was, but it's already kind of been defined in the chat. I think Widge coming down with that lovely draw after is definitely our lovely little swing to decide this game.
Yeah.
The scoring unfortunately did stop. Well, technically it didn't. It kept going for Wasim, but it stopped with a few
Honestly,
clunky
the scoring
wraps.
was just fine. It was 43 and then 27 and 34 at the
Yeah.
end for Austin. He did keep scoring. That wasn't the problem.
I think somewhat ironically, he needed to stop the scoring. From
Yes,
Wasim
that was the
very
problem, was that the
briefly.
scoring didn't stop.
The scoring did not stop from Wasim's side,
When
and
your
it could
opponent
have.
scores 518, you need to make the scoring stop more often. Yeah.
Yes.
All right, I'm going to go check on some directorial stuff. I'm going to let
Okay.
y'all chat it up. I'll be right back.
Evans is multitasking and doing a fine job of it, I must say.
Yeah.
Yes, he's doing all that, and he's doing the Quackle as well. So many hands. Yes. Yeah, I think this game was well, you can see some slight inaccuracies from both players, but I think overall they found pretty decent plays as well. So maybe Austin will be sad that he didn't challenge Rich.
Yeah, I think it's that, and like technically two mistakes that were notable like that, but also I mean it's hard. But Link Rot's playing Lock instead, that would be another one.
Yeah.
And then if we look more Wasim side, just to see some of those, I don't really see anything major in that sense. Correct me if I'm wrong. I think really just like being able to see Widgeon would have been nice, but it's not really major. It was just slightly different compared to Wire, but yeah. Tariq is on the chat. Hello, Tariq. It's been quite some time. Nice to see you here. And yeah, Wasim played a
Hello,
really
Tariq.
good game.
Yes, spotting card load and Baronias, and he played those really very quickly. Dottie as well, yeah. So he played all his bingos, very, almost immediately, and I think he
had many.
well,
Brainier, Cartload, Boronia's, Adoptee, 5 Nitroxes.
yeah, well, that's the number of bingos you need to put Austin away sometimes.
Yeah. I think if you were to talk about anything that might have been slight mistake, I still prefer a play down making block in anything to Brainier, but to me it's minor. But to me that's the only one I'd say maybe I'd do something different. But 5 bingos is definitely going to help you get to that nice high score. Overall, really solid game from both these players. Let us have a look at the rest of the chat. Let's just see. The commentary is just as exciting as the game itself. Well, thank you, Tariq. We're doing our best to make this as interesting as possible for all of you. I have missed being in the broadcast booth. It's been some time, joined by some wonderful friends. Wabin here as well, providing expert insight for those of us who maybe don't have quite the expertise to provide, namely me.
Come on. I would love to see a lot more variety in the commentary booth as well. Yeah, so we can even invite Tariq to come online and speak with us sometime, maybe. I'm sure that would
Absolutely.
be, that would be within the realm of possibilities.
Well, we know that remote guests are now possible. We have a wonderful production team helping us out for the entire event. And yeah, we know that we can definitely have people remotely join. Matthew says, I would listen to Jesse commentating on paint drying. Oh dear. Well, basically doing a live safety demo on an aircraft is essentially paint drying. So in that case, you would be obliged to listen, unlike paint drying. But thank you for that. Let's see what else we have in the chat here. I think we've caught up on all the chat. I don't think we've missed anything else. I do my best for all of you in the chat and watching. I do my best to keep up with the chat and also with the behind the scenes stuff and coordinating with our quackler, who is Evans at the moment. Not the easiest watching 3 or 4 different screens, I must say. Keeping the brain active all day. It's a different kind of challenge.
Yeah, I thought a commentator should be good at the game. Yeah, that's precisely why we need you in the booth, Tariq.
Yes.
How do you block out plays like Witch and not carry it into next game? Meaning, do you mean like the disappointment of not blocking, not challenging off Witch, or the disappointment of playing Witch?
Yeah, I think it's. I think that's what I was getting out of the question as well, and that's a good point. Hi, C. Davey. I'm not sure if I know your actual name, but welcome to the chat and to the broadcast. I think it's a good question. I mean, that's really one of the things that, honestly, any of us as players, expert or otherwise, that's something that we have to deal with, is keeping every game separate. You know, whether you win or you lose, keeping it okay. That was that game. And not letting it put you on tilt, as some people would say, into the next game. It's easier said than done, but that comes with experience and time. Is things happen. There are controllable errors. There are uncontrollable things that come up in a game. And I think for me personally, Wavin, maybe it's different for you, but I think it's actually helpful for me personally to acknowledge, yes, it was a mistake, acknowledging that it was, and just being like, okay, it happened, and then moving on from it. I think if you get into the place of trying to put situational variables or whatever, or make excuses, I think that's actually worse for me personally. If I use that and carry that into the next game, instead of being like, yep, I screwed up, it happened, you know, things happen, and just leaving it there after addressing it and acknowledging it. But I don't know if you have a different approach. That's kind of how I deal with it.
Yeah, for me, well, I guess there are things that kind of you think that it's really well. I guess it really depends. Like a play like Witch, if I were the person who played Witch, then maybe, and my opponent didn't challenge it, I wouldn't really think too much about it. But if I was the person who didn't challenge it, I would probably let myself get angry for a little bit, and then I would just move on, you know. So I think that's kind of what you need to do sometimes as well. Like just let it out for a little bit and then move on. Yeah.
Something interesting for sure that I know I've done as a player is, like, we often go out into the hallway between rounds, and we will have our post-mortem outside, if you will, discussing our various games with people between trips to the washroom or getting water, and we kind of also let it out with each other in the hallway. And that's another way, is there is definitely a community aspect to all of the tournament scene. And that's one of them, is this kibitzing and post-morteming out in the hallway before going to the next game. I'm not sure how much you like to do that, Wavin, but I know I do for sure, win or lose.
I forget my games very, very quickly. So yeah, I just, well, for me, it's just, I guess I don't get that angry anymore, I guess, because sometimes I think like these things happen too often. So I'm like, it's just, you know, it's just part and parcel of the game, and it's just trying to avoid these things happening. And if they happen, so be it. You know, nobody's, well, at least none of us are Nigel, so no one's perfect, and we all make these mistakes sometimes.
Let's see. Cesar says, I can literally play through several of my games from 2007 Players Championship. That's dedication, Cesar. I'm impressed. I cannot remember back that far for games. I remember plays, but certainly not games.
Yeah.
So while they're squaring up the tiles and we're getting ready for the next game, we're just going to do a nice little shot of the playing room so you can all see what's going on here. Sonic says, "Can we have David Brown on stream? Seems like an interesting player to watch." I don't know much about this David Brown character, so I have no particular answer to this question. I don't know if they're playing here or what division they're playing in. Ultimately, someone else makes the decisions for who's on stream, but noted. Thank you.
He's now on 2-0, so
Okay.
maybe that's why. Yeah.
David beat Adam Logan and Rashid. Okay,
Ooh.
interesting. That's very good. Okay. Allison says, "Where can I see how Conrad is doing?" I believe that would be in the link put further up. Let me just copy.
Yeah, I can check.
I'll just copy and paste the link. Or Wabin did perfect. Okay, thank you.
Conrad's also on 2 wins, so
2-0. Okay.
yeah, tiny spread though, 35 spread. So
Take the
swing.
wins whenever
take
you
the
get
wins.
them.
Take the wins.
I do believe the next game that we have. What's that?
Yes.
Oh, we have a live audio from Table 1, it sounds like.
Mm-hmm. So the next game is going to be David Wigan.
I believe it's Wiegand and Jeff Tavano.
Yeah, I think I heard that just now. So I think the next game is going to be co-commentated by Jeremy from Singapore, Jeremy Koo.
Excellent.
Yeah, I'm just going to probably go off in a little bit.
Okay.
So I'm trying to work on well, just to let the chat know, I'm also trying to work on something to kind of automate the score updating from the Quackle file, and hopefully the tile tracking as well. So that will be interesting, and it will save a little bit of effort on Evan's side. Is David Brown and Nigel Elias?
It sounds like something that would be in one of Matthew Tunnicliffe's stories.
Yeah, we should have I don't know, some kind of mugshot of David Brown. Who is David Brown? Or did Elda change his surname? All right, I think that 2 players are seated on table 1 now. I mean, it's not on the stream yet, but it's time for me to log off for now.
All right.
So it's a pleasure commentating in this game, and all the best for the rest of the stream. I will still be around, and I can even hop in at some point later as well.
Excellent. I will keep that noted for us on this end. Webin, thank you for joining us. We will see you again whenever you are back in the commentator booth formally. Until then, I'll see you in the chat. Thanks for joining us.
All right, bye.
Welcome back to the Chicago area. We are here for the 2022 World Cup. Jesse Matthews coming live, and Evans Clinchy has returned next to me in studio, but we also have another guest commentator with us this round. Coming again from the other side of the world, we have Jeremy Koo. Welcome to the broadcast.
Hello, everyone. It's great to be here. Excited for coverage of this event, and I'm happy to be a part of it as well.
All right. So we're getting started. Dave is on a 1-1 record, and Jeff is 2-0. First couple of racks here. Dave has got a Hido plus an extra I and S, and Jeff is going towards Motown so far. Let's see what else he's got. Oh, that's definitely not Motown. That's very ugly. There we go. He's going for Hidos right away to get nice points.
How many? My Quackle is crashing, so I got to count points by hand. Is it 42?
44.
44. Okay.
44.
I'll try and get my Quackle back up and running in a second, but my
So-
laptop is having a hard time.
Grabbing the pen. We're going to write down racks until he gets Quackle up again.
Thanks.
That was a pretty fast Ejidos from Dave, but it does look like the best play. The interesting aspect of it is that Dave was very sure that it was the best play, only spending a little more than 40 seconds there. Jeff has a pretty bad rack on the other hand. He's probably going to play QI, I would assume.
All right, just finished writing down to catch up. Sorry, guys. Just coming back to the chat here. Yeah, QI options definitely are the ones that immediately would pop out as one potential way to deal with this. I mean, like, you are offering back some things with the triple letter score, but nothing to be worried about. There's no massive point bombs to be concerned with after playing QI there. So yeah, seems reasonable enough. 2, 3, 25.
So Jido's plus an I, and then what was the rack? QI keeping
QI,
GMOTW?
yeah, dumped.
We back. All right, so QI
All right.
for a score of 44 to 25. Got it.
Excellent. All right, Quackle is back up and running. No more writing down for me.
Laptop was very sad for a second.
Sad.
All right, so what's Dave got here?
Head OIE.
Kind of garbage. Okay.
Lewis suggests Hoyd or Jihadi. Wabin is weighing in saying the same. Hoyd is coming down. Yeah, that's definitely a fair
I
number.
think Hoyt looks a little bit better. I mean, obviously a very close place, but
Yep. I mean, it's the
it's
best.
just a
scoring-
little more defensive, and the leave is very slightly better. Also, it probably scores a little bit more. I haven't counted.
Yeah, Hoyt is 36 and Jihadi's 34, so it's just a little bit more points, and yeah, very solid play.
It's just slightly better in every respect.
Yep, exactly.
I mean, those make for the best kind of decisions, right? When you have two candidate players, be like, well, this one is actually better in all respects, so I don't need to think about it.
Yeah, the harder decisions are like, this one's a little better points, this one's a little better leave, which do I prefer? Yeah, this one was clearer than that. So an early deficit for Jeff Tevenow, down 80 to 25 right out of the gate. What can he do here?
Lewis says
Well,
he.
I mean,
nice. Go ahead, sorry.
He's got a number of plays that put the X under Jido's. That's like the automatic thing you're looking at. It's oh, I didn't mean that. I meant with the X under the E of a Jido's.
Yeah,
Which is slightly more volatile, which is something that's probably desirable at this scoreline.
Looks like Jeff's deciding to go with walks, going for less of the volatility. So he's played walks underneath the Vejidos.
Yeah, so Moxa would have been 47 underneath Ejido's because it would have made JA, but a little bit of a point sacrifice, but it is a better leave. Interesting trade-off.
Chea asks, do none of you ever sleep? I'm assuming that is in reference to Weibin and Jeremy.
Well, Chia's awake as well, so I don't
Exactly.
see what-
I was gonna say. He's also awake. For those of you who don't know, local time in Singapore, I believe, is around 1 a.m.
Yep, it's just before 1 a.m. Excellent time to be awake, watching Scrabble, obviously.
Very good. We're happy to have you here.
I believe you volunteered to do some games after lunch, right? So you'll still be awake at 4 or 5 a.m.?
I might be, yeah.
I was kidding, but I mean, you're welcome to join if you like.
I mean, it is the weekend, so.
Not to be confused with the Wiegand, who is currently playing Scrabble. I can pun too, Jesse.
Nice. Sonic says, I think there's enough Singaporeans online now to play our own mini Blitz tournament between rounds. That's valid. That's kind of cool. Nice side event. Sup to ND. Okay. I will also say sup to ND.
So a few bingo options here for Dave. The best play is not easy to spot. It's Padella above Hoyd with 4 overlaps. That's an 80-point play,
Nice.
making PO and AI and etc. Not an easy word, Padella. Appealed is a more common word. That's available through the E in Agitos. And that's 76. So a few options here. Dave is one of the absolute best in the world at finding bingos. I would probably put him second only to Nigel in that category. So if there's anybody you can trust to find things like Padella, it's him. But even for him, it's not easy.
Nuff Drew says, what dictionary are they playing with? This is the Collins Dictionary, so the International Standard English Scrabble Dictionary for tournament play. Dave is opting for palaced or palated. I'm not sure which one.
Oh yeah, we'll need to get a blank check from our producers. Yeah, Palast and Paladin are both good. So
Dave's play is not the highest scoring, but it does have its own merits. Maybe he deliberately is playing in a more defensive way.
yeah, it's possible. I mean, Padella looks pretty strong in every respect. Like, I don't think it's defensively a bad option either. But
So for those of you who are OCD with tile placement, do you see what I am seeing on the board right now?
oh, the blank is sideways.
Yes.
Oh, sad. I believe under Wesper rules that can be challenged off the board if the blank is sideways. I'm just kidding.
I want to reach onto the board through the screen and turn that right
I
now.
know,
It's just
right?
like, I can't. Like, if it were me sitting at the board, I'd be turning that tile, even though it's not my play. Which, for those of you who don't know the rules etiquette, you could technically turn the tile on your own time, but certainly not on theirs.
I'm probably going to assume it's Palast because that's more defensive. The theme of the play is defense. If it is Paladin, there are some interesting plays here for Jeff underneath.
We will see if the team in the room will be able to verify on the blank slip possibly what that blank is and pass it on to us. Then we can definitely discuss candidate plays at that point in time. I'm going to assume it's a C because of the nature of how Dave plays, but we'll just wait for official confirmation.
Also, Andrew, if you want to just reach in and turn that blank sideways, nobody's going to fight you on it. I'm
Yeah.
just saying. I'm just saying.
Can you turn tiles the wrong way on your opponent's turn?
No.
Not the wrong way. You can fix them to have them turned correctly on your own time, but no, turning them the wrong way, that would be a big etiquette no-no.
Okay, the blank is a C. We've confirmed. Thanks to our producers for that. So Palace is on the board, and Jeff has some options here. The best play appears to be today, underlapping Palace with PO and AD and etc. That's a 37-pointer. Nothing else is going to score that much. Jolty is pretty cool through the J and the L. Pretty much every play is in that corner of the board. Just plays overlapping Palace and plays through Palace like Jolty. But yeah,
I mean,
Jolty.
I wouldn't really be happy with today in Jeff's position because it seems pretty easy for Dave to just underlap the play and leave the board relatively tight again.
It's true.
Well, Jolty has come down. We officially have a vertical play. As was pointed out, the other plays were all horizontal prior to this. at least primarily horizontal. Although one could argue QI was technically both. It could have been counted as horizontal or vertical. This isn't an actual official vertical play. Dave, with that D down one more, would have Oalade, or I don't even know how you pronounce that, but sadly, it does not come down in this case.
I think it's Iliad.
Really?
Oh my gosh. I never would have guessed that.
Iliad to me is spelled very differently. If I'm thinking like Homer.
Because if you look it up, it's well, I guess the pronunciation might be different, but it means the same as Iliad, which is a bunch of alternate spellings.
Oh my gosh. You're
So
right.
in this
Look at
case,
that.
it's an amorous glance. So I would say Iliad in this case because it pertains to sight as opposed to Iliad like the books.
By the way, you're always thinking of Homer, but usually it's Simpson.
Yes. My name is Mr. Plow. That's right. My name is Mr. Plow.
SMRT, you are so smart. All right, so Dave is ahead by roughly a bingo size score, 155 to 91. He's not, desperate to make anything happen here, but he's going to pretty much waste a turn scoring very little. His best option is to score like 9 in the case of OE next to Jolty, or like 12 for a play like 8 ATE through the T in Jolty. Nothing is very strong here. Perhaps his highest scoring option is AIA for 15 points on the right side of Jolty there.
Let's not get ahead of ourselves here.
I know, right? Let's not get crazy, but he could make a 15-point play. So, not easy. If you're Dave here, what you want to think about is how can you best prepare yourself to bingo next turn?
Yeah, I mean, like in that case, something that's not as high scoring. I mean, like Aloe and Soda would be giving yourself more potential lanes. Or Aloe off the Y, and Jolty is really aggressively opening up the board. But
Yeah.
Soda and Aloe, that's a potential way to give yourself another place to smack stuff down.
Yeah, it looks interesting.
I mean, I don't think he needs to be too concerned about opening the board because although it's somewhat restricted, there are still very good lanes for sevens. And with the flexibility of the blank, he should be able to draw a 7 with any reasonable draw. Of course, he could play 2 vowels and draw 2 more vowels, but
Yep.
Yeah, and I'm not a fan of that for that reason. Although it would, I mean, like on paper, something like OE would be great to keep a nice balanced rack that Quackle would love. But, the the human factor of what if I draw this, yeah. But I could see OE being a fairly high simming play if that were be. I don't know. I haven't looked at Quackle yet on the side, but I'm assuming that one's probably high up there, along with any 3 vowel 4.
Yeah, so a lot of Quackle's favorites here are kind of the straightforward ways to fish by playing 2 vowels. It very slightly likes just OE and OY for 9 points the best. And then 8 through the T in Jolty is also pretty high up there. But yeah, there's really no, superstar play here. You just got to slog through some vowels and hope for the best. We see Jeff
he
has.
goes for AIA.
Oh, he does go for AIA. Okay.
Yeah, and Jeff has the opposite problem with his rack, I guess. Than
Yeah.
Dave. Is there some reasonable way?
Well, I'm assuming Bomb or something like that on top of Hoyd.
I'm trying to find a 6-letter word ending in I, but I don't think there is one.
No, I don't think so. Oh, so one nice option here is to play off the B and the M with Bima through the disconnected EA there. That's 21 points and keeps a reasonable leave.
Lewis concurs in the chat as well, but saying he's thinking out loud, might like to leave the E open, and that's valid.
Yeah. Yeah, Balm is a solid option as well. Balm on the top right above Hoyd.
Yeah, I'm not
I'm-
really sure about Bima. I did see it, but it concerns me that it's kind of restrictive. At this scoreline, Jeff should be thinking about getting 2 bingos probably to catch back up, and Bima kind of manages the board poorly because it closes off the top left.
Yeah, that's a good point. One option that Quackle's throwing out there is playing Mela in the same spot, the M and the L. It's 8 points less, but it does open up more bingos because of the M is easier to parallel. That might be a little bit too much to give up, though. 8 points is a lot.
It looks like he's considering Ramble to the E.
Ramble does blow the board wide open if you do that.
Yeah, Ramble and Marble are both reasonable choices as well. I do think Jeff is a player who kind of prefers longer words to shorter ones if he's given relatively equal options. So a play like Ramble or Marble from him would be unsurprising, I think, and it's a good play. I mean, it's one of your more reasonable options here.
So it looks like Ramble is coming down on the E in Ejidos.
Yeah, I think I like this choice. It's not going to work out well in practice, but I think I like this choice. Not knowing that, not knowing Dave's rack.
Yeah, so plenty of options now for Dave to get a bingo down.
All of the bingos.
Yes, Dr. Bing is going to get a bing.
Cesar has noticed I am intentionally using the correct Spanish pronunciation for ejido every time
very
it comes
very
up.
nice.
I don't expect you all to know. You're not Spanish speakers.
I could have guessed that, but I was just being lazy. Didn't think about it.
Drumbledore is not a word. Nice.
What does Ramble take? Dramble is no good,
Well,
is it?
Bramble.
Oh,
Definitely.
Bramble. There you go.
One of my favorite
Only a B.
levels.
Okay.
Oh, I know Cesar's going to know this and appreciate this. One of my all-time favorite levels and favorite soundtracks from a Nintendo game is Bramble Scramble from Donkey Kong Country 2. That immediately came to my mind when I thought of Bramble.
So a lot of choices here for Dave. The A in Ramble is now open, so Real Tone and Alluron are interesting choices. I kind of like Alluron. It keeps the board, closed for anything too scary. Like Real Tone is going to open a triple. If you play Relleno,
Hey,
that would
there we
also open
go.
a triple. So you don't want to do that either if you can avoid it. Alluron looks to be the best bingo that scores decently well, 66 points, and doesn't open any triples. I could go for some Chile Relleno right about now. So definitely want to take a think here if you're Dave and make sure you get this one right. But yeah, he is going to go with Alluron, and I like it. Dave and Jeff are two of the faster players we've seen so far on table
Yes.
one. Didn't have quite this level of speed in the first two rounds.
Yeah, we're blitzing on through here. We might be able to feature one of those Singaporean blitz games at this rate before we get the next round.
All right, so the updated score once my laggy internet kicks in is, yeah, there we go. 236, 113 is the advantage for Dave Wiegand now. Oh, now I see why the chat was talking about viduously. Okay.
Yes. Except, hold.
Yeah, except it's not a word. Details.
What was a blank played as I'm watching with the sound off? I was about to answer that with sound. Duh. Someone can type that.
So not a great rack here for Jeff. I guess one option would be Divo, D-I-V-O, into the O up top in Alluron. Keeping a glorious leave of O-S-U-Y. I don't know. This is pretty rough. Not a lot of great choices here. Yes.
There's actually a lot of ease in the pool. I'm just trying to think. No, Jeff's too far behind for that. Never mind.
You thinking about Div?
Well, I was trying to think of something that would involve shorter plays with a few of the clunkier tiles, like Yay or Yad and something playing down. But
Yeah, so one option is you can play Div, making Yad, and setting up, some sort of divs or divvy or dive hook for yourself. But I think that's too risky because just Dave is going to have one of those letters just too often.
And all the many spellings of pilaf. There's just so many. It's redonk.
So I mean, this is obviously not a good situation for Jeff.
Yeah.
But I feel like there are like a number of schools of thought about how to play from like a large deficit. One is that you should just basically fish every turn and like hope to like draw multiple big goals in a row.
Yeah, I mean, that can backfire. Yeah, go on. Sorry.
Yeah, and so if you're going to do that, I think you would play something like Divi and Yet.
You could go even shorter, because if you're going to be playing fishy and play one tile, you could play a Y and hope for an E for devious if you're going to play super short. But I'm not sure if I'm a fan of super short in this situation. But yes, that is one school of thought.
That might be worth considering if there was like a spot for the Y to score like, 25 or something. But playing the Y, you're not going to score anything, basically.
And also, if Devious were a better bingo. Like, the only spot for Devious is underneath Hoyd, right? And that's going to open a triple and score very little. Yeah.
Yeah. I think Devo is pretty solid as far as, getting points, not playing too many letters. Because, I think regardless, when you're behind, you obviously don't want to rapidly approach the end of the game. So you want to play relatively fewer tiles. So I think Devo accomplishes scoring okay and not accelerating the end of the game. Whereas if you're Dave, whenever possible, and you have a sizey lead, you want to play more tiles as long as you keep it in balance is the primary school of thought. Kufi would be super ideal if you could get that down somewhere.
Probably don't want to play Kufi making Yak and putting an I in the triple lane.
Not recommended.
Not the best idea.
Points-wise, it's great, but practically speaking, it gives a lot back. But he's still lining it up just to look at it and think about it. On a static sim, it's going to be high, but considering all the possible playbacks.
So a more reasonable play might be Fike, F-I-K-E in the top right above Aileron. That's 27 points and a somewhat playable leave.
So Fike has come down
Oh,
on
and he does
top
play it.
of
Okay.
Aileron.
Good play.
So that takes a Y, right?
Fikey with an EY, is that right?
I don't know how you spell Fikey. I'm thinking about it.
I think it's only
not sure.
F-I-K-Y.
No.
Fikey.
I have been given a challenge to pronounce all the variant spellings of pilaf very quickly. I'm going to politely pass, but that is an interesting challenge. Someone has pointed out uremia on Dave's rack now.
Yeah.
Well, it currently doesn't fit anywhere, right?
I'm having a look at the board, trying to see if it does. Yeah, I don't think so. Feud doesn't quite give enough spots to write. That's 6 tile spots, so it.
Well, he can play uremia without the second A.
Yeah, the shorter uremia would play there. Yeah, would not recommend that play.
I would think that Jeff here wants to find a play that plays the P and the Y and score something reasonable. I see Pokey through the K, but maybe Pokey's fine. Stuff is still open after that. It does block the D from bingos for starting with the D, but bingos are more likely to end in the D. I'm not really sure where Jeff is thinking of playing the word he's arranged on his rack, Yorn.
Oh, Yorn plays making Nye and Fiad.
Yeah, that's a nice bit
okay.
there. You could just play Yup in the same spot.
Or Yupon.
Yeah. Oh, Koruni, nice. Nice
Koruni.
money word. That is a money word.
That is a nice fight, but I'm not sure it's very thematic. I'm not sure that it's what he should be doing given the scoreline, because it's playing off a lot of tiles here, and the score is not significantly greater than Pokey.
Yeah, and
And
Uremia
also
has a
Dave's gonna play
spot.
Uremia.
Yeah, Uremia's got a great spot
And
now.
as it happens, this is going to be very unfortunate. I think Uremia is basically going to end the game, unfortunately for Jeff.
Yeah, this is a type of blowout we have all experienced at the hands of the Bing. The good doctor does this to all of us sometimes.
Yep. I've lost to him approximately 250 times in my life. So, yeah, I feel your pain, Jeff. I'm not even exaggerating. That's an actual number.
Have you actually tracked how many times you've lost to him?
Well, I mean, I'm just estimating. Like, I lived down the street from him for 3 years. We played once a week.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's about 250, I'm going to say.
But at least most of the time you can do it over some solid beers,
In Portland, that was quite easy to do.
It dulls the pain. So go ahead, Jeremy. Sorry.
I don't think I've ever lost 250 times to the same player. But let me look this up to make sure I have the number right. In locally rated games, playing versus Hubert, Singapore's number one. Hubert beat me the first 19 times we played
Oh
in
my
rated
God.
games.
That's painful.
Dang. I think Dave has done the excellent post bingo draw strategy to continue with the
Oh
demolition.
my God, Dave, cut it out, man. Show some mercy.
Hey, this is where if you were allowed to resign, tilting the rack would be a consideration after that play.
Throwing the whole board across the room, yeah.
He's considering Favas, as was pointed out in the chat. I mean, that's pretty solid and straight up. Although we have a variation on our governing body all over the world.
That's right.
Vespa with the V. Vespa
You
instead.
could play Vespa.
That's like the reverse
World
wintering.
English Language Scholar Players Association, yes.
The reverse winterization of words.
Yeah,
There we
Favas
go.
is just fine. Very nice play by Jeff for 38 points and a good leave. Maybe he's not dead yet. Draw a bingo for 100 in the bottom row, and you're back with him.
Hmm.
Back with a
Except
little bit.
bottom
Except
row.
That's where Dave's going to bingo. Sad.
Yes, indeed.
So Enticer for 84, and the new score is going to be 422 to 209 in Dave's favor.
Oh, geez. Yeah, that's pain. The question, is there a prize for low score? I don't know what the categorical prizes are like. Usually if there's a prize involving a low score, it's for a low win. I don't think there is usually encouragement of a prize for like a low score and a loss. We don't usually like to celebrate that.
Oh,
And in Calgary, for sure, when I started out my tournament Scrabble career, they definitely regularly gave out prizes for the low win, but no, certainly not the low loss.
Sidewinder points out that Dave bingos and then he draws GG.
Yeah.
GG, ow. Those are the
He's
things
also
that
got
Dave says and
wig.
the things that Jeff says back to back.
The notorious WIGG, the wig. What did I miss in the chat further up? Yeah, discussion about Pui and Paya, if he turns to go with hooking Ya for Yap. Yeah, I think that was definitely valid to consider at the time.
Looks like Plectors is going to just barely not fit for Jeff. You hate to see it.
We hate to see it. As a flight attendant, maybe you could get some drink coupons for that. Oh, for the beers? Yeah, that would be okay. I mean, if you were on my flight, I could maybe forget to charge you. Forget is in air quotes that you can't see me doing right now. But that's about it. The beers in Portland, I sadly have to pay for. All right, so you know what? Something fair to talk about. We were talking about spread management before, and it was in a different context where it was aware that the game in general was lost. In this case, it's not only is the game lost, but you're doing damage control for how much spread you're going to lose. Jeff is at 2-0. He's probably got an okay spread. He's definitely going to take spread loss. You're trying to mitigate that at this point. So there is consideration when making choices for moves that you're no longer playing to win, and you might be playing to minimize spread loss. That's something to consider from here going forward.
Definitely. Oh, so we see Vananoli in the chat points out, yup, you could just play the P for 8 points and set up a bingo for yourself.
That's solid.
There is one other S unseen, so you could get very badly punished, but maybe you want to take a chance here. That's interesting.
I wasn't going to say this out loud, but Dave has actually lined up a word I was thinking of on his rack. Are those like, you know how like there's the different names for the fans of different people? So like, like for singers, right? So like in this case,
Beehive for Beyonce, yeah.
Yes, exactly. So perhaps the Wiggets are all the people who like following Dave Weekend.
I think they're the Bingalings, actually.
The Bingalings? Nice.
Well, yup is an interesting idea, but the problem is that it's a little bit too easy to block. You just, even if Dave doesn't have the S, he'll just play underneath the P. And I mean, he won't score anything so like you kind of trade low scores, but it doesn't accomplish much usually.
Yeah.
Matthew Tunnicliffe points out, I once went to lunch with Dave after games and somehow lost 150 spread. Valid. Even when it's not an official game, we still lose spread to Dave. So it looks like Perk has gone down and Paya, leaving STL for Jeff.
Jeff keeping STL, which stands for St. Louis, where he just played 2 weeks ago.
Mm-hmm. And he's not doing super well with that draw there, unfortunately.
Huh?
Yeah, the 2 H's for huh. That could be a thing. In the meantime...
So what's the Wicket going to do?
If you're thinking like a Bing, you're thinking of how to limit options at this point, because you have a pretty comfortable lead. It's really, this is on his end also about controlling spread. So like we talked about Jeff trying to minimize spread loss, but there's also decisions that Dave could make that maximize his spread growing potential, which is very important in a bigger event like this, that you, when you have a chance, that you can build your spread so that you can take a lead on the field in any way possible. And that actually changes the way that you make some decisions. Because I think Dave is going to probably comfortably assume he's going to win this game, and some of the choices he's going to make are going to reflect his going for even more points. Hello, Jackie. Nice to see you here. Another person coming here from a different world. We hung out and played games on Discord throughout the pandemic, and she's coming to say hi and watch our stream. Welcome, Jackie, coming here from Seattle.
I've been there.
Yes, you know a thing about Seattle. Jackie, I have got a good friend of mine from Tournament Scrabble, Evans, here next to me in the commentary booth, and he is from Seattle.
All right, so 449, 233. Just painful right now for Jeff. What can he do here? He's got a whole bunch of consonants. This is rough.
Yeah, and we had the question roughly an hour ago about how you shake something like this off, and that actually kind of applies during a game like this as well. Because if you're Jeff, given the number of tiles you see, it's highly unlikely you're going to win. And at this point, you kind of think, okay. You're tempted to not focus anymore and make suboptimal plays and give up even more spread points. And that's a really hard thing to shake as well, as far as like, you want to give some effort. Like, I'm not going to spend all of my mental fortitude on this game when I've lost it, but I'm going to be trying to minimize my losses, because you want to shake this game off and get that spread right back, ideally in the rounds to follow. Much easier said than done.
Yeah.
Both of us speaking here from experience.
Yeah, I find that quite hard myself. I think one thing is that usually if you're trailing, you've been managing your rack, trying to get a bingo, and then it's hard to like get out of the frame of mind where you're like, oh, I'm trying to play a bingo. And it's also hard to know like when you've lost. This current situation is, Jeff should know. At least I think I would know in his position that I have lost. But sometimes you think you maybe have like a 1% or 0.5% chance of winning, and you might still want to go for it. It's hard for me to say, oh, I should like focus more on spread, because that will probably matter more.
Yeah. That's a valid point. Absolutely. Miss Reinica says, how many games are happening at once? That is an excellent question. That depends on whether we're talking about this one division specifically or the entire tournament. If it's this one division specifically, I believe it is it 19?
It is 19. So we
Yeah.
got 39 players in Division 1 and 32 in Division 2. So there's 19 games in D1 and 16 happening in Division 2. And then there is a bye because we've got an odd number in the top division.
Indeed.
So what's that? 35 games in total? Yeah. It's a pretty big playing room, though. Nice spacious area for all 35 boards. As you can see behind Jeff, there's lots of tables.
I
spread out.
love Jeff's sense of humor here. He is just missing an A for Thanatos.
It's a very nice word if you had an A. But,
And then if you're thinking from the Marvel universe, he's got an extra T for Thanos. We don't know what his spread is, but I would wager at least half of his spread has gone with a snap of a finger in true Thanos style. The urge for self-destruction. Nice.
Well, I think I missed what Dave's rack was when he played Yachts. I'm not sure if we caught that.
He
can probably
had
estimate.
GIGG and I think an N, I believe.
Thanks.
Yeah, I think that's right.
Okay. I remember it being very consonant heavy. Sonic confirms, thank you.
So 3 Gs.
Yeah, he
Oh,
had
okay.
3 Gs. So Jeff has then played O and O and Hom. Drew EU after yes. Perfect. Thank you, everyone. That will be updated in the Quackle file accordingly. So we are back on Dave's time. I think he's just staring at ungigged.
All right. So we got 497 to 279, and we got a tile pool of only 9 letters left, 2 in the bag.
What by ungigged mean?
A
Is
musician,
it a verb or an adjective?
I'd say an adjective. It's a musician who hasn't been signed up for anything.
I see.
Nugged. We know Will Anderson loves his nugs.
Yeah, he's quite frequently nugged. He eats lots of chicken nuggets.
Ant eats. What an ant eater does. Or to use Conrad's parlance, it would be one who ant eats.
Yes.
Can the bag with remaining tiles be displayed on the screen? Asks Baswa Rindam. Usually when we get down to roughly 14 tiles or so, the unseen tiles tend to be displayed on the top right corner. It's just a switch that gets turned on by our production team. So I imagine that will be coming up fairly shortly here.
But I can just yell it out. The letters are AABENSSTT. So AABENSSTT. There you go. So 2 in the bag, and those are the 9 tiles that are unseen to Dave right now. So we happen to know that the bag is what? A B and an S? Yeah, the bag is full of BS. So Dave plays gigged, which I don't think I've ever seen on a board before. All 3 Gs.
That would be an example of, I call it a literati play. Because for those of you who don't know, there was a game called Yahoo Literati when Yahoo used to dominate the internet before Google. That was the Yahoo variant of Scrabble. And there were very random tile distributions. It was not a fixed distribution every game. So you could hypothetically have like 5 Gs or 3 Qs or whatever. So I would call this a literati play because this is the kind of word that would only show up commonly in a random distribution like Yahoo had. I call that one of those literati plays. Or like, or cockeye, for example, COCCI, that came up all the time in literati because they had C-heavy random pools of letters, but on a real Scrabble board, you're not going to see that very often. Lewis says, I did get to play Gigit once. That was useful.
Oh, very nice.
Yeah, once in a while, those really weird ones. They can bail you out in a really bad situation. I have played Glog before with
Oh, nice.
with the three
With the
Gs.
3Gs.
That was very helpful.
I don't think I've played a 3G word. So not a lot of great options here for Jeff. His best plays are only going to score like 22 or 24. He's got Arenas through the R and Perk in the bottom left. That is his highest scoring option at 24 points. Pretty sad. Ooh, AMSATs for style points. I like it. Not good for actual points, but good for style points. Jeff's down to his last 30 seconds here, so we're going to see something hit the board soon.
He's going for maximal overlappy kind of points. So Tet's going around from the T in yachts.
Okay. And then Dave only has one possible out.
And I think he's going to do it. He'll literally get to snub Jeff in this game.
Yeah.
With his last play and just with that whole game in general. That's a big old snub. And snub goes down. Dave's seeing it right away. So we'll just get a final score here. That is 527 for Dave Wiegand and 299 for Jeff Teveno. To see him below 300, you know he was struggling big time because Jeff is very capable of scoring very highly. But it's kind of hard to recover from a tidal wave like that, you know, with all that was coming down from Dave's end of the board. Let's see. Cesar asked, how does the timer work? Phone app. Perfect. That's already been answered further down. Sorry, guys. My chat lagged there briefly.
So we've got, instead of a traditional chess clock, there is an iPad being used as the clock on table one. And we can just read the clock directly off of the iPad.
Oh, so OBS is taking like a literal screen share of that portion of the iPad screen, right? And
I believe that's what that is. Yeah.
Genius. I like this.
Yes, very, very ingenious, I think. It's nice to have like the clocks displayed directly on screen rather than using additional cameras.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah. It looks a lot better just visually, and it's also just simple and easy.
Yeah. So they're squaring that up relatively quickly, probably because there really isn't much postmortem to be had on this.
Yeah,
game,
like what really is there
truthfully.
to talk about?
It was
Not much.
just a blowout. And those happen. Jackie says, this is a really cool production. It's making me want to pick Scrabble back up again. Well, there you go, Jackie. Maybe you can join us on the tournament Scrabble scene sometime soon. Although Joseph and our other friends who play Age of Empires 2 will be very sad if you're not playing Age of Empires anymore. But to be fair, Scrabble is still my #1 game, and you're getting to see me in the Scrabble environment for the first time. So please stick around as long as you like. We love having people from all walks of life and competition here. Any thoughts?
Actually, what?
Go ahead, Jeremy. Sorry.
Oh yeah, I actually was just wondering. So, in the broadcast of the recent candidates tournament in chess, you could see that the players were playing with tournament clocks, but in the stream there was a digital display of the time for both sides. So I'm not sure how they managed that.
Oh, yeah, that's a good question. I don't know. I wonder if there was somebody just like manually
Doing it behind the scenes.
Yeah, hitting a clock at the same time the players did.
I mean, that seems really difficult to like get exactly right.
Yeah,
and
no,
also
I
very
agree,
tedious.
exactly. Yeah.
Imagine being the person assigned to like watch when the clock is being hit. And
Yeah, well, I'm guessing they're paid decently, but yeah, still, that's not the best.
So Wademan in the chat is saying there's a special clock for it, the DGT 3000. It
Ooh.
connects directly to the chessboard, apparently. Okay, that's cool. That answers that question. Maybe something you can send to us behind the scenes to look into, because that's a cool idea. I mean, I like what we've got now, but anything that optimizes anything for us production-wise is always a good idea. Definitely send that along to us behind the scenes. Do we have any idea on next matchup, who we're expecting?
Our next matchup is with a sandwich for lunch.
Oh, at lunchtime.
And then we will do the pairings and we'll decide who we're going to see in round 4 and 5 based on the standings after 3. So
Excellent.
we don't know yet.
Yeah, maybe we could get one of us could run. I could run if you want to see the standings, or you could. Or what do you? If you're ordering lunch, I should do that.
Yes.
Okay.
So we're going to order some food, and then we're going to, once all the results from round 3 are in, we're going to figure out standings, and then we're going to pair rounds 4 and 5 based on that. And then we're going to pick who we want to watch on TV, and we're going to pick our people we want to watch, and we'll get back to you. Awesome. So we're getting word that we can cut away to a lunch break screen, which I think would be great. So we could we could go eat, and then we'll see you guys after lunch in a little bit.
Okay, we'll do that, and then we're going to see if we can potentially in future rounds, if we can get a few players to pop in, like Eldar did, time permitting. But for now, it sounds like we will go for a lunch break. So on that, Jeremy, thank you so much for joining us from Singapore, and looking forward to having you back in the booth whenever you are joining us. Evans and I are going to go and have our lunch, and we'll have some up-to-date standings for you, and we'll have our next matchups announced probably sometime through lunch or posted on the website, is my assumption.
Yep.
Until then, we're going to take our quick break and sign off here from Chicago area, and we'll see you in a little while. Bye.
Yeah, see you everyone. Bye.
Welcome back to Chicago and area. We are back for the next round of Scrabble at the Coco/Wigpo Word Cup. My name is Jesse Matthews, joined here in studio by Director Extraordinaire Evans Clinchy. Oh my, we are in amazing, amazing presence today. And we also are joined, we have kind of a theme today, halfway around the world seems to be our remote commentary team joining us. So we are joined, I'm gonna let you introduce yourself today because I'm not sure if everyone here is familiar with you. Please go ahead.
Hi everyone, this is Aditya Iyengar. I'm from India, and yeah, really looking forward to watching this game with Jesse and Evans. So let's get started.
All right, so they are going to draw their tiles. Eldar does have his tiles lined up here. I wonder if it's another pox we'll have to worry about here soon, like swarm pox or warm
He
boxes.
should fish for exicant. What was that word earlier?
Exicant, yeah.
He's got some of the letters. He's got an N and X.
Jules is putting his first couple of tiles down on there. Perfect.
So I don't see anything better than just wax, and apparently neither does David Eldar. So that'll be the first place game is wax for 26.
Perfect.
So that MPRS leave is 4 consonants, but if you just draw 1 or 2 vowels, you're going to be in business, I would say.
And there's one already. Okay, yeah.
Beautiful. He's got epigrams, primages, grampies. There you go.
Yeah, very good.
Probably going to get blocked, though.
Seems somewhat probable based on the nature of Joel's rack.
He's got some words like video. Let's see, what can he actually play?
Yeah, I don't even mind something like defo, like parallel to wax. That looks like something you could definitely do. But yeah, I think most plays would be parallel to wax.
Yeah, Defo looks pretty strong, 31 points, parallel to wax on the left side there. Looks like the highest scoring option by far.
Delta does have the G to go below defo. Not that he is probably going to use it, but that's an interesting hook.
Defog, indeed. So if you're Joel, the options you're looking at, it looks like he briefly lined up phobia just to think about it, but he's looking onward and is opting instead for foe.
It's a little bit of a point sacrifice, 9 points less than Defo would have been. Keeps a little bit more balanced of a leave though, DEIV instead of just EIV. Probably not what I would have gone for. I think it's worth the 9 points to play your consonant away, but Joel makes his choice, and it's 26-22. Back to David. You know, we were talking earlier in the tournament about how you decide between 2 options that are vastly different. You know, one that's really good for scoring and one that's really good for a leave. So 2 polar opposite plays here. You could fish the G and just play Gox for 11, keeping a strong bingo leave. Or you could play Spireme for 42 and just blow up the whole rack.
They're both pretty solid options. Aditya, what would you play here? Are you team play for points here or team fish?
I might actually do something between these two. Like I don't even mind something like MIG along fog.
Yeah, that's also good.
Along fog, sorry. Yeah, so that's like PERS is quite good, and it does score north of 20. So
yeah, so MIG and me, that would be 22 points and a solid leave. Nice little compromise between the fish and the 42-point Spireme. That's SPIREM, making socks and PE. Yeah, these are a lot of good options.
Yeah, something about Spirem is that I think it takes the E, right? If I'm not mistaken. So that's also something that.
Yeah, that'd be pretty reckless, I suppose.
I feel like that would be a Hasbro Scrabble app play where they don't do anything involving Sims and just go for points. I wonder if the I wonder what's her name again on the Scrabble Go app, the computer?
I can't remember. I know what
The-
you mean, though.
The automated player that makes really questionable decisions.
Yeah, so we have COVID on Wapnick's rack.
Yeah, time to quarantine.
So David does play Gox, fishes the G for 11 points,
He's Team Fish.
and he draws Impressed. He does get his bingo. It's interesting. It's a fairly strong play defensively. There's not a lot of options for your opponent after playing Gox.
I think there's something also to be said. I mean, when you look at a play like Foe, it's hard to infer anything, but Gox, besides fishing, does take away really easy points using that triple letter score doubled. I mean, unless your opponent has an H, but it accomplishes a couple of things here at the same time. Nice little fish and takes away really easy points.
We might actually see another fish from Joel as well on this turn. Maybe something like GOV, or would you look at scoring play? Can't see something that really scores well though.
Yeah. Lewis concurs with Gov as a possible option for Joel. I do see a suggestion of Vo as another possibility.
Kind of the compromise choice is Coved, making Wee and Fad. Scores 25 and keeps your S. That's a little... I think that is what he's going to do
Yeah,
here. It looks
he's-
like Coved is coming down.
He looks like he's doing coved.
I don't think he's going to play COVID and WI. That'd be two phonies. All right, so
And we should see David bingo right now. He has quite a few choices now. Some through the O as well. I can see two of them.
Yeah, plenty of options for him now.
It looks like he's lined one of them up.
And it's kind of, there's interesting issues that come up with both of the higher scoring plays if you were to play them. So Impress was discussed before, but then there's worst case hook scenarios potentially for easy points. What do you think, Evans?
I tend to play pretty fearlessly in the face of, the possible QI that could smack you after Impress. I would just play it. I think you don't really have reason to believe that your opponent is more likely than you are to get the Q. Like, you could draw it yourself.
Yeah, that's fair.
And, it's early in the game. You're not really playing to be overly defensive. You just got to kind of take risks, and whatever comes your way, it comes your way. Muffin with Tentacle says that Joel needs an I.
I can't tell if that's a capital I or a lowercase L.
Oh, it could be an L.
I think a lowercase L.
What? I don't know what word he's referring to. I'm not anagramming well today. Which of those anagrams is the primest play? Well, don't play primest because that's not a word. But yeah, impressed and permits are the... Oh, as the bot already showed us. Thank you, bot. Scott Katie showing us that impressed and permits. And then through the O, there are two 8-letter words available. There's imposter and stompier, but those are 5 points
He's
less.
going for impressed ultimately as
I think
his
that's
choice.
the best play, yeah.
And of course, he's given Joel the filter he needs. You can, if someone spotted that already, yeah, it's just what he needed.
Oh, he did need an I.
I thought you were all talking about an L. If you can type when it's ambiguous a lowercase I, that would be helpful. Yes, nice play.
So Similize is the bingo that you guys are referring to, I believe, which plays for 98. That is not an easy word, but I bet you Joel
He's got
knows
it lined up right away. Yeah,
Beautiful. Look at that. But
he's putting it down.
seeing it as one thing and being sure. Oh, no, he is sure of it. Okay, he's going to play Similize. That is the best play. Very, very nice. So Similize for 98 is going to put Joel in the lead. And it looks like David has drawn a rather unfortunate cue.
Otherwise, a nice rack.
Yeah, I mean, you could play off the cue and be in business next turn for sure.
Yeah, but I think he won't be able to do anything about the 9-timer lane, the bottom row, which is something he might be unsettled about.
Yikes.
The
Yeah.
chaos in me is kind of thinking playing QI on that I between the L and the Z to set himself up for some overlap on the right side if he can't use the bottom. But that's just me being cheeky. Probably not the right play, but I'm just thinking mischievously.
You would.
'Cause, I mean, if you can play QI on that I between the L and the Z to set himself up for some overlap on the right side if he can't use the bottom. But that's just me being cheeky. Probably not the right play, but I'm just thinking mischievously.
Oh, yeah, this is tough. This might be a little bit of a thing for David here. Not a clear choice. You're now down by 29 points. You don't want to give your opponent a chance to run up the score even more than that.
Ooh, we got arguments in the chat over which of the two QIs should be played. I am team bottom QI, but Cesar is team top QI.
I mean,
I would prefer playing the one at the bottom because you leave two triples open. The opponent takes one and you take the other.
Yeah.
That's
I wonder if you consider just playing through the E like Leaper and just keeping QS. I don't know. Because, I mean, a triple through an E is just a brutally easy lane for your opponent to have open. I don't know. All right, Quackle hates me for suggesting Leaper. Just forget I said anything. Yeah, I mean,
you've
Quackle,
also got to factor. Yes, sir. You also got to factor in the thing that with the PA-RELS and the floating O there, he's going to bingo a lot of the times. So that is also a thing.
that's true.
I'm team bottom QI. I'm sticking to it.
I mean, there's something to be said for keeping both bingo lanes open. So, yeah, I think I'm bottom QI.
In the chat, Matthew Tunnicliffe says Paylors almost never misses a bingo.
Yeah, I mean, on
Yeah.
this board especially, you got the O and the C and the E and the I. Like, there's just too many easy letters to play through.
So it looks like QI on the top he has gone for. Interesting. He's gone top QI.
And it looks like that open E is not going to kill him as much as he might have feared.
He's got parlays now on his rack, or parsley, or a number of other things.
Yeah. Quackle was team bottom QI, just for the record.
Yay, Quackle.
So if Joel makes the equity play of Vicuna through the C, it's going to give David parsley for 97 or something. 94, excuse me.
He's got sparedly though anyway with pads. So
Yeah, he's got plenty of good bingos available no matter what. Actually, not plenty. I shouldn't say plenty no matter what. But yes, he does have sparely and pads.
yeah, I can just see the only one. I'm not sure if there's something else that.
Yeah, it just depends what Joel does, I guess. Yeah, Sparely might be the only bingo if Joel doesn't open other stuff for him. But I do think that Vicuna is the best play for Joel through that C and coved.
Further discussion about top versus bottom QI. Cesar argues against it because bottom QI sets up a giant scoring lane. That's precisely why I'm in favor of it, because Dave is holding the S, so he would be able to score very highly, even if he couldn't use a triple lane. That's why I like it. Budak says, why bottom QI, easy 40 plus return. He's got a completely random rack. He's just bingoed, so he could have a bunch of crap.
Which he kind of does. Dan Trapdoor in chat with a nice pun. Anything else the players could put down here? Get it? He has,
Nice.
He has players.
Nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, Matthew, it's true. He's using it to bingo if he has one. If he doesn't, it's giving him a nice little spot. That was more my point for it. I hear it. I hear what y'all are saying. I understand. I'm still bottom QI. I'm a fan of that. But I hear the logic. I hear the reasons. I hear you.
Oh my God! Can you replay that pun? The puns are they're just flying today. It's going crazy. So long think here from Joel. He's got some options, I think. I mean, Vicuna is definitely his best equity play. It unloads the V and the U and scores well. He has Minar, M-I-N-A-R, from the M and Impress. That's 32, but not as good of a leave.
I actually don't mind something like Airbag, which is quite
that's
defensive.
worth too.
Yeah, it scores just as much as Vicuna.
So that's 29 and doesn't give him any bingos back. So I guess he's got to play
Sparely.
sparely. And this is one of these racks that you study it and it's got like 7 anagrams or whatever. And sparely is one of the easiest of it's only 5 anagrams, excuse me. Sparely is one of the easier ones to miss. Like I've definitely studied these 5 words and been like stuck on what's the 5th one. And Eldar's making
He's
I'm
challenging.
stuck on what's the 5th one face. Oh,
I
or
think
he's
challenging because they're talking about something.
yeah.
Yeah. So
Okay, they're challenging. So we're gonna get a +5 here for Joel. WTF says WTF.
consistent. Very consistent.
So it's going to be 179, 127 after the challenge. Oh, and Wavin already updated the score, way ahead of me.
Jeremy, it's good to see his knowledge of the fours appears to be comparable to mine. Oof, shots fired. We'll have to have him in studio to
Shots
see what he
fired
has
at
to say.
himself? Oh, well, at David, yeah.
At himself and at David at the same time. Well done.
All right, so the players are going to sit back down. And one of the players has players.
And needs to find something else. There is only one something else in this case. Yeah, that would be quite torturous, having all those words and having to find truly the only one that plays. There we go. That's the one.
He finds fairly.
Down you go. Yep. Well done.
Good job. And it looks like Joel still has a kind of crummy rack. So after Sparely, it's going to be Eldar in front by about 30.
$207,179, and yes, we do have that on the stream now as well.
Okay.
Vacateur is fun, says Lewis.
So if Joel sees the Minar hook, M-I-N-A-R, he might be able to play Vera for 28. That is one option.
Vertu was pointed out. I don't mind that as well.
Oh yeah, Vertu, yeah. I'm not sure if I like AAR better than ARTU. ARTU is a pretty nice, consonant vowel balance, and I don't know.
I think Vera is pretty solid personally. I like it.
Looks like, oh, he's going to find Vacateur. Very nice.
Yeah, nice play.
Yeah.
Yeah.
One more good thing about Vacateur is that it keeps the R from Minar. So that
Yeah.
9-timer lane is not gone already.
Yeah, that's pretty solid.
Interesting. Yeah.
Solid point of view there. I agree. Jeremy points out Vilatura has a closely related word to that last rack.
Oh, yeah. Yes, no Veratura. You're combining Veratran and Velatura. All right. Not a lot of great options for Eldar here. He's going to be probably scoring in the low 20s no matter what he does. Togue from the T and Impress to be 21. He's got Degu up top above Vacateur for 24.
I want to say how are we consonant to vowel ratio right now? For what's left in the pool?
Oh, you're making me count things, Jesse. I can't do that. 15, 20, 22 vowels, 27 consonants, and a blank. So pretty balanced.
Okay. He's looking for any minor tiebreaker for the few options he's got. Sounds like that would not be one of them.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting. Like your different options are pretty different. Maybe that's not. Togue is probably the best play leave wise. Like DER is very nice.
Yeah, another unknown advantage is that if it blocks retailer, which Joel has lined up, so that's going to be interesting as well.
Oh. Yep. Yeah, it looks like retailer is the only bingo Joel's going to have, so blocking it would be definitely a good idea for Eldar. Not that he knows that, of course. And I think of his candidate moves, actually Peg from the P and Impressed, just playing the E and the G, that would also block retailer. So a couple of ways to do that. But yeah, the disaster scenario for David is if he plays Degu and then he gets bingoed on.
He's playing Togue, so that will end up blocking it.
Yeah, that's a good play anyway. Just a nice equity play. Scores as decently as you're gonna. You keeps a good lead. All right, so now Joel's got these one-pointers that he can't do anything with. So difficult spot for him. These are tough positions where you don't have any great scoring options. You'd like to bingo, but it's not a great board for bingoing, and your fishes aren't going to score very well. These are some of the hardest turns in Scrabble.
And Dave Eldar has drawn some nice letters here to that.
Ooh, yeah.
Resembling a turd is my first thought. Vacatur, the act of annulling in law. Well, that actually kind of makes sense given the Latinate root.
So the coolest play that David has on his rack is a play of read-like through the two E's in Symbolize and Togue. It keeps only the blank and scores 49.
Oh, that's sick. Wow.
Not the best play, but it's just like the coolest looking one.
I like it.
But I was just seeing if there's anything that Joel especially needs to block. But really, like, David has awesome plays all over the board. There's nothing you can do to block stuff. It's just you're going to get hit hard next turn no matter what.
Lewis suggests trope for score, playing through the P and Impressed.
I think you would probably just play rope. I think it's probably worth the... Well, is it worth 4 points to keep AIRT instead of AIR? Maybe. Joel's coolest play is Arriero.
It's a fun word. I think it blows up the rack, perhaps unnecessarily, but it's definitely a cool play.
Yeah, that's interesting. Blowing up the rack is not necessarily a bad idea. This rack is not doing that much for you anyway. Like, it's just you're gonna have a hard time bingoing on this board, I feel like. I haven't yet tried a simulation to see what it says, but I'd imagine Arriero is going to be competitive in it. Oh, actually, not really.
I think, like, with the number of E's that are still left and that they're all one-pointers, and at this point you're only down one play, it's pretty standard here. Something like rope or trope, I would probably lean towards just taking sufficient points and balance.
I would say it's unclear whether either one of the players sees the word Minar. Because a lot of them have had good plays. A lot of turns we've seen, there's been a good play making that hook.
It looks like rope at the end of the day is what Joel has chosen.
Okay, yeah,
so he's
certainly
going for
reasonable
standard
choice.
points.
Yeah.
And now Eldar, he would still have that fun little read-like if he wanted to, among other bingo plays. Or it looks like there's another one. Deke is interesting.
Oh yeah, Deke making Mine, M-I-N-A-E.
What do you think, Aditya? What are you playing here?
Yeah, I'm actually interested to see how read like or dear like is also. I think dear like is good, not sure, but I'm interested to see how that sims versus something like Darklier maybe. That's something I can see. That's the only one I can see.
Did you say Darklier? Yeah.
Scourge, yeah.
Also, Skirled is a word. You can play Skirled and Vegateurs for 79. The blank S.
Right.
So
Right.
79 is the highest scoring bingo. He can play just Deke through the E and Symbolize. That's 46, keeping ILR blank. So is ILR blank worth 33 points to you? I think it's probably pretty close to that.
On this board though, I'm not quite sure. Like, the best floater here is probably the R.
True.
Package,
Uh,
maybe the E and LIRR is not that good.
That's very true. Yeah. Yeah, maybe the best play is just Skirled, as boring as it may be. Oh, Quackle
But
is
in a
liking
sim,
read like.
it likes read like a lot in a simulation. That's cool.
Read like would be fantastic. Yeah, I mean, 49 keeping the blank. I'm not sure where Quackle expects you to bingo after this, but who knows? You got a blank. We'll see what happens.
I bet Nigel would play it.
Yeah, honestly, I think you're right.
I think Nigel would make the play.
Yeah, read like and deer like are both words, but of course, read like scores 3 points more because the D is doubled.
Hello, Clement, who says, congratulations for this great retransmission. Thank you. We are having a lot of fun. What is David reading? I am guessing he's looking at tracking. I'm assuming that's his score sheet and whatever he has tracked. Lewis points out, read like does make it really hard for Joel to score anything. That also would be a factor there too.
Yeah. Sim says the average score for Joel after read like is only 32. That's a pretty low score. After some other
that's made much worse by his. That's made much worse by Brad. Sorry for cutting in. Yeah, it's made much worse by Joel's rack, where unless a floating S appears out of nowhere, I don't see Joel doing much on his next turn as well.
floating S or a floating N, right? Anti-riot Tritonia, yeah. But I guess it's impossible to have a floating N because there's no word David could play that would make one. Ooh, thanks to the bot for showing us where the standings are. cocoscrabble.org/WordCupLive. That is your one-stop shop for all of the standings, pairings, game scores, all that stuff. You can check out pairings for, I believe, round 5 has been posted. We're going to have in the next round a matchup from Division 2, I believe. I think we're going to have Randy Goldberg and Yukiko Loritz on this board.
Solid matchup.
I guess I should make 100% sure that that's who we've got before I
We do
start.
have a backup option lined up just in case. So
Yeah.
we've got a few ideas, but that was, I believe, the first one. So Eldar is taking his time on this rack. A little over, just under 11 minutes, pardon me, left on his timer. Joel's sitting just under 13, so they both have a healthy amount of time left given how far we are in the game. Let's make sure we've got everything in the chat here. Yes, we are all caught up. Excellent. Not the easiest thing.
Certainly not.
Quackle in the chat and everything. Well,
Having a lot of
It's
chat
kinda
activity. Oh, he plays Deer-like. Very cool. I don't know why not read-like, but still very cool.
I guess he wasn't sure enough of read like, but that he's taken the principle of keeping the blank, which is super cool.
Oh, yeah. Keeping just the blank is the most fun thing. All right, so Deer-like for 46. Very pretty play.
Look at that. It isn't just Nigel who would make a play like that. Very nice.
Well, Nigel would play read-like because he's sure of
Yeah.
it. Sorry, David. Maybe he had a strategic reason. I can't imagine what that would be, though. Remember, he was just in here lecturing us earlier about how, like, you need to get those 3 extra points because you never know
Yeah.
whether they might be important at the end of the game. All right, so not a lot of great options for Joel Wapnick, who's now down by, 40 or 51. He's going to be scoring in the teens, probably. The strongest equity choice here is Galliot through the G and the L at the bottom there. It's only 16, but it keeps IRT, which is one of the better leaves you can hope for in this situation.
And Eldar's drawn beef.
Ooh.
A whole bunch of beef. Freeborn. I'm trying to think of.
Oh, Freeborn, very nice. Yeah.
Oh, look, and the chat has it too. Hey, I promised I didn't see the chat.
You're allowed to look at the chat, you know. You work here.
I'm having fun finding words once in a while, just pretending I can compete with some of these guys. Just pretending.
I'm having fun cheating, asking my computer for everything. So to each his own. Yeah, Banoffee is a cool word, but I'm not sure if it actually plays on this board or if it's just, generally a cool word. But yeah, Freeborn looks nice. If Galliot is played, then Freeborn is the only bingo. Looking at other options besides Galliot for Joel, he's got plays like Iota.
He's lined that up as well. He's definitely
I
considering.
was thinking of Iota through the O in Coved. There's also Iota into the A in Vicator. The benefit of Iota into the A is it opens up the board a little bit. You get that I and that O to play with.
And give him where he's at, 50 points down with 1-pointers. And yeah, he would definitely need a couple of places to potentially bingo back. So that nicely sets him up for another area to maybe get it done. Banoffee is making me think of coffee.
Or toffee. I could go for some coffee and some toffee, to be honest with you.
Coffee.
Also some Laffy Taffy.
Hello, Dectare. Welcome to the chat. Tiara, where would you be playing that? Oh, maybe in the R and Bacatur. Oh, no, we don't have enough A's for that. Never mind.
Yeah, I'm not seeing where you play Tiara.
Yeah. Okay, Iota off the A and Bacatur.
It's played,
that
okay.
has been played. So Freeborn is still available for Eldar.
David's rack is the opposite of your life. He has no beef, and you have lots of beef.
I have lots of beef. Beefaroni. Maybe with all the letters.
Oh,
there,
yeah,
plus
you
a
almost
few
have
more.
beefaroni. There you go. All right, Freeborn is the only possible bingo here, and we see David marking a blank, so he must be playing Freeborn or playing
Yeah.
phony. Those are the two options.
Yeah.
He's playing Freeborn. Okay, good job.
I don't think it's Freeboon, so he's probably played Freeborn.
Probably marking that R. Okay. All right, nice job by Eldar finding the only bingo, and it's not an easy one. Not a slam dunk by any means.
Nice play.
Puts him up by over 100 points, and Joel's going to be in trouble now.
His deck isn't doing him any favors. Yeah, it's just
No.
gotten worse.
Tuatira, not quite Tuatera.
Yeah. Make up your best phonies, guys. Time to start trying stuff. If he wants to get real desperate, he can play Yatia from the Y at the bottom, open up that triple, and just hope for the best.
Yeah, that would be yeeting it. Just seeing what you can get.
That's the YOLO play.
Yeah.
Wouldn't say it's a good play, though. Joel is counting the bag. There are 20 tiles, so good luck with that counting, Joel.
Cesar has asked, who's our third commentator? That is Aditya Iyengar, coming from India for this round, joining us, lending his expertise.
Just a number 10, David has Obedient. I've just seen that. So
Oh
Very
my
nice.
gosh, stop drawing bingos, David Eldar.
The Daves are
I don't think that lane's going to get taken.
It seems unlikely Joel will block anything up there, so I would suspect that's probably coming next turn.
Yeah, I'm looking at the list of Quackle candidate moves for Joel, and none of them block Obedient. So Obedient is going to happen. Also, Joel wouldn't even want to block bingo lanes because he's trying to bingo like 3 times to come back. So
Yeah, seems unlikely.
yeah.
The Daves are giving those smackdowns on table 1 right now.
Yeah, it is good to be named David or Dave if you are playing on table 1 today. Looks like Joel is shuffling his tiles, looking for something to do with these letters,
So,
but
Yurta, I guess he's doing a variation of the Yashia
Okay.
line of logic. So opening up a spot to pull a potential S
Mhm.
while not giving anything super easy back unless they have the S. I think that's reasonable. And
Yeah.
as far as the logic goes, here comes Obedient pretty much right away.
And that's going to put Eldar up by like 165 or something. So yeah, looking like a pretty good game here for David.
Yes. Now that is masterful time management. There's really, if you see it, there's nothing to think about. So it's just whoop, keep all the time that you can whenever possible. You saw it here first, kiddies.
Yes. All right, so Joel has drawn some clunky consonants, H's and W's and whatnot. At least he'll score some points.
Wee-oo! I like saying that in real life, but you kind of have that literally. But I think Weo is like a kind of bird, right? I think it's Maori. I can't remember. WHIO. I don't know what it
I'd have to
means.
check it.
I don't usually know definitions.
Yeah, I'm not the best at that either. A Weo is.
It is Maori.
Oh,
Look
it's
at
a New
that.
Zealand
Yes.
mountain duck with blue plumage. Okay.
Yes, representing New Zealand here, getting in my correct category of word. Although I do like Wahoo much better as an actual play.
Vanatha points out he can play Iota again.
Yes, excellent strategy.
Looks like the best plays here are Wahoo for 44 up at the top underneath Obedient. You can play Woe, W-O-A-H, through the O in Freeborn.
And there's still Weo.
And there's Weo. All sorts of fun stuff here. Assuming you've pretty much given up on winning the game, just make your spread plays. And a play like Wahoo looks pretty nice. It scores 44 and gives nothing back to your opponent, really.
He has not rage quit, which is good. He's still playing.
Maybe he opens up something for David's bingo. Another one that he's drawn.
Mm-hmm.
We've got 9 tiles in the bag. I'm going to go ahead and put up the pool of unseen tiles. And it's, I don't know, interesting. There's a J unseen, so some scoring potential there.
Woa's coming down.
Yeah, that seems like a fine play. That or Wahoo, either one would have been fine. And looks like no bingo for David for a change.
He's slowing down.
Oh, I think somebody's already doing the tile pool for me. Thank you, Wayman. I'll just close out of this. You don't need my help. So no G for Angle Dug. No, there's other bingos in this probably.
Henny asks, when did the alternate spelling for Woa become a good word? It's a good question. I can tell you as someone who, it's been almost a decade for me for the switch to Collins from TWL, but it's been a word in CSW, for some time now.
Yeah, I think 2019 is what, Jeremy says in the chat. That sounds right.
But
It was either
Woa-
2015 or 19, one of the more recent updates.
I feel like it might have been longer ago, like 15, I can't remember, but it's definitely been in Collins for a while. And does not work in North America. That's one of those weird ones I looked at because one of them takes the S and one of them does not.
It absolutely does work in North America. We're in North America right now.
Yes. You know what I mean.
I don't. I don't know what you're talking about.
Any site with standings of NWL players? I believe that would be on the WIGPO World Cup website. Let's see. Anything else in the chat?
So what's Eldar doing? He's playing
He's playing
Glued.
Glued, yeah.
Okay, that's a nice high-scoring move there. 35 points for Glued. It is 451 to 293.
Joel's got.
Or 451, I believe.
Joel has Thyanin lined up on his rack.
And does it play? It does not. Okay.
Sad.
He's just showing us Thionin to show us that he's sad that he can't play it. Yeah. So this is 2 games in a row where a top expert player has struggled to break 300. We saw Jeff struggling last round.
And he actually didn't break 300.
Oh, he finished at 299. That's
Yeah.
right. I think Joel's going to make it.
Joel will get over. He'll break that 300 gap.
Yeah.
Honestly, some games I'm just happy to break that gap when it just feels like it's going like crap otherwise. So.
Yeah. Tough game for Joel. He drew a lot of just difficult 1-point tiles, lots of AIORTORIOTIR. It's just a lot of that.
It's been junk. I can definitely think of many times where I played, amazing players who are among the best in the world. It's just like, can I get a little help from the bag here? Just a little bit. And it just hasn't worked out. Ditya, can you think of one in recent memory where it's just like, can I just get a little help here? You're playing someone really good and it just didn't work out for you?
Yeah, it keeps happening. You just have to brush it off. Score that 300, get the game done quickly, and move on.
Speed through the game, and I like to go for a walk outside sometimes when when that's happened and just shout to the sky and then get right back inside afterwards. No rage quitting, just raging period once the game's over, briefly.
Yeah.
The chat points out another J-bomb for Eldar. Yeah, you can see that actually. JC for loads.
Yes. I think Joel is debating playing Ho underneath Yurta to prevent Jay-Z. Which would be the... Oh, never mind. He's going for points. Fair.
Yeah, Hoa looks pretty strong. 31's your best score possible on this board. And what else are you going to do? Not a lot of alternatives.
And there goes Jay-Z pretty much instantly.
Jeez. 75 more for Eldar, who's just running it up now. Running it up. 526.
Another 500 game for another David.
And not a lot of great options here for Joel. Oh, it looks like he's challenging Jay-Z.
Yeah. Interesting.
So nobody knows their fours.
Yes, Budak, that is CSW only. And it works with a Z and also...
Oh, Yurta's is... Oh, okay.
No, I think Jay-Z is the one, I'm assuming. Is what
He probably knows the word Jay-Z, but if Yurta's only takes an S in Collins, then that might be why he's challenging. Yes, I would also assume that he's challenging that and not Jay-Z, but who knows?
Oh, there you go. Yurta's is Collins only.
Yeah. Not that either one of these players is any stranger to Collins' play, seeing as they're literally world champions, both of them. But
No big deal. Just two world champions.
I think these are the first two world champions we've had on the stream. There are how many present in total? I think it's 4. Adam Logan and I'm drawing a blank, but yeah, pretty good field here. Pretty good field. A couple of world champions couldn't make it. We had Wellington Jigari, who was going to come but had some issues with his visa from Nigeria, and then Akshay Bhadarkar as well had some conflict and couldn't make it. He was hoping to. So, an amazing field that could have been even amazinger. Oh, there's some technical difficulties with our audio. We're gonna get those fixed.
I think that's just with the Windows sounds coming from your laptop.
Oh, really? Okay. Let me.
Meanwhile, over here in Macintosh land, no issues whatsoever.
All right. Brag about it, why don't you?
Joel's down to just under 2 minutes here. Is there really anything he's going to be able to do here? Like, he's
Yeah,
just
there's
got
not much.
1 point tiles. It's just,
Yeah, his
really
best
not
plays
much to
are
do.
like Intra for 12 points through the R and Yurtas.
Yeah, it's just
He has Benny from the BE up top for 14. It's sad. It's like the saddest.
this is just like the play through the game already kind of thing. Just throw it down,
Yeah.
anything down.
At a certain point, you got to just conserve your brain power for the next round because this one is.
And he's under 1 minute, so I'm assuming that's probably what we'll see happen here very shortly.
It's probably gonna have to play another turn as well. So it's not yet done. I don't think Elder can go out. Maybe there's something that I'm not seeing, but
Yeah, it looks like there's no outplay for David.
There we go. Joel's making a play. He's opted for Ert in Yurtas.
Seems fine. And then
He's left himself some Bob Lynn to go out next turn.
nothing too fancy here for David. Just tick for 10 from the T Invocateur is pretty lame, but that appears to be the play.
Look at that, and QI's come back up. And it's all because Eldar picked the right QI. I still disagree, but that's okay. Matthew says, I wonder what happened in the bottom QI timeline. That's true. The multiverse is kind of a theme right now with all the different Marvel movies. So I'm sure in the multiverse where that was the game, it would be interesting to see exactly what happened.
It's crazy. Matthew points out that Wapnick played Similize for 100 and still barely broke 300 total for the game.
Yeah, that's brutal.
That's, yeah, it means his other turns were quite difficult. Yeah, I mean, he just had a 3-turn run of 18, 12, 16, while his opponent got 46, 80, 62.
Yeah, that's a
what you gonna
considerable,
do?
considerable difference
It's
in average.
pretty brutal. So we're just playing out the string here. It looks like Eldar's taking a long think on this endgame with his sad rack of CIN. Not much to think about here.
This is making me think of a really delicious Thai restaurant in Melbourne.
Oh, yeah?
It happens to involve those letters twice. Chin chin.
Chin Chin. Okay.
It is in Flinders Lane, really close to, for those who like tennis, the Australian Open venue for the Grand Slams is only a quick train ride away from Flinders Lane. I am missing Australia, even now while it's winter down there. It's awesome. My favorite layovers ever are in Australia.
Well, I would never go. Not by the hairs on my chinny chin chin.
Nice.
I had to pun you back. You've punned me too many times.
Evans has actually been to Australia, just for the record.
Yeah,
He has been
yes.
to Western Australia, in fact. The WESPA Championship happened there in 2015.
15, yeah.
Did you get a quokka selfie? I can't remember. Do you remember going Rottnest Island? Oh, the quokkas.
I got a kangaroo selfie.
Nice.
I went to I forget what it's called, but there's that big park in Perth where you can hang out with the kangaroos.
Nice.
I also ate a kangaroo. I kind of feel bad that I both petted a kangaroo and ate a kangaroo that
Did
week.
you have the same?
It wasn't the same kangaroo, to be clear.
same kangaroo and a burger? Like.
I don't know if it was a burger or just like a kangaroo steak. I can't remember, but it was tasty in any event.
So
What's
Tick
going
was
on here?
played at the end of the day.
Tick, that was the best play, and good job. You made it. Okay. And then I think Benny is the best way to play off your NNI. And he's not going to see Benny. He's going to play
He's
Lin
just playing
instead.
Lin quickly.
Oh, he's out of time. That's right. He's got 5
Yeah.
seconds. Okay.
So he's played Lin to go out.
It looked like David's clock was running. Well, maybe he held the play. I'm not sure. We already know that David doesn't know his fours, obviously. So.
Sad. Sad.
To be clear, I don't know my fours either, so I'm not like bragging that I'm better than you. I'm just saying like fours are hard. It's fine.
So they're post-morteming. He can see Joel shaking his head as complimenting the play of
Yeah,
Deer
he's
Like it
pointing
looks
to
like.
Deer Like. Yeah, probably
Yeah.
saying how nice it was.
So then, any thoughts on, I mean, I don't know if a swing point would be the right thing to talk about here. It could be. What do you think, Aditya, as far as momentum or like deciding move or moves? What would you say?
Yeah, I think it was just his draws throughout. He didn't have an iota of luck in the middle game, so I think it's just unfortunate. And maybe the QI play. Although I agree for the So I'm on the same side as you, but I don't know. That definitely changed the momentum.
There's been a lot of debate in the chat about QI I've seen, but I think they're mostly kidding. It was a close game.
Yeah.
Like even well after QI, the score was 228, 223.
Yeah.
Eldar was up by 5 when he played Deer Like, but just all of Joel's draws after that were terrible, and just not much you can do. And Joel played well. Like there weren't very many mistakes at all this game, but just I don't know. Sad things happened. All right, getting word there's been some changes to the pairings for round 5. And we're going to have Lindsay Shin versus Terry Kang coming up in the next round. That's going to be fun. So looking forward to seeing those two ladies join us. That should be happening in just a few minutes. I'm probably going to have to step away for a little bit and do some directory stuff, but I'll let you guys kind of hold down the fort and I'll be back.
Excellent. So
All right.
see you later there, good Evans.
Indeed.
I'm going to quickly refresh my Twitch feed here. It's going fuzzy on me.
Can we square
I'm getting an ad for pizza when I refresh the page.
Wow.
Thanks, Twitch. Are you staying with us another round?
Yes, I am.
Excellent.
Next one.
So they're just squaring up the board there. Why don't we just, while we get a few admin things ready for the next game, we'll go out to a wide shot very briefly here, and then we'll come right on back for our next matchup. We're definitely not out for lunch until 2, just to clarify. We have just finished lunch. Okay. Just checking. Okay, my feed was showing that. My apologies. Okay. So then we'll just be right back here in a few minutes while we start getting some things ready for our next matchup. We will be back on the stream live with Lindsay Shin and Terry Kang very briefly. We'll see you in a few minutes.
Oh, wait a second. Lars line? No, don't.
And welcome back for this round of the 2022 World Cup here in Chicago area in Illinois. My name is Jesse Matthews. Evans has just stepped out for a little bit longer, but I remain joined from India by Aditya Iyengar. We're going to provide some hopefully expert commentary, definitely on your part, not sure on mine, for this upcoming game. We've got Lindsay Shin versus Terry Kang on board one. Lindsay is going first, and she's got a pretty strong performance here so far, sitting at a pretty 4-0, taking on Terry Kang. They can go ahead and start whenever they like. Lindsay happens to be one of the organizers and helpers for one of the premier tournaments here in North America. It's held in New Orleans in Louisiana in January every year over the long weekend in the US. They put on an awesome tournament, very popular with lots of players here and even with players from all over the world. On that note, Evans has joined us back in studio. Hello.
Oh, hello again. All right, getting ready for Lindsay and Terry. It should be fun.
Now, Lindsay has drawn her tiles. She'll be going first. Lindsay's got Jill lined up here pretty quickly.
Yeah. I wondered if she'll see the two letters that go after Jill.
Yeah.
A lot of points.
Yes. Geely is a nice play, definitely. Ooh, we've got a raid incoming. Oh boy. Cross Weird TV is raiding with a party of 21. Uh-oh. What are we going to do? We got a Twitch raid.
Hey, welcome everybody.
Come on in.
Thanks for joining us. We're currently watching round 6? I've lost round 5
Round
of
five.
the World Cup Scrabble Championship event. And this is Lindsay Shin versus Terry Kang here in round 5. Thanks for joining us. It's going to be fun.
All right, so Lindsay has played G, and that'll work out pretty nicely for what Terry's got lined up. She's got Faxed lined up on her rack. That'll sit nice and snug underneath of G. Or actually, for that matter, hooked on the front of G for add G and Fax is another high-scoring option. There's no shortage of points here for Terry.
Nice. Oh, it looks like the scoreboard's up. Is Waben still doing scores?
No, you've been away. He can't quackle this
Well,
game,
then
he said.
how does it say 20-0? I didn't type that.
There's a script, apparently.
Oh, sweet.
Allegedly, he wrote in the chat about a script thing for you to look at. And I don't know what to do, so I didn't touch it. Sorry.
Okay, I'll take a look at that.
But G and Fax so far. Lindsay has got Trolley on her rack. All right. Aditya, what are you playing here if you're Lindsay?
This is interesting. Looking at maybe something with eggs and going parallel or even okay, I think roll must be much better. Yeah, roll is a nice parallel play there or something along those lines.
Yeah, roll is nice. 34 points, making Jar and Exo.
That's a nice underlap. Great play.
Looks like that's the highest scoring option by far. Your lead here is going to be decent but not great, no matter what you do, pretty much. Something like ILT is pretty standard. And I see Terry has drawn Ubiety. That's a cool word.
Yes.
Not entirely sure where she intends to play it, but we'll see. All right, roll does come down. Very nice play by Lindsay. That is best, as Terry would say.
Great play.
All right, so Ubiety plus an L is her rack. Oh, and our score is tied up, 54-54.
Very nice. And Terry has opted to play Butyl and Jarl.
Looks very nice. That appears to be the best play as well. So, high quality game so far.
They're making some great plays here. Yeah, I'm liking it. Lindsay's drawn a couple more vowels, unfortunately, off of her last little play there. It actually drew all vowels, 4 of them, after leaving LIT. But she's lining up Iolite, which would be a standard way to dump all of those vowels. Is she offering anything back by playing that would be the only concern.
We happen to know that Terry's rack is
Yeah.
wheelier, not the best letters in the world. To be clear, wheelier is not a word. I'm just pronouncing her letters as best I can.
In the words of Siri Tilakaratne, who is in the room, hold. That would be a challenge. Instant challenge.
Yeah, so not a great scoring rack for Lindsay. Ilight's going to be 16. She could play Obit, O-B-I-I-T through the B for 18. Yeah.
Rebecca asks, are you folks quackling this as they play? We do have Quackle in the background recording moves so that we can upload these later. As a default in studio, we aim to look at the board and analyze without it at first and then bring it in later because it's also fun for us to play along.
Speak for yourself. I just cheat.
Okay, well, then I will speak for myself. I like to look after. I guess if you're entering in the racks, to be fair, it's too tempting just to hit the button that shows you the static moves.
Yeah, I got a lot of work to do. I got to direct and Quackle.
That's fine.
I'd rather just be lazy.
You're excused. I'm trying to play here. So Lindsay's played Iolite to clear off a bunch of the vowels.
That's a good play.
Perfectly
I
reasonable.
like Iolight. And there's a lot of ways to, score 28 to 32-ish with the W. Take your pick.
Hello, Gertchie. I see founder, 5-month subscriber with Scrab Mind Blown.
Not only are we quackling the game, but the scoreboard's been updated automatically in ways I still don't understand, but thank you to whoever did that.
That was Wabin
I'm
before
guessing
he
that's
left.
Wabin.
Yeah.
What is it reading from? He's doing it manually. Okay.
Oh, he said he wasn't quackling. Right. He's still doing the score, but he's not quackling.
Oh, okay.
Ariel says a good way to get rid of a troublesome rack. 100%. Anytime that you can clear away that many like that and have it not be a totally horrible score, we're okay with that.
I just want to say shout out Wabin because I just Googled what time is it in Singapore and Google said 4:13 a.m.
That's
So
dedication right there.
Wabin is one dedicated guy.
We thank you from afar.
But maybe not for much longer, he says. Well, that's understandable.
Well, then we'll stop thanking you from afar.
We'll say a different word besides thank. No, I'm just kidding.
And to be fair, that means that in India, it is also quite late, given the relative proximity of both the locations they're calling in from. So you are a super trooper as well. Thank you. So Whir has been played underneath Butyl.
All right, that's a good play. 32 points. Can't argue with that. And, ooh, fun stuff for Lindsay. I don't know what word she has, but those are fun letters.
Maybe she's thinking with a whole bunch more letters, agoraphobia. Like you could add a whole bunch to that.
There you go.
I like the longer words.
Autophagia, is that a word or am I making that up?
It should be because autophagy is a word.
Yeah, autophagia. Sustenance by self-absorption of tissues of the body. Ooh, gross.
Yes.
Anyway.
Yes. Technically, when you are intermittent fasting over enough time, autophagy is what occurs after approximately 16 hours.
Wow, the more you know.
Yes. Given that I'm
Anyway, what's the actual word she's going to play? She's going to play whoa. That is a good play. I like that. 30
the
points.
other spelling, we have seen both.
Yeah, I mean, they were both options here, obviously. All right. Terry has drawn kind of garbage.
Oilier.
Yes.
And
I think she's got a few good overlaps along word.
Oh, true. Yeah. So heal is a good play. Heal would be 28 and gets rid of a couple of those E's.
And Lindsay's looking pretty there with their letters for next turn. That's looking pretty bingo-y.
It's been pointed out that about 9 E's are gone already. So that might go poorly for the bingo prospects later on in the game.
Terry's going for EE.
Yeah, so it's a big point sacrifice. It's 15 points less than heal, but it does keep that constant, which makes your rack much more bingo prone.
And she has drawn at least one. She's got multiple options for Terry on her next turn. So 2 bingo racks for both of our players here. Only question is which ones?
Yeah, I was just looking at the sim, and it looks like EE is 51% to bingo versus only 36 for heal. So it's much, much better to keep that L if you're trying to bingo sim.
So let's just see some of the other comments in here. Lindsay's rack is very fruitful, says Henny Blanc. I assume that is a hint as to one of the many bingos that are there.
I don't think she has tangerine. Is there like an ER on the board anywhere?
Maybe not. Ariel mentions, I can see why eel wasn't played, free tile to work off of. Yeah, if you were playing eel underneath where EE was, then yes, you're giving, a vowel to hook off of the L in eel, but I think heel was the play they were talking about, starting with the H in woa, underlapping to make B, ewer, and tell. I believe heel was the other play they were talking about besides EE. But yes, eel would be offering the L to hook if that were played.
So it looks like Lindsay's lined up TA blank NING. That could be a lot of things.
Yeah. Well, literally tanning. I was doing that outside over lunchtime.
Yeah.
Training would go through the I and iolite. Yeah, there's lots
Maybe
of
she's
options
looking at
here.
staining through the eye with a blank S. Ooh, maybe she's going to see anti-gang. I see NTI forming on her rack.
She's looking. She's doing the right stuff. So for people who are watching that, for some of our non-regular Scrabble viewers, or perhaps people who are more at intermediate level, Lindsay's doing a lot of combining different morphemes. So she put anti on her rack before to look for anti-words, and ing would be a common suffix at the end of things. It's a great place to go if you're looking to recognize longer words, is to mix together some of those. She's gone for, I'm assuming that would be tanning. If we can clarify from the playing room what the blank is, my assumption is that's an N.
Is that the only thing possible? Or is there anything else it could be? Yeah, tanning is the only possible thing that could be. There's no tarning or tawning. All right. I suppose there's 26 things it could possibly be, but 25 of them are phony is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah. Yes. Lewis mentions this rack plus UR, which was further down the board, makes turn again.
Oh, turn
which is
again. Nice. Yeah.
That's a beautiful play. Very nice. And Terry is playing Lousier and Iolite. So yes, we're seeing back to back, one from each player. Iolites. There we go. Perfect. Couple of quick plays from both. Lindsay's camera slightly off for her rack. I believe that's DGHKITV, perhaps. In the playing room, if we can get Lindsay's rack camera adjusted, moved slightly up.
Or she could just move the rack backward a little bit. Yeah. So let's see what's happening here. Terry's got Moad. Okay, she needs an I for dominant. Oh, and there's two I's that you can't play through both of them. All right, no bingo here. Really not a lot of super attractive options. I mean, mean, MEAN through the E and iolites is 26. We can guess what those letters are, right? VDK, GR, or is that an H? Oh, I think that's a,
I assumed H.
I think it's an
and
H, 'cause I
then-
think it's 4 points, yeah.
Yeah, GH, and then I think that would be IT, I want to say, or TT. I can't
TT,
tell.
yeah. Yeah, hard to guess. But yeah, we'll get the camera fixed in a little bit, and let's see what's going on here.
She's exchanging, it looks like. So
Yeah,
keeping a
trade six,
T.
Okay.
Okay, that's interesting.
He's quickly fixing the rack. Perfect. Yeah. Okay. So he waited for a turn to be over. Yeah, that was nice and tactful. Thank you.
So what was the rack? It was G.
In the chat, yeah, Lewis's guess was
KTTV.
about
Yeah,
the
that
similar
was,
as
that was
mine.
my guess too, yeah.
Yeah.
All right, so she trades 6, keeping just the T, it looks like.
Given the rack that's there, I think that's reasonable. I think
Yep.
the only time I would consider keeping an H is if the board kind of dictated that would be a good idea, but I'm pretty solidly on the keep T option here.
All right, so she trades 6, and it's back to Terry, who's up by 48 and on turn. Okay.
So while Terry's thinking, Lindsay's got a couple of awkward tiles, but she has gotten the blank. Yes, Ariel mentions the free tile. Yeah, in Scrabble parlance here, we talk about the blank. It's funny in different languages. There's different words for it. They call it the joker in French when you're playing in French version of Scrabble, and I believe it's I believe they call bingos un Scrabble in French as well. I'm not really sure why. Let's see, and Terry's going to go for mean side lapping on lousier, keeping don't. And our chat's pointing out, don't, man, don't be mean.
Don't, man. I like it.
Don't, man. That makes me think of like feels bad man. That picture. This is a feels bad man kind of thing. I wish I could make that magically flash on the screen, but yeah, feels bad man.
All right. So looks like Vought is lined up on Lindsay's rack, although I don't see.
A spot for
Spot
it. That
for
would
it.
be ideal, yeah.
Yeah. One option for her is WAD, W-A-D for 27 underneath Iolites.
What do you think, Aditya? There's a couple of interesting choices here, given how clunky her rack is. Give us your thoughts.
Yeah, I don't even mind something like David. I like what Evans pointed out, but I don't even mind something like David. Given that she's down by a bit, she could go with opening up something there. But I think WAD is reasonably good. But again, I don't think she's gonna bingo the next turn.
Yeah, it seems fairly unlikely. Dog TV. I feel like the Westminster competition needs to come on after this. She's going for Vig. Okay,
Yeah,
through the
seems pretty
Iolites.
reasonable.
I mean, that's the way to get rid of two of the clunkiest of the letters that don't combine well together. I mean, W, D, T are probably not super synergic, but definitely given the comparison to V and G, I'm fine with that. Mick Demac says, in French, we also have the verb scrabler. It doesn't mean play Scrabble, but play a bingo. Yes, that was what I was intending to communicate. Exactly. Lewis says we should all use le joker for a blank. It's nicer. Yeah, I think it's kind of a fun term. I remember when I was doing joining in with MSI at the time for some of the other language broadcasts, it was really interesting to see some of the terminology that they used, and that definitely stood out to me. Bagale says, what's a bingo? When you use all your tiles in one go? Yes, that's correct. So we refer to a bingo. In the international scene, they also talk about a bonus, depending who you're talking to. So if you hear someone talk about bingoing or bonusing, that is to use all 7 of your letters off your rack in one turn. And that will always have a 50-point bonus attached to it in our English version of Scrabble. I think there might be some variations elsewhere for other languages, but for us, it's 50.
And of course, they added bonus and bonusing to the dictionary recently to reflect this. So
Yeah.
those are now valid words. As of 2019, I'm not sure when.
I want to say 2019, yeah.
All right, Doting looks pretty strong. Just blow up this mediocre rack and score 20 points with it. Why not?
Yeah.
Not really a lot of better options. In fact, I think 20 was the highest score possible, which is pretty sad, but it is what it is. So Lindsay's now behind by 80, I believe. It's 257 to 177.
She's got Kadi lined up. The only issue with Kadi is Doting actually opens up the top portion of the board. And we talk a lot about board control and how you're controlling all 4, usually quadrants is what we talk about. So there's 4 different quadrants of the board that you're usually trying to exercise some degree of control over. Doting opens up the top portion of the board. Lindsay, by playing Kadi in either of the 2 spots that are available there, it severely limits a lot of the options in what's just been created. So while it does score well, she's behind. So she has to start thinking about what she's doing to close off options on the board. That being said, if we look at the bottom of the board, you can hook T still. You can play from the A and Woe. So there's still things open on the bottom, even if you do block the top. And I think that's part of what she's ultimately thinking. Aditya, what do you think? Do you think it's okay in this case to limit options, or what are you going for here?
Yeah, I think I prefer QAT up there. For starters, it scores more. And yeah, it leaves the N alone. I like the N of Fanning, like both of them. So yeah, I'd rather play that. But I think Kadi is fine.
Okay.
It's not the worst board for bingos. Keep in mind that there is teal, which takes an S in the middle of the board.
Yeah.
So there are places to bingo. You've got a blank. You're still in this game. I mean, you're only down by 80. You know,
Yeah.
soon to be 50 once you score 30 this turn. So
Just things to be cognizant of is your
yeah,
options.
yeah. You got to do something with the queue, though. It's got to be Cat or Cotty. There's really not a lot of other options. Like, what's your alternative?
Mhm. So Terry has got Rons set up. That is a term that refers to the rest of New Zealand, believe it or not.
Oh, right.
That's how that's defined. And that is in direct contrast to Jaffa, which I cannot actually explain on the air.
That's right.
But
That is-
those
that's no
two,
longer a thing.
those two words are highly related.
But only one of them was deleted. Is that right?
I'm assuming the one F spelling because that's the literal acronym, whereas the two Fs I'm assuming is still fine.
No, I think both of them are good.
Oh, they both still work. Interesting.
Oh,
Yeah, maybe we can just check 1 second.
None were
Yeah,
deleted?
yeah.
none were
okay.
deleted. Okay.
Both of them.
Interesting. Because you want to talk about something that's offensive, technically. You can guess
Not offensive enough, says Wayman. Okay. I don't know what the offensiveness standard is. We haven't really researched this.
just a forsoothing Aucklander. Yes, sure. We'll say that's what the F stands for in that little acronym there. But yes, 3 of those 4 words in that acronym have been explained correctly.
Just another fantastic acronym.
Yes. So Terry, instead of Ron, she's played Non on the top right corner.
Yes. Okay. I'm typing things on the screen. I know. All right. So it was this Cotty, and then Non. And what was her leave? Sorry.
She had Ron's and then other things. Does anyone else? I'm sorry. Wayben, are you still here and still quackling? Can we get Terry's full last rack? Oh, Ron's keeping VNO.
Thanks,
you.
Wayben.
But in this case, Non was played on the top
Got
right.
it. Okay.
Perfect. Lewis points out, similar to Fig Jam. Jaffa with the 2 Fs. There you go. That's a completely different definition.
Oh, wow.
No, the 1 F spelling, I am quite certain, is related to Ron's. Lindsay has played Toop on the bottom there, and Teat.
Seems solid. Wait.
Yeah, I might have been interested. in
That's
something
not
else.
solid.
Yeah.
That's not how you spell teat.
Teete, yes. Toop is fine, but Teat is not.
Please ignore that I said that was a solid move. It's not bad. As we've established, nobody knows their 4s.
Oh.
Not David Eldar, not me.
Yeah.
Yes, Rebecca, this is 5-point challenge. So if a word is valid, then you would be giving your opponent 5 points. If you challenge and the word isn't a word, it comes off just like in NWL.
So there's more incentive to not play phonies because your opponent can very easily challenge stuff. You got to be very sure of words to play them in this challenge roll. All right, so that comes off, and it's Terry's turn up by 66. And she's got
Visor.
Visor HR. All right, there's some easy Z scoring options like Zin, and she's going to play Zin right away. Yep.
Yeah, that's going to make it
Best.
pretty tough for Lindsay at this point in time.
Yeah, she's still got this 6 consonants and a blank rack.
So yeah, it's a 115-point difference. Lindsay has opted for Twa off of the A in Tanning. So she's creating a lane using the T off to the left, or the other, like, thinking 1 turn ahead logic is if your opponent does hook the T with an E and plays up, they're opening the board up while scoring. So you're giving them some points, sure, but in doing so, you're creating another potential opening if you choose to play up. So that's some of Lindsay's logic there when I think through it.
Yeah, makes sense.
She's got crypts and a blank on her rack now. There you go. So that balances a little bit more nicely.
So Terry's got over lined up on her rack. There's not really a way to play over anything, I don't think.
I'd really like to point out something like maybe Rev and Tier, given that she's ahead by little more than a bonus or a bingo.
Mhm.
Yeah.
So and O and Am have been played to block off tripling from the bottom left unless you play a 9. So reasonable. Also score as well at the same time.
Did you have 270? Yeah. And then 319? 340.
We're just getting pairings in for round 6, and it looks like our next matchup is going to be Josh Castellano versus Jesse Day. Getting some Woogles on Woogles action.
Yes.
So that'll be fun. Looking forward to that.
Super woogly.
Maybe we can just have them both take the round off and we can just have HastyBot play against itself.
That would be a very fast game for us. Wouldn't have to do very
Much faster than an actual Jesse versus Josh game, let me tell
Yes.
you.
So Crypt has been played off the T and Trois. Lindsay's kept ST and blank. Very solid combo. Strong leave. And Terry has got. I'm thinking of Reversi, like the
Oh, that was like a
game.
game on the computer back in the
Yes.
day, yeah.
And she's lined up Reverso to that point.
Ooh, cryptocurrency.
Yes. And Roaster says Reverso sounds more like a retro comic book villain. Fair. Tier.
Ooh,
74.
very nice.
That is the T hook that works.
So Lindsay's got an interesting looking rack. I don't think there's a place to bingo on this board though, like something like Tag Yuan's. We saw Tag Yuan's earlier. That came up in the Lipe Moyes game earlier. It looks like no spot for Tag Yuan's.
Verbalobe says Reverso defeats Magneto. Nice. Very nice. Lewis says Gatgon, Kat, and Zati is a nice slot. Looks like Lindsay has opted for Guar. Meanwhile, Terry has lined up Bapu as a possible play option. Where's she looking?
So she's got Bapu, COD, KOD. Okay, so not sure where Bapu goes.
And if Lindsay can't play anything fascist, she could consider Fawn and Zati and Kat.
Yeah, difficult board. Not a lot of bingo options here. Yeah, she's looking at Bapu, but I don't know where that goes. There is one option for Terry that is a 50-point play with a few overlaps if anybody can spot it. Anybody in chat sees the play that scores 50? You win a prize.
Ooh, I see it.
Oh, that's a lovely
Yeah,
fair.
yeah. Jesse sees it. Lucas sees it. All right, people see it.
Pretty.
Yeah, Puka is the answer. Puka, overlapping doting to make Udo and Khan and Kat.
Nice play.
Not the easiest play to spot. Yeah, it looks like it's going to be Burke instead from Burp.
She's gone for Burp.
And ooh, there's another very
Yeah,
nice overlap.
So it's in here.
Yeah, Fat making Zati for 49. Yeah. Oh, you already
All
said
the
that.
points. Yes.
These are tough plays to spot with all these overlaps. Not easy stuff.
Fishing for vodka. I would very much be metaphorically with my hand off screen be fishing for vodka at this point, given the score line in this game. There we go. Nice slot. Okay, no T being added, but the board vision's there. Very nice.
Oh, she plays 5. Okay.
Yeah. And Lindsay, actually, I've known for a very long time. Lindsay is a Literati player as well.
Ooh, way back
she-
in the day. Okay.
She grew up playing online. Her mother, Lila, played online a lot as well. So Lindsay innately has, through years of experience, she has the board vision. For most of us, that kind of come onto the scene that are trying to get better as experts. Usually we're studying words and card boxing and all that, and that's pretty straightforward. But gaining the experience and the time to get the board vision to actually see spots, Lindsay already has that because she's played for so long. And she's kind of doing it in a different order. Lindsay actually came over from NWL to Collins relatively recently. Given that she, her and Austin spend a lot of time together now. So Austin being one of the premier players in Collins, through osmosis and time together and lots of games, Lindsay has absorbed a lot of that vocab and even more experience. So the board vision is already there for Lindsay is what I'm saying, but some of the words just transitioning over. Zati would be a Collins only word, so it might just not be one necessarily that she knows yet. But the board vision's there, excellent spot.
Very insightful.
Dan Trapdoor says, "Oh man, I miss Yahoo games." Me too, man. It was a lot of fun growing up playing on Yahoo. I played on the ladder system that they had at the time was the main way to compete. They had tons of card games on there, for those who don't know. Literati, of course. There's a game called Toki Toki Boom that also had a ladder, and that was kind of this sort of like variant on the different games that you see the annoying ads for on all the apps now,
But of course.
like involving blocks and moving stuff. Toki Toki Boom was the predecessor to that that they had on Yahoo. Henny has pointed out Asiago. Yum, yum.
Who doesn't love that?
That's pretty delicious. Gertrude says, the good old days. There's some people here who know about Yahoo games. Solid. I'm not the only one. I started playing on Cribbage when I was playing on Yahoo before, because that was a card game I played with my mom a lot when I was younger. So
Nice.
I started out there, and there were some people who were like, oh yeah, you should check out Literati sometime. It's a fun little word game. So I played, and a very long story short, there was another young player who basically kicked my butt when we played. And I was like, I'm not going to stop playing till I can beat this guy. And it's not going to be just because I got lucky. Many, many years later, James Leong is basically
Oh, I've heard of
retired.
him.
But James Leong and I, we started playing online on Yahoo Literati. I was 14 and he was 15 at the time. And that's been a solid, 20 some years. Cesar points out Hippo Prince. Yes, that was my name during the Hippo Revolution. That was another little
Wow.
story. Maybe we could talk about the Hippo Revolution some other time. Rebecca says, yes, James Leong stories. James is one of the longest running Scrabblers I've known. And actually, Cesar is another one. Cesar also started out on Yahoo Literati as far as getting into word games.
Wait, is this good?
Sightings?
I don't think that's a word. Not a
Yeah,
fan of
never
that.
seen it.
Hang on, Koa happened first. So Koa and Koa happened with the rack you have on your screen.
Yep.
And then sightings with a blank N.
Wait, is that?
Not a word.
It is not good. I don't know if it's being challenged or not.
It looks like Lindsay hit the clock just now.
Yeah.
They're
Yeah,
checking.
challenging it. Okay. There was only one playable word to go out, and it is delicious.
Oh, of course, nice.
yeah.
Yeah.
Biscuit is the only outplay.
Biscuits are tasty.
Well, I don't think they're checking the word.
Oh, maybe it's been
I
accepted.
think,
Perhaps
yeah.
Oh, they're just submitting. the
looking
score.
upwards. Okay. Yeah, Rebecca's pointing out Terry's using a pad. So yeah, like in more informal gatherings where we do challenges and don't necessarily want to walk to the computer and we know each other, sometimes we'll just look up the word on a device that we have right with us anyway. But here in a larger setting, probably would more formally walk to the laptop.
Oh no, we're allowing computers.
Yeah.
We're
Oh, we
allowing
are?
personal devices. Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
But it's unclear whether she's using her device for an actual challenge or if we're just looking up stuff after the game.
Fair enough.
Oh, they're sorting through the score sheets and stuff.
Okay.
I think the word was accepted.
It looks like it's been
Okay.
accepted. Yeah.
All right, so sightings will end the game, and we'll have a final score of. I think Wayman fell asleep. I need to actually calculate the score. Oh no, he's got it. Okay, 306.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Evans, do we do the expose the tile rule here for ending a game? Like if someone puts it on
yeah,
the table?
yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
So then just to clarify, there's some of the organizations have different rules as far as what constitutes ending a game. So I was just clarifying for those of you who don't know, if someone plays a word as the final word of a game and
Right,
you
gotta
put your leftover letters on the counter, that is your way of accepting the last play and the game is considered over at that point in time. Evans has stepped out just to do directorial duties. So it's just me in the in-person studio here. Let's just have a look at the chat to check. Ariel says time to post to Insta. Yes, actually a lot of players do end up posting their boards and little anecdotes about their stories to Instagram and to Facebook. Definitely a big part of the culture here in the last little while. Pandorable says, what a blowout. Yeah, it was definitely a pretty big difference in the score. And, that happens sometimes. There's sometimes a big difference in what people draw. Other times they're very close games. It's just whenever there's drawing involved, yes, there is skill here certainly, but there is a degree of some luck no matter what. Aditya, any thoughts for you on any obvious points perhaps where the game swung or it became more clear the way it was going to go?
Yeah, I think they were level until when they exchanged fingers at the start. And after that, I think Lindsay changed with all the V's and the W's and all of that. I think that turn, that's where I thought that she missed out. And of course, I thought she had a chance at the end, and then Pete kind of was the nail in the coffin. But yeah, I think hard luck mainly. I think she did play well for most of the game. So yeah, I think Vanita pointing out Antings and highlights. Yeah, I think that's also a very pertinent point.
Yeah, I think that's absolutely a potential game changer there. I would agree. Ariel says, such a good board though. Yeah, they played a really strong game. And there's a reason, you see Lindsay near the top of the second division and Terry being at 2-2 was a bit of a surprise to me, honestly, because she's been a pretty solid player for quite some time. So not surprised to see her pull out some excellent plays and to get that win there. Both very, very good players in the running to win that division. On that note, just while we get ready with a few administrative tasks for the next round, we're just going to take a quick break here from Chicago and then come back to you in the next 5 to 10 minutes with our next round of coverage. Until then, I'm going to sign off here from Chicago. See you again in a few minutes. Welcome back to Chicago area. We are joined now once again by Jayangar from India. And we've got Josh Castellano and Jesse Day on board one for this round of competition. We are excited about this matchup right here.
Yeah, a little bit of Wiggles on Wiggles action. Two of the
Yes.
creators of Wiggles.io, your favorite wargaming platform. And both players doing very well in the tournament. Both are 4-1. I was just taking a look at the standings a moment ago and saw they were both pretty high up there. If I could refresh my browser, I can tell you exactly how high up there. My internet is very slow, as you might have heard, but I'll keep you posted. All right, so it looks like Josh and Jesse are 7th and 8th place, 4-1 plus 145 and 4-1 plus 95, respectively. Josh is ahead of Jesse on spread. So both guys contenders so far, and we'll see how round number 6 goes for them right now.
We have one player at 5-0, and that would be one half of the Reinke duo. That is Thomas Reinke, sitting at a pretty 5-0 plus 431.
We'll definitely get him on the stream soon.
Yeah. So Josh Castellano has got Jivey and CNT on his opening rack, and
Yeah, I think you've just pointed out the pretty obvious play here.
Yeah, you seem to be implying that something by saying Jivey CNT.
yes, seems like the one to go. Way back in the day, only one of the two forms of Jivey worked.
Oh, geez, I have no clue which
I
one.
believe it was Jivey with the E that worked at first, and eventually Jivey without the E was added later. Thankfully, now we don't have to worry about that. Both are acceptable variants of the word Jivey. Let's see. Thank you, Rebecca, for the welcome back. And oh, wow, I have been given a tier 1 subscription from Gerchi. Thank you very much. I am here for this.
All right, so Jivey is on the board, and that is some number of points, 34 points for Josh. I'm going to try to keep my making fun of these two guys under control, but if anybody who knows me knows, that I make fun of these two guys constantly in my daily life, so it's going to be hard.
It definitely is. It's going to be a challenge not to, exactly. Especially Josh. Josh enjoys being the playful antagonist.
Honestly, these guys both do.
Yeah.
So if they get made fun of, they deserve it. All right, so Jesse did not get the desired O for non-viral or non-rival. So he's probably a very sad individual right now.
Perfect use of the swap.
Thank you. Not a lot of great options here for Jesse. He's going to be scoring somewhere between 12 and 19 points, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah.
He's got Van underneath Jivey for 19, Vinyl through the Y for 13. Not great.
Yeah, I think he's lining up Vinyl. Looks like that.
Oh yeah, I see.
Yeah, and I think that's best. RAN is much better than the null leave
Yep.
that you keep with Van.
Sounds about right. Quackle says it's pretty close, but slightly agrees with you on Vinyl. Oh, yeah, it's very, very close. So yeah, both plays are solid. You are giving up 6 points to keep ANR instead of ILNR, and 6 is a lot, but yeah, definitely a better leave.
If you all watching don't mind just confirming whether we're coming through clear on the sound, we are getting a bit of a lag on the video from our point of view on Twitch. If you don't mind letting us know if we're coming through clearly. Confirmation from viewers, sound is here just fine. I'm guessing it is our lovely internet here at the venue.
Yeah, well, our internet's working better for the input of our audio than the output of it back to us, which is a good thing. As long as you guys can hear us, that's the whole point of this. So,
Yeah, so let's just scroll back up in that case. I didn't want to start answering questions and just have it not be heard. So let's have a look at the chat. Random question. Do you know if World Cup is a Chicago or US competition, or is it open to folks from elsewhere? That is an excellent question. This is completely open as far as the ability to sign up for the tournament. In practice, it is people who are familiar with one of our, truthfully, many organizations and divisions that we have for different dictionaries. But all the same, this was open for anyone to participate. It's usually recommended that you've played in tournaments before, or at the very least familiar with some of the etiquette that is required as far as announcing your score, playing turns, how adjudications are handled. Some knowledge of that is certainly recommended before you play, but it is open to anybody. Vinyl has come down.
Yeah, both players really struggling with their racks, and I think Jaivi is a very defensive play, so that just makes it worse.
Yeah, this is going to be a tough board to get a bingo down unless you've got an S for vinyls.
Mm.
I mean, the V and the I are floaters out there, but they're not the best floaters in the world. Both players kind of struggling with weak racks as well.
Yeah. Simply Nemo points out this is the US scoring. In France, Y is 10 points. Yes, I'm not sure if all of you are familiar. Some hardcore Scrabble nerds are familiar with this, but there is a very rough metric that Alfred Butts used when he created the tile distribution for the English language version. Do you remember this? I can tell you. Okay.
Yeah, go ahead.
He actually scanned the New York Times, different
Oh,
stories.
right.
that were in
Yeah,
there.
yeah.
And based on the frequency of the letters showing up in different stories, he created an assortment of how many letters were to be used in this distribution and how much they were worth. So my understanding is different languages and different distributions like the French tile distribution would have done something similar and accordingly revalued some of the tiles, including the Y, because of how rare it is, truthfully, to have a Y in French.
Dits comes down, and I'm actually interested to know your thoughts. Like, what do you think about Induct leaving ZT versus Dits leaving? I'm not going to say what he's left, but yeah.
Valid.
Yeah, that's tough.
Hmm.
I actually don't hate Lutz, even though it keeps CDNT. I think CDNT is one of those leaves that if you just draw one or two vowels, it actually becomes pretty playable. And it is a lot more points.
Marlon Hill is watching in the chat saying, what else can he play besides Lutz? There you go.
Yeah, I mean, Induct and Dits and Lutz are all candidate moves. But
Yeah.
anyway, Josh goes with Dits.
In the chat, they're saying this was an intentional troll by Josh. I think I think Josh actually had to intentionally make sure he didn't line up the the word that shall not be named.
Keeping the stream family friendly. We appreciate that, Josh.
Yes. Marlon's looking at Ouija as a nice play for Jesse Day. Yeah, I would agree. That's a pretty strong option here of all the ones. But it looks like he's going for Avion instead.
30 points. Can't argue with that. Keeps the board fairly tight.
Marlon would argue with it. He's arguing for Ouija, even though it's fewer points, just for the synergy of it.
Uh-huh. I can see that. Not a bad option. 21 points, keeps INR. All right, so back to Josh with those two U's.
Yeah, I don't really see any options here. Nothing at all. Maybe VAU or UVA, but yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, I think I like those as well. I mean, the equity plays are just terrible in obvious ways. You don't want to play Vaunts, just putting the E in the triple lane. That's not good. You don't want to play Acute and Azo because that leaves the hooks for like Acuter.
The change of UU is interesting.
Yeah, Quackle suggests perhaps just trading two, just getting rid of both U's. But I wouldn't do that on this board because your bingos aren't worth very much. Like your bingo chances are not very good. Like you don't want to be too fishy. I think maybe just Vow or Uva is reasonable.
Yeah, I'll play Uva over Vow. Opens up 2 lanes for starters. And yeah, I don't know.
Well, with Uva as well, he's already got the N on his rack, so he has that to work with on the next turn. Although keeping a U and having the N there, probably not going to be any super long plays, at least for a turn. But yes, I think Uva, if I were to choose that between that and Bao, yeah, I like Uva as well. Let's see further in the chat. What else is here?
Oh my God. Quackle's suggesting one possible play is to play just the U next to the N in avion, making new for 2 points. I think if you're fishing for bingos, like you could draw unactive if you get an I, for example, but I don't think that's an actual play you would make against a human being. Wow, Quackle really is pretty strongly suggesting a fishy play, like either trading the 2 U's or playing new. Those look insane to me.
Yeah.
Simply Nemo is pointing out, what do you mean? A word starting with Y or Y? Oh, so I can see what you're saying, just because French is my third language. You're thinking in a similar sense
What a
to.
flex.
No, it's just like, it's, you know how we talk about A and like as the first entry in the English Scrabble dictionary? Like it's a valid word, you just can't play it because it has to be 2 letters.
Uh-huh.
So like in the same sense, E is a very common article that is used when you're talking about location in French for lots of things. So somewhat ironically, the most often you'll ever see the letter Y in French is just when you play it on its own, or you have it on its own in a sentence, but otherwise it's very hard to use it. You cannot play just one letter on the first turn. It has to be at least 2.
That's kind of true in Spanish too, right? That the
Well,
Y
E
is
is the
much
same.
more. Oh yeah.
Well, E in Spanish is and, but in French, it's just an article to describe location,
And I think in both cases, it's not a very common letter except for in that word.
pretty much. Yeah. We are multilingual here in the commentating room. We got lots between all of us.
Yeah, between you and me, we know like 6 languages. I assume you know 6, because I know basically 0. My English is not too strong.
And our remote commentator adds a few as well. We've got a solid mix here.
Definitely. And yeah, orality, I think, just about. So yeah, if the A was exposed, then you would have orality. That's
Oh, nice.
a nice one.
Yeah, I like Vow. You're keeping a T for Vought. Seems like a totally reasonable choice.
And Centaur and Vought, I'm assuming would have been a strong play for Josh before, but that's gone. Centaur and Ryu would actually still play, so that's okay as at least one option. On crate, I don't go down.
All right, so we're just updating the score now. It should be 63-60 in favor of Jesse Day, and it should be Josh on turn. All right.
Let's see, we've got, Centaur, Uncrate, and Untracer all there. Very good. Allons-y, that's right. Let's go. Rebecca points out, yes, Ryu still. Perfect. And, Mary Davis. Hello, another person from Discord, from my other gaming who has come to say hi in the Scrabble stream. Welcome. Glad you are here, tuning in from Florida, I am assuming, unless you have been traveling. All right, so we're on Josh's time, and I'm assuming he's just looking for any potential other options. I'm not seeing anything else that jumps out immediately besides just playing Centaur. Yeah, there we go.
Yeah, that is the only bingo, so you got to play it. 67 and the lead for Josh.
And we see the retailer rack once again.
It's making its appearances here. No open E that would work for retailer in this case.
You'll have to retailer his rack
Indeed. Saddest of days.
and to make some alterations.
Well, you fish off an R and have just the right other ones to play through, then yes.
You can fish away an O and an R by turning Zo into Orzo.
Nice.
There's actually 2 cool spots for an O and an R. The other one being Ureo through the U and the A in Centaur and Val. So a couple of ways to fish here. And you don't really have any choice but to fish. You don't have any really great scoring options on this rack.
Now, this is going to be a here fishy, fishy, fishy for sure. Where is that little fishy or two going to go? So Rob points out, same thing that happened to Joel. Yeah, Joel ran into 1 point tiles that he couldn't really score very well with.
Yeah, I was talking about that earlier. All those
Yeah.
AIORT racks just couldn't do anything. Look at Josh's rack. He needs one of those R's to play Glamours,
Mm-hmm.
but I don't think he's going to get an R out in open space the way he wants to. I'm scanning the possible Jesse moves to see if any of them give him the R for Glamours, and I don't see one. Oh, unless he plays Ront. If he plays RONT, Ront, through the N in Centaur, that would give Josh Glamours.
Yes. Old MacDonald had a farm and E-I-E-I-O. Yeah, that might be happening a little bit later. Still lots of E's, not so many I's for that, but
And now that I think about it, Ront is not too bad. Yeah, it sets up the E at the end. And yeah, I think it's not too bad.
I mean, it also opens the board a little bit. I mean, you're down by 64. You'd like to bingo soon. You don't have any great places to bingo right now. You know, Centaur was nice for Josh defensively. There's no overlapping that C. You want to give yourself more places to bingo if you're Jesse. So Ront is actually not bad. Like I'm looking at the board after Orzo and just thinking like, where are you going to bingo if you're Jesse? Your options are not great. You don't have an S for avions. I mean, it's just, yeah. You don't have any of the letters to hook onto YU.
Okay, this is very interesting.
he's playing Lictor.
Wow, he's playing Lictor. That is, I don't know. Don't know what I think of that. I guess he just wants to maximize board openness. He's forking 2 spots. And I don't think he's going to get punished too badly for that. I don't see any amazing plays for Josh.
75.
Very interesting.
It's a very, very bold move. Yeah, it's kind of forked the board open in a way. So that's,
Exactly, yeah.
It worked out pretty well for him.
yeah.
Wow. He can play retailer.
Retailer.
The revenge of the retailer. I love it.
Yeah, wow, yeah.
I think we're pretty likely to see Josh block it, but it would be hilarious if
Yeah. Well, you can still score over 80 with a 4-timer there. So that's
yeah. So I think Mungo looks like a pretty reasonable choice for Josh, and if he does that, Jesse's retailer dreams will be shattered.
Some of the other options. Seth in the chat has mentioned Mulla using the L in Lictor. I believe Mulga is an option
Yeah,
as well.
Mulga is better than Mulla.
And someone has asked for a definition of Gollum in the stream.
Gollum, nice.
Gollum, Schmeagol.
And Scrabble Kitty crushes your hopes and dreams. Gollum is not a word. Oh, the cruel, cruel bot. So if retailer is blocked, we're going to see some boring bingo like Oriest or something.
Seth, I believe it's Malva, if I remember correctly.
Oh, he's making a Seinfeld reference.
Morva and Malva. I think that's what he must have.
Mungo has gone down. Okay. So that does
I'm
block.
not going to explain the Seinfeld reference because this is a family-friendly broadcast. but-
Okay.
all right, Mungo is a good play, and it does indeed ruin the hope of retailer for Jesse.
He's got choices.
For sure.
Choices. There's a fun little impression for those of you who are in the know.
Well, I think does Rolomite take an S? Yeah, you could do that for style points. You could play Rolomite for style points.
Yeah, yeah. But a normal word like mediator from the M is better, but but not in style, of course. Yeah, so mediator from the M would be 80 points, and Oriest as a double-double to the left of Lichter would also be 80. So take your pick.
He's going double, it looks like.
Oh,
Toadier?
that's not a word. What are you doing? What are you doing?
Wait, what?
Oh, no.
Oh no.
I mean, I said I wasn't going to make fun of Jesse this game, but if he plays Toadier, I can't help myself.
What is happening? Is that a hole?
We don't know if the blank is a D,
Oh,
but
hang on. It looks like there's a challenge.
yeah, it's being challenged.
Josh knows
okay.
that word.
We don't. The blank could be anything. I mean,
I'm assuming
it could be a
Toadier.
Q. How do you assume a phony? It could be any phony.
I mean, I just think of the most likely phony to come up if there were to be one. That seems highly.
Maybe it's
Likely.
a Z, Tozier.
I think there's a different spelling for that.
Wow, this is, yeah. Of course, it happens to all of us. I have to say that.
It does. It's true.
There are some words that, going back from a long time ago, are coded in my memory, and I had to sort of recode them as, okay, I see this word first, I know it's not the word, and then I have to see that invalid word first before I see the valid one. But once in a while, you forget what the valid one is after, and you might quickly play the invalid one by mistake. At least that's what happens to me. Yeah, there you go. Yep. So we have confirmed with our producer, it was Toadier with D as in Delta was the attempted play.
Let me just quickly update that scoreboard and add 0 to Jesse's score. Okay, done.
Dang. And the funny thing is he's still going to get a nice high score next turn regardless.
Yeah, you can afford to try things you're unsure of, like Toadier, because you have 2 spots to bingo next turn. So.
And Josh doesn't seem to have a lot going on here anyway, so nothing that I can see at least.
Yeah, this is a tough rack for Josh. I'm not sure what he should do with this. He needs a disconnected I and an E for Canfields.
Nice.
Or I guess they'd be connected, excuse me. He needs to have the phony word IE on the board. So your highest scoring options are through the ZO. You can play DZOS or LAZOS, Zos or Lazos. This is the kind of situation where you might burn your S just to like get rid of an extra consonant because you just have so many of those. And it just scores a lot more to play your S than not to. Your highest scoring non-S options are not very good. Like fact for 18, keeping DLNS, like you don't love that. It's tough. Both players taking their time. They've used 10 minutes already.
And for those of you who are not familiar, my namesake at board one here, Jesse Day, he is known for using his time, all of his time, and then some. Yeah, we're on the same page. There was a game that I played with Jesse Day in the last year where it was actually me who went overtime and not him. So there had to be a Jesse that went overtime in that game. It just was not him that time. But usually it is this Jesse on screen that we're seeing now that uses all of his time.
Meanwhile, back here in the streaming room, every day is Jesse Day.
Yes, it is. I am here every day for the broadcast, whether you like it or not. And if you don't like it, I'm sorry. I'm trying. So let's just see who we got here. Okay, calves and use.
24.
Nice valid word. And Jesse's going to be marking a different blank now, I would imagine.
Yep.
Wait, what did he do? Did he put something down and pick it up? Oh,
I'm
he's
guessing
back
so.
in the tank thinking a little more. Oh yeah, he's erasing his blank and writing a new one. Okay.
Is there a 10 through LMC?
Oh my gosh.
An interesting sort of setup. I feel like it would be like ENCE or ANCE if it were to be a word of that length. That's just my immediate thought. Ta-da.
Almost luminance. Just one tile shot.
Oh,
Nice.
very nice.
Nice.
Yeah, so the best plays here for Jesse are double doubles in line E next to Lictor. He's got Oriest and Notaire, and ironically, a different comparative animal of Goatier, not Toadier.
Mhm. You cannot be.
It looks like he is going to find Goatier.
You cannot be comparatively abounding in toads, but you can be for goats.
Yeah, just keep comparing animals till you find one, Jesse. You'll get there. All right, Goatier does come down. 78 for Jesse, and he's back in this game.
Gertrude asks, are Jesse's letters upside down, or did he draw TEA upside down? That's something else about Jesse, where those of us who know him just know. The letters are on his rack randomly. They're sometimes sideways, they're sometimes upside down, they're sometimes right side up. That's just the way that he puts them on his rack. So for anyone who is neurotic that likes to have it in alphagram order and lined up perfectly, Jesse Day is not the person you want to be watching.
I see in the chat bungee mode.
Yes.
Yes, Ben Schumrun is, of course, the famous upside down, sideways, disoriented tiles guy as well.
Yes.
All right, so Josh, meanwhile, is a streamer's dream, just perfectly arranged alphabetized tiles. You love to see it.
Mm-hmm.
Makes my job much easier as I'm typing in these moves to the computer.
Oh, Jesse Day has drawn the other blank.
Interesting. Probably not going to bingo next turn with the F and the P. I'm not seeing much, but...
I see a very interesting 8 here.
Oh, you see an interesting 8. Oh,
Yeah, I don't think it plays. Definitely doesn't play. But it's a lovely one. Yeah, it's Pontifex.
Yes.
oh nice, nice, nice.
Yeah. Maybe there's something else as well.
How very religious of you.
Yeah, I'm going to bow down and worship that play.
We've seen lots of Latin things come up on
Yeah,
screen today.
yeah.
Pontifex is, the Latinate version of pontifex or pontificate comes from the same root. Hamfer Roaster points out, Jesse has actually neatened up his rack quite nicely for us. Yes, this time he's put it up in nice order. I think because he's thinking through the alphagrams on this occasion, whereas last turn maybe he was not.
Yeah. All right, so for Josh here, he does not have a bingo. He's up by 28, and he's got kind of a middling rack.
27.
You could score pretty decently here with like glance through the C in the top right corner for 30 points.
That just made me think of one of my favorite Collins Spencerian words, eglanced.
Oh yeah. Yeah, Glace also a reasonable option. Keep your N. Yeah, AD and 30 points or ADN and 27. Pretty close call. Looks like Josh is going to opt for keeping that N. That's going to add to his lead. He's now up by 55. It's 208 to 153.
Yeah.
And so Jesse only down by a bingo, and he's got a blank. So this is going to be a close game, I imagine. I don't think he's going to bingo this turn, but probably sometime fairly soon.
So I'm not saying anything longer when I look immediately at the board for options here. Aditya, what do you think among the options? I'm assuming you would be in favor of one of the shorter options, but what do you think?
Yeah, I think Fett looks okay along Gautier. That looks like a decent play. Yeah, I'm not sure. I don't think Feint. Feint leaves too much to chance. Yeah, I think Fett seems okay.
Yeah, you could also just play F, just keeping INPT blank. There's a lot of E's unseen. There's 43 tiles left, and 8 of them are E's. So, you keep INPT blank, you probably draw an E. Or I don't know about probably. I can't do that math, but you got a decent chance.
Meanwhile, Josh has Daikons on his rack.
Yeah.
Currently nowhere to put it, from what I can see. But if he were given a spot, that'd be nice. And
Yeah, there you go.
oh boy, he just got a spot for Daikons.
Ooh.
That's painful, or it will be.
Yep. So Fen and then Daikons and Fend or Fenk. Or no, sorry, not Fenk. Fenny.
Yeah, Fanny.
Not Fenk. I can't read my computer screen.
When we
Fenk
went,
is not a word.
when we
It's just thanks, yeah, by the way.
Yeah.
Which I think is thanks, maybe. I'm not sure. Is it?
Wow. Fenk is the refuse of whale blubber.
oh my,
Wow.
Yeah, you
How very
know
random.
a lot. Just looking things up, huh?
so when we went to Goa to play in the Westwood Championship there, a lot of Fanny was consumed. I'm not sure if you know what that is.
I don't.
You don't?
Yes. Yeah.
It's a yes, it's made from
Cashew liquor.
It is an alcohol.
Made from coconuts. Okay. I'm not a big fan
Speaking of
of drinks.
speaking of
Oh.
speaking of Goa, I think Jesse did really, really well there. If I remember correctly, he made the final and he pushed the goat all the way till the end.
Yeah.
Oh, yes, he did.
Yes. Unfortunately, Nigel was goatier
Yeah.
and Jesse was toadier.
Nigel is the goatiest. Okay, yeah, Jesse's rack is looking pretty comfortably bingo prone for the next turn, but we're just waiting to see if Josh can pull out Daikons on this turn. AODHQ says, hi, how long will the stream run for? Have I missed most of it? More than half of the stream for the day has been done. We start roughly at 9:30 a.m. Central Time every morning for the next several days. So that will be again tomorrow. On Wednesday, we also start at the same time, but it will be, is it 3 rounds as usual on the last day? Okay, so it'll just be 3 rounds of Scrabble play on Wednesday. So a shorter broadcast, but we start at 9:30 every day and there's, it's 7, on the previous day. So we do 7 rounds of games for the first 4 days and then 3 on the last.
Yep. 77773. All right, so looks like Daikons comes down making which hook? Daikons and
Feiny.
Fenk. Okay.
Yeah, I think Pettier looks like. What's this? Oh, lovely overlap.
Receipt.
Oh, very nice.
Wow.
Yeah. Usually I like to say I want to see receipts in an entirely different context, but here we're just happy to see receipt.
You love to see it. 6
We love
overlaps.
to see it.
So this is a game now. Josh ahead by only 14 points, 283 to 269. And Josh is on turn with a bunch of sideways letters I can't read. We were just talking about how good you were about this, Josh. Come on.
You're whining. Wine D-E. That's his rack. You're whining.
Yeah. And he should claw back into a bingo lead using the SH. He should get about 45 points there, a little more.
Yep. So Hughed is 53.
Oh yeah.
Looking
I'm a
pretty
fan of
strong. Looking very strong.
It's pretty hard to pass up 53 points.
Yeah, and
How?
Jesse.
42.
Yeah, Jesse has the tiles for Sobrike.
Yes.
Oh, nice. Yeah, so actually the sim says that Josh is correct to play How, which is interesting. It is 11 fewer points, but it's a better leave, and you're covering a very important scoring spot. Oh, did Josh put it down and then pick it back up again?
He's going for huge for the points.
Okay.
Interesting. It
Yeah, I
looks
mean,
like
it's close, but
in the simulation, it looks like they're approximately 2% apart as far as winning percent. Both are in the 80% range. Hughed has been given about 84% chance of winning, and Howe about 86.5. So both are leading to a win for Josh in many cases.
So it looks like a fairly standard QI turn here for Jesse. He's got QI above Daikons for 28. I mean, again, you got to think about whether you want to cover that O in Daikons. Like, you could just play Boar and deal with the Q later, but I think you got to just play QI.
Especially with no use in the bag. Yeah,
I think that is a factor.
So we're just going to get an update on the score and the remaining tiles in just a moment here.
Yeah, sorry about that. The score should be 336 to 269. We're just trying to get that updated right now. And there are 21 tiles unseen, so 14 in the bag. Interesting pool. Mostly bingo prawn stuff, except the X is still out there and H and the W as well. So, gonna be an interesting end game here. Definitely advantage Josh, but he has drawn somewhat awkward tiles. Would love to see an A for pin board, but that's not possible. I think more than likely we're going to see Josh play something boring like Bop or something next turn. Oh, he has Bipod.
And
Is,
show is my assumption.
Yeah, SHO, which I forgot. Yeah, so if Jesse doesn't block that bottom part of the board, then Bipod is probably coming from Josh. And that's going to put it, almost out of reach to a bingo. Like Jesse's going to need a big bingo to come back.
Yeah.
All right, he picks up the QI and he does put it down above Dacon's as
Very good.
expected.
So looking in the chat a little bit more here, some definitions. GT Man, this is close to Chicago. We are quite close by to Chicago. Let's see. John Lee Music asks, is Josh Sokol still competing in the World Cup? He is. He's competing in the NWL division. It's a different dictionary. The easiest way to describe it, there's several nuanced differences in how the rules work, but the easiest ones to understand is that they use the North American NWL dictionary.
TWL.
It has fewer words, essentially, than the dictionary that we're seeing here. And they also have a slightly different challenge rule, which we refer to as double challenge. The players that we're seeing on stream are in the Collins division, and they have what's called 5-point challenge rule. Those are more or less the two major differences as far as how those separate tournaments work. We're here in the same building, but they're kind of separate tournaments. Not entirely, but kind of. The players are competing separately in different divisions. So in that sense, they are separate tournaments.
All right, so Bipod was indeed played, it looks like.
Yes, Bipod has been played underneath
Okay.
of Huge.
So that is going to make the score 375 to 297. Like I was saying, a play that strong puts this game almost out of reach to a bingo. I mean, Jesse's down by 78 now. He's going to have to make something happen and fast. Let me just quickly get those unseen tiles updated and good. Okay. So not really sure what Jesse can do here. There's 7 tiles in the bag. He's got to fish for a bingo very soon, and he's got to have a big juicy place to play it where he can, score 80 or 90 or something. I'm just not sure what that's going to look like. If anybody has any brilliant ideas, let me know in the chat. But like you can play BE above Huge, but I mean, I think you're just going to get slammed there every time. Like Josh is going to beat you to that spot. Well, I don't know. Somebody says, oh, Sidewinder says rebit maybe. Okay. Rebit. Oh, that's good. Rebit on the left side of the board into the IT and receipt. Go to your.
I like rebit. That's definitely among.
Yeah.
my
So you score
choices.
21 and you open a really nice bingo lane into that R, into the E as well. That's a nice spot. I like it a lot. Jesse's got 6 minutes.
He's going to go down to 1.
Well, honestly, I wouldn't blame him for that.
Yeah.
I think that this is
On this
kind
turn, you need to be able to think about what you're doing to the board.
this is one of the hardest things to do in Scrabble is figure out your plan in a difficult pre-end game. And Jesse is, in a really pivotal spot right now. Like the choice you make now is going to really dictate the rest of the game. So this is the whole reason you save time in Scrabble is for plays like this that are hard.
Yes. Aditya, your thoughts. Rebit is near the top of my list. What other plays would you be considering right now?
Yeah, definitely. I don't see anything else. Like as Evan said, like a play like BE is just going to get countered almost every time. So yeah, rebid forces him to do something about it. Probably score, in less than 20, trying to do something there, and then Jesse bingos, and then maybe gets the X, which is unseen. That's one trajectory that could lead to Jesse making it closer. But yeah, it still looks difficult for him.
So 5 minutes now for Jesse to think this over.
Wonder if there's any sort of like fun, cheeky X setup play, even if he doesn't have it, to make things interesting.
Oh,
Just stall for a
geez.
turn. Because that would be really hard to and you can't really quantify that in Quackle necessarily. But if there's some way that he can deal with, the B or the M in some way, while also simultaneously creating what appears to be a setup of an X, that could maybe buy him some time. I mean, I still like rebid as far as a standard play with options that we can see that are clear, but I wonder if there's any creative plays that we could look for here while we're waiting for him to decide.
So one option that Quackle offers up is Ember in the top left corner, making Rego. And so that puts the E right next to that double letter score and gives you like an interesting little X hotspot. That's the kind of thing you're talking about, I guess.
Yeah. So, I mean, like in this case, Ilex wouldn't be available since the eyes are all gone, but that'd be one potential option, doing something like that. Are there really?
I'm not sure if there's, you can't play Alex. That's not a word.
Indeed not. Neither is Olex.
Yeah, Olex. Yeah.
Ember. Oh, he plays the R that takes away. Is there still one more R besides that one? Because that would leave Grex.
Oh, okay. Yeah, there is another R. That's interesting. Grex is possible. Yeah, I mean, you're down by so much that you would really, really like to bingo for,
Yeah.
like I said, a big bingo score. You want to find a way to score 85 or 90 next turn if you can. Oh, hotel Wi-Fi. You tease us so. Come on, Twitch, reload. There you go. So 3.25 minutes left for Jesse now, at least according to our laggy clock. So Jesse's really letting he's gonna play a different Ember. He's gonna play Ember in the bottom left corner. Okay.
He's playing Embers, actually, and Fennies.
Oh, he's just going for the high scoring play. Okay. I guess it's more than just a high scoring play. I'm having technical difficulties. It also puts the E in the triple and just, it's kind of a desperation prayer of a play. Like if you just miraculously draw the triple and your opponent doesn't block for some reason.
Seems to be drawing well so far. Oh, okay. Right.
So it looks like when is a pretty strong play, just killing that triple and scoring 42. Although, okay, let's get the unseen tile pool refreshed because that is very important. Okay. AELOSTX. There's one in the bag. In a pre-end game situation like this, you really can go through the entire range of possible racks you're up against and calculate exactly how many bingos are possible. And Josh has 5 minutes, which is enough time to kind of sort of go through that process. It's going to be tough to do the entire thing. But he's got to ask himself. Actually, what's interesting about this position is that Jesse's given himself 2 identical lanes for bingos through an E. So if he does draw a bingo through an E, he's guaranteed to play it. We happen to know that he has not drawn one, unfortunately for him. But it was an interesting idea to give himself 2 identical spots so that he can't block both. I wonder what there was that he could have drawn. There probably was some stuff.
In a perfect world of V's, Josh would have hangover for a nice little triple right now.
Yeah, so I'm just looking at like what Jesse could have drawn, like from his perspective, words like Halloseer and gasoline and Garouse were possible. So like that was a decent try by Jesse to draw bingo in 2 spots. It's actually a really creative play that I didn't realize at first how creative it was. But yeah, he's drawn that X, which I don't think he's very happy to see.
Yeah, even something like Anna Texas would have been unseen to him.
Yeah.
That's something
Yeah.
you probably need that kind of course, any 9-timer wins, but yeah, maybe Anna Texas on the other side is also decent.
Well, I think Jesse's thinking is that, Ember scores so much that any bingo wins. Like he's only down by 38, and then he's going to bingo out for, 70 some in a lot of cases. I mean, you're just putting yourself at the mercy of the tile bag. You could draw great, you could draw terrible, you just don't know what's going to happen. I'm sure Jesse was aware that, he could get lucky and get a bingo, but he could also draw H or W or X or all sorts of bad stuff. So he was taking a chance, but, in that position, you've got to take a chance. There's no safe way to win that game. I see mention of hangover in the chat.
Yes, I mentioned that earlier.
Very nice, very nice.
So confirming the very last item in the chat, yes, that was a reference to our wintry friend.
Also to Josh, who uses words like hangover all the time.
Yes.
Yes. Josh is currently at the table 1 when you.
That is the one he uses quite often. And then he and Tim Weiss apparently describe both an airplane and an airport as a moseying when you.
Yes, that is your favorite. Your favorite.
That is probably my
representation.
all-time favorite.
Anyway, we should talk about this anyway. It's very interesting. You can tell Josh is doing a lot of writing on his score sheet right now, and I think what he's doing is going through every possible permutation of rack that Jesse could have and looking for bingos everywhere.
42.
It's not easy because there's a lot of bingo-ish stuff he could be up against. Or he has played Wen, and as it turns out, he's fine. Like after Wen, he's going to win 100% of the time. It looks like there were no possible bingos, but it's hard to confirm that. You got to be sure. Anyway, Wen is a just fine play, and he has drawn the A. And so for Jesse, he's now down by 80, I believe. Let me just get that score fixed. Sorry about that. It is 417 to 337. And the unseen tiles are A, G, O, R. There we go. So Jesse's going to be deep in the tank thinking, but there is really not much to be found here. You don't have any great options.
That's to block Orage is the logic for that, I'm guessing. Crackle suggesting so SCW.
Yeah, well, so the beauty of SEW is you're blocking Orage and you're also keeping Extol into the L in the top left corner to go out for whatever number that is, 40, 48? Not that many. I can't count right now. It's late in the day. Oh, and you have 2 spots for Extol because extolled is a word into the D in Hewed.
Nice.
So Quackle, as usual, smarter than us, finding a really cool endgame sequence.
Yeah. So also blocks Agore, which is another thing.
Oh yeah, Agora and Orage. Yeah.
That's the only out. So that's another thing, I guess.
Yep.
Okay.
42. $379.
So Jesse is taking his time, and then what does he end up doing? He plays Extol. Okay.
And Agore comes down.
All right. So your final score is going to be Josh Castellano 437, Jesse Day 379. Nice game from Josh.
Yeah. Good game. It's a nice change to see we don't have a blowout on board
Yeah.
one for once, just because we've had a couple of lopsided games the last few. Good to see this one was very much up in the air until close to the end here.
Yeah, it was very tactically interesting. I mean, Jesse had his chances to come back here. I mean, I thought Embers was a really, really interesting play. I mean, Jesse struggled with some tough racks late in the game, and he found creative ways to play through them. But in the end, Josh comes out on top. This is a good game. Todier aside, of course.
Yeah, a little blip. Definitely our potential. I mean, like there's a whole bunch of what if from there. We can't say it was exactly the turning point because you don't know what that random rack would have been after, but it was certainly a noteworthy point in the game when that happened. What else could we just cover from the game here? That was Ouija versus Avion. That turn was interesting as well, like dealing with that one. Didn't end up hurting Josh, but
Yeah.
Marlon pointed out earlier in the game that Ryantley, I think, was available on the next turn based on what was drawn.
Oh, so if he had played Ouija
Ouija,
with
yeah.
the same tiles, he would have drawn Ryantley.
I believe, yeah,
Yeah.
is what he had pointed out. What else? I'm trying to think of.
I think Lictor was an insane play. Like I still can't get myself to play anything like that. But yeah, I think it was.
Yeah, it's insane in a good way. Yeah, I mean, like, I don't know if I would have made it either, but I credit Jesse for being creative and trying something. It was a cool spot for him to find that.
Someone is also wondering about Trems versus Fennies. Or Trem/Fennies, pardon me. So that would that have been on the turn of Embers? Yeah, so not putting the E out in the triple lane. Interesting idea, but I think putting the E out in the triple lane was very intentional for the reasons mentioned as far as giving two of the identical E spots where it's in the second last position on the board, and in one case it offers a triple versus a standard bingo score. So I think that's
I think Trams always loses to a 3-letter play down in the bottom right. So I think give himself a chance.
I think if you're playing something that's shorter, where you're not trying to blatantly open a triple, then Rebit would be the play that I would still go for. But Embers, I think, is definitely really up there if you're going to give up the S and play for points near the bottom. Anything else in the chat that we have here? Olive Woggles is here, and I'm watching on Twitch like an animal. Nice. Yeah, the Woogles team is representing strong. Have we picked another game yet?
Yes, the next round is going to be Brian Bowman and Thomas Reinke, who are currently ranked first and second in the standings.
I think that is a fair
nice little clash
matchup.
of the Titans coming. Yeah.
Very good. Do we have standings at the moment? I think it's based on it was 5-0 and 4-1, right? Okay.
Yeah, they were. I don't have updated standings for round 6 because I don't think all the games are over yet.
Okay.
Well, maybe they are all over yet. I mean, Josh and Jesse are probably the last.
They
ones
are
to
among the
finish.
last.
Yeah. I will try and refresh the live coverage page when I can and find that information.
The good news is that means that we're most likely going to be good to go after a very brief break this time for the next game.
That's right.
Yeah. I can't think of anything else from the board to bring up. I remember learning Centauri a long time ago with the Y hook at the end.
Oh, that's right.
I was thinking about it after Centaur was played, but both the Ys were already on the board, so it did not come
Right.
up in this case.
Centauri is a very interesting anagram as well.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I was trying to think when I said it. I thought there was one, but couldn't come up with it right away.
I believe it is Cyanuret.
That's
Yeah.
the one.
Yeah.
Very nice.
So we got an update on the standings. Thomas Reinke lost his last game, so there are 0 players undefeated through only 6 rounds, which is pretty incredible. The 5-1s are David Wiegand, David Eldar, Evan Borowski. Thomas is then in 4th place, and then Jeff Teveno is the final 5-1.
So the only reason he's got that one loss is that game we saw on stream. He's at 5-1 plus 101. It looks like 181. Pardon me. So yeah, some of that spread taken away when Dave had his way on stream earlier, but otherwise solid showing. David Webb, another one of our Davids from the UK, is leading the 4 and 2s at plus 529. Very good. Yeah, very nice to see. So we're gonna have the next 2 players on stream here shortly once these guys have cleaned up and moved on. Ooh, that's a cool one I didn't know.
Oh yeah,
Centaurea.
Centauria. Yeah.
Very, very nice.
You can try and bust that out on Dave Wiegand and anagrams tonight and impress him.
And he'll just be like, there's 7 steals for that. And then list them all. Because, he probably knows them all.
Let's see. Centauria plus a blank.
Are you actually looking up the steals right now?
Of course I am.
Yes.
Unfortunately, the steals are untraceable.
And
Untraceable and Averuncate. I can't even pronounce this word. What is Averuncate? Anyway, good to know. All right, so we're going to have a
Right.
different long-haired man replacing Jesse Day. We're going to have
Yeah.
Thomas Reinke
yes,
and Brian Bowman in a little bit.
one half of Team Twin Reinke. The root of agoraphobia. I missed what that was about.
I think we're going to have a different long-haired guy and a different guy in a Wiggles t-shirt
Yes.
replacing Josh with Brian Bowman.
Indeed. How many more games today? We are on to
One more.
round 7. Yes,
Yeah.
it'll be our last game of the day.
This is a 31-game tournament, 7, 7, 7, 7, 3. And so we're going to have 7 games today. This is number 7.
Yeah, that's fine.
Oh, okay. We're gonna be on camera. I guess we need to like hair. Am I looking okay? Okay, good.
All righty. We are in studio here very briefly. You actually get to see us this time. Wait, the stream isn't showing. Let's pause, unpause. There we go.
Hey, we're on TV. Look at
We're
that.
actually visible, all of us here. We're not letting you go to bed in India just yet, because I know you were going to be dropping out for the last round, but we're putting you on the spot. You can't just peace out now. At least.
Definitely.
Are you playing any tournaments in India anytime soon?
Oh yeah, there's this tournament in Pune where Akshay will be there. That's there for the next weekend.
Nice.
So hopefully we have Akshay showing some of the best Indian players there.
Very cool.
Yeah, that's there. Hoping to be at one of these tournaments very soon. Yeah,
Love to have you.
very excited.
Excellent. Is there anyone we should be looking out for that you're expecting to maybe have a breakout tournament in India?
Well, we'll have lots of surprise packages. So there's this kid, Madhav Kamath, I'm not sure if you're aware. He's like 11 or 12, and he's beaten Sherwin, he's beaten Akshay, he's beaten all of us.
Wow.
So watch out for him. He does very well at the youth tournaments. I think that's a great thing about Asia. India, Pakistan, Sri Lanka, Thailand. Lot of very good youth players. So yeah, that's there. And yeah, I think hopefully there'll be an Alchemist Cup very soon, and we have a Team India there.
That would be amazing. Haven't talked to Michael Tang about that yet, because I know that 2020, RIP 2020, that was supposed to be the year that there'd be another big team event that Michael was going to run, but obviously that never came to fruition. So I'll have to see if it comes back, because I'd be excited. Sorry, we're just resetting the scores here, getting ready for the next game that's happening off screen. I believe it will just be the two of us so that our dear friend here in India can go to bed, because it's getting late there. I believe we're at
3:42 a.m. Okay.
Yeah. We're going to let you go, my dear friends. You can actually get some sleep. We thank you for your contribution today. It is much appreciated.
Yes. Okay. All right. I'm signing off. I'll see you guys tomorrow, same time.
All right. See you
Sounds
tomorrow.
good. We'll see you tomorrow.
Yes. Awesome. Thank you.
Good night. All right. So then that's the two of us. We would normally we'd normally be joined by one of our American friends calling in remotely, but he is on a day off today.
We'll save that surprise for tomorrow.
Yeah.
You'll find out who it is.
Mm.
I think we already told people it's Sam Rosen. We could just say
Did
it's
we?
Sam.
Okay. Yeah. We're going to have Sam Rosen joining us for the end of the broadcasts tomorrow, the day after, and the day after. So that will be a nice little treat. We're going to go back to the footage of board one as our players get ready for the final game of the day. Brian Bowman has taken his first tiles, and Thomas Reinke will be taking his shortly. Yep, there we go. We've got them both all lined up.
All right, so it looks like Brian is first. Okay, it looks like he's got what, Bajri? What other words does he have here?
That's definitely the one that's standing out pretty fast for me.
Man, it's been all day since it's been just you and me. I feel like we got to
Yeah.
like actually carry the broadcast and like talk more. And oh, this is hard.
I know, so much pressure.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm liking Bajri for sure as one of the options here.
Yeah, seems like there's really not much else to consider here. You don't want to play Rioja or Roji. These are not as good.
Yeah, and by not playing the O and playing Bajri, he will avoid giving back outright, as was mentioned in the chat. All right, thank you for watching, Nemo. Hopefully we will see you again for some of the rest of the broadcast for the tournament. A bientôt.
Yeah, we'll be here all week, literally. So I have a sneaking suspicion that Brian is going to be that guy and play Bajri vertically. So, you know, that's going to be a problem, but
We haven't really had a blatant Verdi.
I think he's our first Verdi on the show. Or did we have one earlier? I can't remember. Did Eldor open vertically? Who can remember these things? But I believe Brian is one of those.
Moyes went first in game one, right? Because I feel like Lipe is a Verdi, and I think we would have noticed if that had been played then.
I think he went back horizontal again. Who can remember these things?
Deldar opens vertically, they say in the chat. There we go.
Okay.
Matthew Tunnicliffe asks, can we censor that? Yeah, Matthew Tunnicliffe is very anti-Verdi. I had you in mind at the moment, thinking you might twitch. You might twitch on Twitch
There you go.
if it were to be played vertically.
I'm going back through all the games now. So round one, Lipe played Pell horizontally. Round two, Austin played Opa horizontally.
Ooh, Job has been played. Job has been played vertically, and that gives outright.
Ooh,
so-
Job and then outright. Ooh.
Yeah, that's gonna hurt in the morning.
And that's why you don't open vertically.
Tisk Verti says Jucko.
All right, technical difficulties are all ironed out, and I can actually update the score, and it should be 84 to 26. All right, so what do we got here for Brian? He's got the Z now. I'm not immediately seeing any awesome hotspots for that.
No, nothing too obvious to me either.
Some options here. He's got Wazir from the W, 34 points for that. He could also play a word like Zati, but that would be keeping two R's.
Yeah, I think getting rid of one for sure is the option. I would agree. Oh, it's Jeremy Hildebrand. I was wondering who that was and wasn't. I figured I should ask at some point. Hello,
Hey,
hello.
it's Joko.
We like to see. Thomas Reinke, as has been pointed out by Noah Slatkoff, as Fatalist.
Ooh,
on his
very
rack.
nice. Yep.
Baba Satire, Joshua won in the game between Jesse and Joshua in the last round.
Fatalist is the only bingo possible with that rack, so he needs to hope that that eye stays open. There's no other bingo. We happen to know that it probably will stay open. If Brian plays like Wazir, which it looks like he will, then Fatalist is coming down. So a nice lead for Thomas Reinke right out of the gate. He's going to bingo twice to start.
He's taken that time just to look again briefly, just in case.
Yeah.
I am in support of doing such a thing, even though you have what is usually an obvious play. You want to take another look just in case something nice
Yeah,
opens
just
up.
double check a little bit. Yeah.
Because that's something you just smack yourself for, and it's totally controllable as a mistake if you make it. So yeah, definitely worth taking a few more seconds.
We've been talking about time management a lot today, and it's not always about playing faster. Sometimes playing slower is the right idea too.
That comes through experience and usually mistakes to figure out when it's time to look just a little bit longer.
But yeah, Fatalist is definitely the best play here, and I'm sure Thomas will conclude that pretty soon.
Yeah, he's lined them back up in that order and he's putting them down.
All right, 76 for Thomas, and he's got a 104-point lead to start. Couldn't ask for a better start than that. So Brian's got the H and the V now. He's going to have to find a way to score some points with those tiles. He needed an S for reshaven, didn't get it. There's no Havener. That's a phony. I thought for a second that might be good, and the computer very promptly told me I was being a moron.
Oh.
So one option here for Brian is a Veena, a Veena in the top right corner next to Fatalist. He could also play in that H hotspot to the right of Fatalist. He could play like or A or Hat. Those are all options as well. Definitely, if you're Brian in this position, you want to prioritize keeping multiple places for bingos open. You're down by 100. You're going to need to bingo multiple times. You got to plan for that. And it's not easy to do. Based on that, maybe something like Veena, which opens up the board a little bit more than something like Hat does. I don't know. Neither of those is really ideal, I would say. Computers ruin everything, especially my ego.
Quackle's like the.
I thought I knew all the words and saw
Yeah.
all the plays, and then the computer was like, no, you're missing this and this and this and this and this and this. So
Can you imagine trash talking Quackle? Like if it actually could do that when we miss plays?
that'd be bad.
I'd be deflated forever.
That would be David Eldar, basically.
He does it to himself as well, to be fair.
Absolutely. So yeah, tough spot for Brian here. You got a lot of competing priorities here. You want to score well, you want to keep the board open, and you want to kind of unload the junk like the H and the V. And you can't really do all of those things too easily. Maybe Veena is the best option, but not ideal, I don't think. Looks like Thomas has finally drawn not a bingo. First time doing that. He's got Beget lined up on his rack, which is interesting.
Plays very nicely to the right of Fatalist for now.
Ah, yes, I see. Pretty sure that's going to get blocked. Basically, all of Brian's best plays involve using that part of the board. Yeah, I would definitely strongly consider Veena here if I were Brian. I think a lot of players try to avoid opening triple word scores, but the V is not the scariest letter in the world to put out there. It's not that often you're going to get like hit with a massive bingo through the V or anything. We happen to know that with Thomas's actual rack, he's got nothing through that V. He's just got weird, clunky consonants that don't go with it. Fish for job holder. I like that. He's got the H and the E and the R. He's halfway there.
We're not quite living on a prayer yet, though, so I'm not sure if it's time yet. We don't always go for the puns. We go for random musical lyrics as well.
So what play could he make that fishes for job holder? He could play... No, I got nothing. I don't know. You tell me, chat. Oh, jobberies would also fit, right? Beries, yeah.
Stock jobbery. Nice. That's wild.
I see that Aditya, rather than going to sleep, is looking up words like stock jobbery. Great life choices.
I wonder if that's even come up in anagrams. Like, obviously, unlikely in an actual Scrabble game, but just thinking, even in an anagrams game, that seems unlikely.
Yeah, sure does.
Pandorable, in this case, job holder would already be touching the triple letter word score, pardon me. So it would not matter in this case if it takes an S, because job holder would extend to the end. Looks like Veena with just one E was suggested as well instead. I'm kind of more in the camp of playing the other E to add many more points, especially when you're down by so much. I don't think HER is a good enough leave to justify giving up those points. Oh, to keep EHR for job holder. Got it. Yeah. Okay. Sorry. I'm thinking in a different mindset here. Pardon me. You're right. For job holder, Vina would be reasonable. Definitely.
Looks like our video froze because the clock is stuck on. Oh, there we go. Now it's working. Oh, and there's Vey. Okay.
There's a word. Yeah. Vey has come down.
HENR is an interesting leave. It's
Well-
potent for both scoring and bingoing in a way.
This leaves Beget next to Fatalist.
I see a question of why is he taking so long on this move, but honestly, I think those are difficult turns where you're trying to figure out how to come back from down 100. There's no clear star play. I don't blame him for taking a think there.
Yeah, that one definitely required a little bit of pondering and complication. The thing with Vey is it looks at first, unless you think about it for a second, Vey doesn't actually completely block the left side of the board. Uve is still very much available as a hook there.
Ah,
And it turns out he's drawn the U, which is going to be useful for him. Thomas is considering multiple options here. It looks like maybe not just Beget anymore. It looks like he's got Beef lined up as well.
sorry about the score. It's actually 85 for Brian after his play of Vey. Got that updated now. So what's that, a 77-point lead for Thomas? And he's got Beget. That's a pretty good option.
And he's putting Beget back in order. I think it's pretty hard to argue with that. I mean, FG is not a great leave, but what Beget does, besides scoring well, is it takes out the triple word score line for a bingo off of the E and outright, going upwards at least. And it also takes away a lot of the options through Fatalist to make eights as well. It doesn't really offer a ton back. I mean, anything with egg you could hook and play down to, but you're taking away options to make 8-letter words and control. Essentially, you're really well controlling one quadrant of the board. The J in Job, just because of the nature of it, you can't play any 2-letter words to the left of it. So the top left quadrant is more or less off limits for now, unless you can play a word ending in a U or close to ending in a U with Uve. Beget is a great board controlling play besides scoring well.
So it's back to Brian, and I see he has Hun, H-U-N, can just overlap Beget there, making Hagenute and Nat. Seems like a natural move, just straight up points and leave.
Yeah, I don't really see much else you can do. The only reason why he might pause briefly is he would be getting rid of his U to hook Vey, but at this point, given how far behind you are, you definitely want to keep scoring, or having that hook doesn't matter.
And sure enough, Hun is coming down. Another practical suggestion was Rhine, R-H-I-N-E, with all through the R and outright, with all the overlaps, making Zit. And
Alongside
that.
Wazir and down from the R and outright, yeah, that would have been
it's
a lot
40
of
points. You don't necessarily think it's
points.
40 until you start counting. And then
It's a lot, and
yeah.
you actually also keep the U for that lane on the left hooking Vey, so that's probably also why Paco likes it.
To
reasonably
be clear,
well.
I think Hun is still the best play.
Yeah.
I'm just saying Rhine is cool.
Yeah.
117 to 96 is your score, and we see Thomas with Forgery on his rack.
Forgery non-bingo, says the
Yeah.
chat. Yes.
Yeah, his best play might just be Forgery through the R, keeping an R. Could also consider Foy in the top right corner. Brian has a nice balanced rack of dankier, but yeah, that's not actually a word. No bingo for him. I think typically in this position, if you're Thomas, the best move here is to stare at your rack and be angry for like 2 minutes that Forgery won't play.
Been there,
And then
done
eventually
that.
be like, okay, fine, what do I actually play?
You're like, oh, look at that. I used like 5 minutes of my time by by getting mad about that. Been there, done that.
And it looks like Thomas has lined up FO space jury, like he's considering Forgery through the R. Yeah, that's a perfectly fine move. I think Foy and Forgery are both pretty solid.
Forgery, is that like when you go to the school of Fergie?
Even for you, that's terrible.
I'm just wondering what it would mean if it were actually a word.
Sure. Yeah, danker is good. Dankier is not. There you go.
Unpleasantly damp. Is there a pleasant dampness? I can't think of one.
Again, this is a family-friendly show. I can't talk about that right now.
Danky Kang. Nice.
Looks like Thomas is still thinking about forgery versus foy. It is a tough call. Foy is 4 extra points. Keeps your leave of EGRR. Not the best leave in the world.
Thomas is also considering Fairy on his rack. It's like he is playing forgery ultimately.
Yeah, I think that's a
Nice.
fine play.
Yeah. Dank like a meme for the, yeah, dank memes. That's definitely a thing.
You don't want your memes to be unpleasantly damp. That's like the worst kind of memes.
They need to be pleasantly damp. Which I believe is moist. I was just trying to think, what's another way of saying that? Yeah, moist memes.
All right, so a couple of ways to score points with your K here if you're Brian. And you are down by a score of 232, 117. Let me update that again, sorry. In the top right corner of the board, you got words like kid and ked and kin and ken. And then in the bottom right, you got words like yank and yark and yerk. So a couple of easy scoring spots for your K. Interesting for Brian to choose which one he likes best. Ooh, and it looks like Thomas has drawn a bingo that plays in 2 spots. He's got So Lunar, and like you were saying earlier, Ve takes a U for Uve.
Yeah.
So sure enough, that hook's going to come in handy. Brian's lining up Kid on his rack, which is a very solid choice. AENR, a good leave. Looks like he's also looking at KI, but you got to play Kid over KI. I mean, it's a difference of like 13 points.
Mm-hmm.
You got to play off that D.
Playing it in the top right for sure, because since that quadrant is killed off as far as bingos are concerned, you might as well score there while fishing-ish. And it looks like that's what he's got lined up and
Yeah.
is reasoning through. The sun and the moon are setting on this game already. Yeah, fair. You guys with your tricky hooks. There's lots and lots of hooks. Yes, Uvia has the anagram of Uve in columns as well. Kid has been played. Back to Thomas Reinke, who has his choices.
2 of them, in fact. You can choose So Lunar or So Lunar.
Do we have anyone in this chat who understands why I'm saying choices in that way? I don't know. Is there anyone here? If you know, you know. Otherwise, you don't. I'll have to explain later. Is there anyone in the chat who knows when I say it with this inflection specifically? Choices. Do you know what I mean?
I sure don't.
All right. Well, we'll come back to that a little bit here.
All right, so Lunar making Uve is 71 points, and Lunar making FA underneath Forgery is 67. So a 4-point difference. I don't have any compelling reason not to just be like, I don't know, I'll take the points. I guess, well...
How many use have been played? 1, 2. That would be the third. But then the S being hooked out on the left, you're not blocking anything anyway. So I was just like thinking, what's better for board control?
I think they both have their strengths and weaknesses in that regard. Like, if you play Lunar and Uve, you're giving back a big spot to the left of the O in Lunar. But if you play it at the bottom, making FA and OR, then there's just like an obvious bingo lane ending in S, which is also a risk. Yeah, see, the placement he's put down here is, it's got its strengths and weaknesses, like I said. But if Brian has a bingo, you're making it very easy for him to play it. And sure enough, Brian does
He
have
definitely has a bingo.
yeah. I'm not saying Thomas is wrong. I'm just saying there's pros and cons. All right, so the updated score is 299 for Thomas. He's up by a big old 147. But I think Brian's going to take away about half that spread right now.
So I'm looking at different potential choices that Brian could do. So one of the ones that stands out immediately is Perinia, hooking to make Or and Fap. The problem with Fap is it doesn't take an S.
Yep.
So that would be effectively blocking himself with any potential comeback opportunities. This is interesting for him because if I were Brian, I would actually not want to play off the S in Solunar if at all possible. I would want to be playing underneath the Forgery and Solunar to make something off to the right that also creates a lane on the bottom to give him a long shot, to be fair, of coming back, but a shot all the same. That would be my personal preference. What do you think?
Yeah, I think you're right. I think you want to absolutely maximize the ways you can bingo in the future after this turn because you're going to need more bingos than this one to come back. And definitely playing Fap would close off some things for you. It is a shame that like so many of your highest scoring plays are going to be making that Fap hook. It's tough. But what about a word that puts the R underneath Fa, like reaping, for example?
I think any of those would be reasonable.
Yeah. I mean, you are giving your opponent just like easy points in line 15 there. So that's also got its weaknesses.
So originally he had put down Perinia, picked it up. Now he's putting down Paniers, it looks like. So interesting. Okay. Well, I mean, like you're going purely for points when you do that. You do still leave the S lane, but it's so easily blockable. And then what do?
Yeah.
There's nothing there. So I personally disagree with the choice.
But this is interesting. I mean, you're only down by one bingo now. There is an obvious lane open 2 bingo. There's a blank out there you can draw. I think Brian is alive in this game. He's not like super desperate yet.
But already on this turn, all you have to do is play like anything reasonable, that is blocky in that spot on the board, and the game's over because the top right quadrant's gone, top left is gone with the J where it is, and all you have to do is kill this quadrant in the bottom left. There's nothing you can do. You're chasing the entire time, which is why to me it was so critical that you opened up the bottom line with that and played something like Repaint. I am completely disagreeing with Paniers on this one. That's my perspective. I don't know what people in the chat think, but I'm highly disagreeing with that choice. Because we're seeing with Thomas, all he has to do is play something with the V and it's dead.
We'll see. I think there's still ways for this to open back up again. I mean, it depends what word Thomas uses to kill the spot, if that is what he ends up doing. He's also looking at a play like Vaded, which would actually open the board wide open. So who knows what'll happen? Yeah, I mean, his equity play obviously is just Vaded for 35 above Solunar. It's not really thematically the kind of thing you're looking for here when you're up by a bingo. But I don't know. I'm not sure how defensive he wants to be at this point in the game. He could shut it down or he could keep scoring.
I mean, Vaded somewhat still kind of fulfills that MO because a V in the triple lane is probably not the most worrisome thing. If you're going to play something there, you leave the opportunity for 9s with ES, but I mean, like that's...
well, it just goes through that A invaded too.
Yeah.
Yeah, like you don't want to give him an easy letter like an A if you can help it. It's a tough spot. Some of the hardest positions in Scrabble are the ones where you have a clear equity play, but you got to think about how much to sacrifice equity for board considerations, such as blocking when you're up by a bingo.
Yeah,
it's not easy.
He's done that, so ultimately he's played it. He's got a lot of O's on his rack that he's picked after that play. Meanwhile, Brian has got not a lot of vowels at all. He's got consonantitis.
So if he wants to play off those consonants, he can play YAWP, Y-A-W-P. That does kill the very nice opening that his opponent has offered him. But it really looks like a lot of the best plays are through that A invaded. Things like YAWP and Waspy and Spawny and Yawn, etc.
So he's gone for YAWP, keeping CINS.
Yeah. So both players just kind of like making their strong equity plays and hoping for the best. There's definitely something to be said for that approach.
Thomas has not gotten the best with all this.
Yeah, I mean, this might be an example of a game where you think you're down by a lot and you just come back by just making strong plays and hoping for the best. Like you don't have to get too desperate necessarily. Sometimes you start drawing better and your opponent starts drawing IOOO, you know, like things can change. So I don't know. Brian has drawn interesting stuff. Needs a U for meniscus.
Yep.
Anything else he can get? I don't know. Oh, cosmines, amnesics. Yeah, all sorts of words that he doesn't get to play on this board.
Yes.
What do you do if you're Thomas here? This is tough.
And from his point of view, there's still a number of, let's see, 30 unseen tiles. 1, 2,
Yeah.
7, 11, 12, 13, 14. Oh, it's about even for a constant vowel ratio.
Yeah.
And he's vowel heavy, so
I don't feel like there's any like spot that you desperately need to block right now. The board's pretty well under control without you having to do much. So you could just focus on continuing to score points and balance the rack. Yeah, Potu is pointed out by Muffin in the chat, and that looks like a strong option. 20 points, keeping a good leave of INR.
Po2 takes out Yops. Yeah, that's kind of why I like that as well.
Oh, true. Yeah, very important. Yes. Yes. Yeah, Potu looks great. If you know the word and see the word, which is not super easy to know or see. But yeah, if you see it, it's probably pretty clearly best. Sorry about the score. We're just fixing it now. It's 259 for Brian. So he is down by 75.
Po2 has been played, or
Nice
nice
play.
play.
Yeah, great play by Thomas. He's been playing really well all game, and Potu is going to put him up by 95. And for Brian, he's got 2 S's, so he can afford to maybe burn one to score some points with it. A play like Ism, making Yops, scores 32. That looks really nice.
Yeah, that was also suggested in our chat.
Oh,
by,
nice, nice.
Henry, welcome.
Ooh, Knemis, that's a fun word.
Yes. Yeah, it's hard to know which one of those IS words become IDES for the plural only, or that and ISES, or just ISES. It's really interesting how some of those end up. But Snemides, I'm assuming. I don't know how to pronounce it properly, but
Yeah, me either.
I'm assuming it's that.
So yeah, it definitely seems like Ism is a strong play here. There's not a lot of other options. You got to keep scoring enough that you're even within one bingo striking distance, which right now he's kind of not, being down by 95. Isms is 43 if you want to burn your second S as well. Not sure if you want to do that though. Not very many places to bingo on this board, and the places there are don't score very well. Like you look at that D invaded, you could score a nice little 64 going into that spot.
Mm-hmm.
You look at that T in outright, you could score a good 62 there or something. Like these are not great options. But I think your best hope is to score a lot of points with something like Ism, and then just hope to draw a bingo and get back in it. And Brian does indeed put down Ism. Looks like a strong play. And it's back to Thomas, who has drawn not very well, I don't think. Not really seeing a lot of great options with his Looks like he's got lingerie minus the G.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, linery, not a thing. He seems to have set aside LEI. That's going to play in the bottom right corner triple for a whopping 16. Thomas has got plenty of time to think. 12 minutes on his clock. Yeah, it looks like there's really not that much else that's better than LEI, even though it's only 16. You could play ZITE, Z-I-T-E, through that Z and the T. 15 points, keeping a leave of liner. It's really not that different than lay. Both similar score, similar leave kind of plays. Yeah, lay looks fine, and he's going to play it. 354, 291. A 63-point deficit for Brian Bowman to make up here. Oh, I'm wrong. He's got 370. I need to update that.
Yeah. You have 60 there. There you go.
Yeah. Sorry.
Okay, so
79-point deficit for Brian to make up.
ACENOSU for Brian's current wrap. And yeah, he's not really sitting with all the best of options here either.
Yeah, this is brutal.
So from his point of view, we have to think, as you mentioned, there's the D invaded and the T and outright as far as his best options for any kind of bingo play coming down here shortly. And he has to expect that within reason, if Thomas can do anything that's remotely plausible, he's going to try and take out one of them, I would say, relatively soon. So he's got to think about, what am I going to do to ensure some kind of continuity and allow me some chance to stay in this game? So it would likely involve creating space elsewhere if he doesn't have something obviously scoring. And at this point, he does not. So the issue is, how does he create that space? He has, as it turns out, the case U. From his point of view, the Q is still out there. He does not know that it is on Thomas's rack.
Right.
But he has the case U. Words ending in U that are long are not really so much a thing. So
Yeah.
Uwe is probably not coming into play for anything here in general, unless he were to choose to play something short. But I don't think that's going to be beneficial to him here.
Yeah.
I mean, of the short plays, I mean, I think all the suggested plays in Quackle are short. OU and Uwe would be interesting to create a 7 sort of lane. But I don't know if that's his best necessarily.
Oh, an interesting choice that Quackle points out is OOD, O-U-D, into the D invaded. That creates a better bingo line for you that you can use next time. And it
That's true.
keeps ACENS. I like that a lot, actually.
That one is interesting. I agree.
It only scores 9, but that's kind of what you're stuck with. There's a lot of plays that score 9 here. So what are you going to do?
Matthew Tunnicliffe is also thinking the OU hooking Bay. Yeah, so I was just talking
Similar
about that
idea.
before
Yeah,
too.
opening
Yeah.
a new bingo spot.
Yeah.
Yeah.
QPR says the ED lane probably best on the board. I mean, it's definitely among the best as far as most common endings for 8s are going to be ED often. So in that sense, it's one of the best. But the T would help with endings of EST, so the superlative forms of lots of words. So both are pretty good. Let's see what else is here. Jeremy Hildebrand suggests Ace and Shag and Cute. As far as scoring goes, that's definitely a scoring option. But are one of those words potentially words that you can't play anymore?
Not to my knowledge, although I have terrible knowledge.
Okay, that's fine.
I just checked. Cute is still good. They didn't delete that one.
That's not the one I was thinking of. Okay, so I guess that's the other one is an example of one that has multiple meanings, one of which is rather foul. But,
Gotcha.
so let's just see. We are on Thomas Reinke's time.
Looks like Oka has come down.
Yeah, Oka and Lou.
So it's 309 for Brian. I'm going to put up the pool of unseen tiles in a minute. So we've got 17 unseen. That means 10 in the bag. And for Thomas, I mean, you're ahead by a bingo-ish score. You just need to not let Brian. Well,
don't let him bingo. So I think what Thomas is looking at so far, he was lining up some of the options with X there. Maybe he was very briefly pondering something involving the Q. Yeah, now he's got Q lined up. An A for Cot would be nice for him, but he's not going to burn his blank on that.
Oh, I got the wrong tile. I'm so sorry, guys. I'm getting the tile pool fixed.
Matthew,
All right, the tile pool should be fixed now. Okay.
Matthew Tunnicliffe is also wondering if he's looking at Cot. I was wondering that too. Like, it doesn't seem like he would actually burn the blank for that,
Yeah,
but I
it's
mean, it
natural
scores and
weapon.
it blocks one of the two very common 8-letter lanes. So situationally, that could be a thing. So we're still waiting for Thomas to make a decision here. It looks like he's also pondering exit. That would very likely be at the T and outright to take out one of the two. I mean, it would take out the T, but it would leave an E in the process to play 8s too. From his point of view, Oka is a play that's narrowing down. Like, Oka doesn't score that much. I mean, a little bit, but it looks like a play where you're grooming your rack, you know, where you're close to something that's pretty good. So the school of thought, if you were to put down exit, correct me, Evans, if you think I'm wrong here, but the school of thought would be, if I'm going to leave 8s as a possibility, I want to at least change what they're looking at. You know, if like he's been looking at the D and the T on the board as lanes for a long time. So exit would offer an E back, you know, which is a very common letter, but it hasn't been there for a while. For people who immediately find words, I don't think that's of much consequence. They're going to automatically find it anyway.
Yeah, I mean, players of this caliber
it is a
kinda-
school of thought,
Yeah.
is to make them look at something new.
Yeah, I think with players of this caliber, like, they're going to find their bingos and they need to be found either way. But it's just not easy on this board for Brian to have a chance to come back. So
Let's see. Baba, I'm glad you were enjoying the game. Thank you for that feedback. Matthew says, I feel like the blank is going to be used to unload the queue eventually. You can just do it now. I mean, like, yeah, it's true. I feel like it's a pretty high chance the queue is not going to get down otherwise.
You can turn that into Kanat with Q blank, and that
Yeah.
also kills the bingos into the T. That's interesting.
So it looks like he played Unlove.
Well, that's surprising, but actually, you know what? I don't know. I think what he's doing there
Wait,
is
hang
just
on,
putting the
hang
game
on.
out of reach.
Hang on, let me just make. Who played? Oh, Brian played Unlove. Sex was played before.
Oh,
Okay.
Sex and then Unlove. Okay, that's
Okay. Sex was
ironic
played
and funny.
before and then Unlove.
Okay. All right, so we got a score of 391 to 346. And
Brian doesn't have tiles. I'm wondering if Thomas is holding.
oh, he probably is. Unlove is good, so it'll be
Yeah.
+5 if it is challenged.
I believe they're checking. It looks like Thomas
Okay.
is looking away.
All right, I got the unseen tile pool fixed, and Unlove +5 is going to put Brian up to 351. All right, so after they finish the challenge, the situation is going to be we got 3 tiles in the bag, and it's Thomas on turn up by 40.
Interesting.
But to Brian's credit, I mean, Unlove really changes the dynamic of this game. There is now a whole lot of bingo potential that you got to be concerned about.
The insta play, if you're really just going fast, would be Cheen and Un, but definitely worth taking a little bit of time to look at to consider permuting some of the bingo possibilities in the pool. Cal79 says, didn't know Unlove. This is why I should have done all the 6s. You know, that's fair. I think of the words that you study, the 6s traditionally usually are among the last that you would be looking for. I mean, Unlove would obviously have hooks on the end of it. But if you're studying 6s specifically, they usually are among the last that people study.
So I was just looking at a list of possible bingos Thomas has to be afraid of here. And there's a lot of things Brian could have from his perspective. There's things like decimes and chemise and midgies. There's all sorts of 7-letter words that Brian, from Thomas's perspective, might have. We happen to know that he doesn't have those things. But
So you said how many in the pool?
there's 3 tiles in the bag.
Oh, so then cot is for sure the play here at this point in time, I'm guessing.
Well, unless you, well, okay, that's interesting. I was going to say, does that lose to a bingo out is my question?
It's not a bingo out because there'd been one in the bag.
Oh, I see. Yes. Okay. That makes sense. Yes. All right. So if you were to play cot, and then let's say your opponent has chemise for 74. Well, let's say they have something even better than chemise, like midgies. Then you are on turn only down by 6, and you've got a full rack, and you'll probably win.
Most likely. Okay,
So
so
I think
he
Cat
played cot.
probably.
Nice.
Yeah, that's
nice
a good play, I think.
Nice play. Didn't have to use the blank for cot after all.
All right, and the pool is now corrected.
Oh, and
Okay.
he's got like endrins and all sorts
Oh,
of
he
things.
drew. Oh, he's
Yeah.
got dinner blank. Okay.
Yeah, and Brian has got chigmas. bunch of stuff that's just not going down.
Yeah. So
Chief Wiggums. Nice.
beautiful. Love it.
We've had Simpsons things in here all day. David Eldar came in here and had some Simpsons references to start our day. We've got Jeremy Hildebrand provide them at the end. Very good. We have some
We're talking about months last round.
Yeah. We have some Simpsons love, despite the unlove that has literally gone down in this game. There is Simpsons love all day.
So we happen to know that this is just losing for Brian, but he doesn't know that.
Yeah.
He's hoping the blank is in the bag. It turns out it's not. I'm sure he's looking for things like chemise or Skrieg or like some kind of crazy bingo he can come back with. But as we happen to know that the eye is in the bag, he can't win. From Brian's perspective, though, it's a pretty interesting pre-end game because there's bingos you're trying to fish for. He might even have something into the D invaded, making Oye. Like there's all sorts of possible ways to try to come back. But unfortunately, Thomas has the God rack here. It's just, there's nothing you can do.
SmackDown is coming. The question is, which form of it?
Yeah, pretty much.
Because there is no shortage of choices. We're going to use that again.
I'm going to ask you later what that's about. I'm very curious.
I am waiting for fellow rainbow people to weigh in because that's a fairly iconic moment from a fairly iconic TV show for my people.
Okay.
All right, so what has been played? He's fished off one tile somewhere. Wait, so the M is
He
gone?
played the M.
Mute, okay.
Mute, okay.
Yeah, so GG.
So he's hoping to draw the R for Chigras, but he did not do so.
Thomas has got Endiron lined up, just looking for other options before he finally puts it down. Yeah, there it goes.
Oh.
The blank will be an O, as in Oscar. Or dare I say O as in Omicron?
No.
Let's see, fishing for Chigos and Ginches. Yeah, those.
Oh yeah, all sorts of stuff. Ginches,
There
Chigras, good
are
job, guys.
options.
Finding the words. Go to bed, Aditya. All right, so Thomas Reinke bingo's out, and he's going to win by a final score of 519 to Brian Bowman's 361. So this was a closer game than that most of the way, but in the end, Thomas puts it away with a big bingo.
Yeah. So, what do you think about potential turning points here, or swings? I certainly have my thought. I think I made my position fairly clear, but what do you think?
Well, I mean, really, the game swung when Thomas opened with 2 bingos in a row to start the game. It was like 150 to 50.
Yeah, I think actually very early on, the first turn technically, job over Bajri. That was something we were talking about right at the beginning.
Yeah,
If
the
you
whole
have-
game would have gone differently if he played Bajra, you could say. Yeah. Because I would have kept the O rather than giving him the O for outright.
Yeah, and then that's a whole bunch of what if from there. So yeah, technically the earlier swing point was playing Job instead of Bashri. Yeah, what else can we point out that was interesting that we haven't already discussed?
I don't know. We had plenty of time to discuss
We
all of it,
did.
didn't we?
We got to talk through a whole bunch of
It was
things.
a really
here.
well played game by Thomas Reinke all around. I can't point to a single mistake, really. I thought he played great from start to finish.
He played a pretty solid game,
And,
I must say. I think they are in the act of kibitzing there. We might briefly return to studio here to formally sign off, unless there is someone lined up for an interview inside there, because he mentioned that earlier, that there might be people.
Yeah, I think we're going to start interviewing people more tomorrow.
Okay,
Because,
fair enough.
yeah. Oh, he's cutting to us. Oh, boy. All right. How's my hair? Terrible? Okay, good.
Your hair is terrible. That's okay. Nobody's
Yours
perfect.
will make up for it, though.
That's all right.
Yeah.
All right. So that was day one here from Word Cup in Chicago area, Naperville.
Chicagoland. Yeah, there you go.
Chicagoland. We're going to go and stuff our faces with random food and potentially alcohol. Are we doing more
I would
brewery?
never. How dare you?
You would never drink. No, surely not.
No, it's going to be a lot of fun. Yeah, this has been a great day one. I mean, congrats to Thomas Reinke on a great day, starting 6-1. I think there's a bunch of other 6-1s as well. We'll get the full standings for you later. But yeah, this was a lot of fun to watch these 7 games. We got to see some world-class players. Got to watch Dave Wiegand, David Eldar. The list goes on and on and on. It's been awesome.
Really nice high caliber games. Absolutely. And we're looking forward to more tomorrow. So on that note, we're going to sign off for day one. We're going to be back, just so you know, it's 9:30 a.m. Central Time. So that would be 7:30 on the West Coast of North America, 10:30 Eastern Time, and some quick math on there. I'm trying to think.
If you're in
India-
Singapore, it's like 10:30 p.m. or something. Yeah, I have a spreadsheet
starts
somewhere I
late
can look
in the
these things
evening.
up.
We'll have to have it ready so that we can actually talk about it with exact times for the different time zones for the next one. Thank you, everyone, for being here. We look forward to seeing you tomorrow. Until then, we are signing off from Chicagoland. We will see you soon. Bye.